Chapter 1 Chapter 1 Heavenly Notes Sect. At the bottom of the cliff of broken hearts, the river snaked past the mountains and forests. The sun shone brightly on the cold, clear water. Bang! There was a muffled sound coming from a small wooden house at the shore. The house had only 2 floors. A fence surrounded this small house. Spirit herbs creeped on the fence and gave off a fragrance that wafted in every direction. On the 2nd floor of this small house, Jiang Ho crashed onto the wall. A beautiful woman, dressed in thin gauze, moved towards him. She pressed a long sword against his neck. The blade sliced through the surface of his skin as blood spilled slowly. Jiang Hao knew death was just a moment away. This was a disaster. He had just finished trimming the spiritual herbs and was preparing himself to cultivate when suddenly a woman, with flushed face and chaotic lifeblood, had descended from the sky. The woman looked very graceful, but her focus was muddled. She was either poisoned or possessed. He didn't want to help, but her cultivation was formidable. She had pulled him easily to the 2nd floor, up the stairs, and flung him against the wall. This was the first time he had been manhandled this badly. His senses were pretty good, but it was such a shame he could do nothing but endure this violence. She was flawlessly beautiful. In fact, she was perfect, especially if the murderous intent in her eyes could be ignored. It was early in the morning when she regained her consciousness and swung her sword at him. Jiang Hao could see in her cold eyes that she must have remembered everything that had happened last night. She certainly hesitated in killing him. "Senior, there is some misunderstanding between us." Jiang Hao really wanted to explain, but he didn't know what kind of misunderstanding was there between them. "Are you a disciple of the Heavenly Notes Sect?" the woman asked coldly. Jiang Hao, too aware of the sword still at his neck, could only answer in a nervous voice, "Yes." "Eat this." The woman took out a pill and offered it to him. "What is it?" asked Jiang Hao. Bang! Jiang Hao felt a kick to his stomach that caused him so much pain that he doubled over. She pushed the pill into his mouth. The woman quickly grabbed the falling clothes draped over her body and wrapped herself tightly in them. She was surrounded by a pink mist. A moment later, she disappeared from the window. Phew! Jiang Hao heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He touched his injured neck. The woman's arrival must have been an accident, but her murderous intent was real, no doubt, thought Jiang Hao, as he walked over to the balcony and looked around to make sure she was gone. His heart was still palpitating in fear. She almost killed me. She is ridiculously strong. Although she was incredibly beautiful and they had spent a night together, he could not just tell her that what was done, and she shouldn't be bothered by it. Not when this was the immortal cultivation world, and she could very well kill him in an instant. Not to mention the Devil Gate. The slightest carelessness could result in a vicious attack. It's better to live in a peaceful world. Jiang Hao shook his head and sighed. He had transmigrated for a total of 19 years. He had had a rough childhood from the time he was born to the time his stepmother had sold him to the Devil Sect. If he hadn't had the figure and aptitude to meet the criteria for the Devil Sect recruitment, he would have been sacrificed as a dead soul. If he could choose, he would join a famous and orthodox sect, maybe the Hao-Ian sect, which was the most powerful sect in this world. Unfortunately, he was stuck with the Devil Sect. Fortunately, after he started to cultivate, some changes appeared in his body. There were some new abilities and changes. Jiang Hao focused his attention and looked at the panel that appeared before him. No one could see this except him. He let out a long sigh of relief. Lifeblood, cultivation, and divine abilities were accumulated during normal chores. Planting spirit herbs, cleaning demons, and beasts could help him increase them. He could wander around and pick up air bubbles to harvest these things. Sometimes he even found magical treasures and cultivation aids. However, it wasn't easy to accumulate lifeblood and cultivation to reach 100. It had taken him a few years to accumulate it to 100 for a second time. The first time it reached 100, his body became tougher, and his cultivation increased from the 3rd level to the 8th level of the lifeblood refinement realm. Fortunately, he could digest it bit by bit, otherwise it would have been too noticeable. He went from being an outer disciple to an inner disciple because of this. At the Cliff of Broken Hearts, he guarded the spirit her garden. It was convenient for him to walk to the sect from this place. Besides, he could raise his cultivation level faster here and didn't need to pretend to be ordinary like everyone else. The Devil's Sect. If he was careless, he might be killed by his fellow disciples for entertainment. He might lose his innocence too. Yesterday was the proof of that. Divine abilities were different from lifeblood and cultivation. Lifeblood and cultivation could be achieved when one reached the 10th level, while divine abilities required 3 fragments to obtain a complete ability. So far, he had only obtained 1 divine ability, but he was proud of it. Baby steps were better than nothing at all. Besides, 9 Revolutions Death Substitution was a decent divine ability. He returned to his room and stared at the sheets that were stained red. He sighed and decided to change the sheets and his clothes. These bloodstains had probably saved him from death today. I don't know who she is. I hope she isn't from the Heavenly Notes sect, he murmured. Otherwise, if she is angry enough to kill me, I will be in trouble. He was ashamed that he couldn't protect himself properly. He tidied his bedding and changed into clean clothes. He left his house and headed to the Spirit Herb Garden to tend to the emotion-severing grass. He would try to break through the foundation establishment stage tonight. His lifeblood and cultivation were already at their 100, which was different from the conversion rate of 10. I need to go to the library and find out what kind of pill that woman fed me, thought Jiang Hao. I must be more vigilant. Her sudden appearance is out of the ordinary. The Heavenly Notes sect was among the top sections. It was strange of any other reputable sect going after him, but he had to be on his guard. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Heavenly Notes Sect. 100 Flowers Lake. The 100 Flowers Lake, located at the highest point of the Heavenly Notes sect, was a beauty to behold. There were hundreds of flowers in the lake, hence the name. The lake water was calm and clear. Occasionally, spirit beasts appeared from the lake and caused the surface to ripple. There was a small island in the center, the Crimson Flower Pavilion. On this pavilion was a beautiful woman dressed in red. She touched the front of her dress, and a trace of disgust flashed through her eyes. A gentle breeze blew, and the flowers swayed. A woman wearing a delicate white dress landed on the pavilion. She looked at the woman dressed in red with admiration and respect. "Sect Master, you've come out of your closed-door cultivation." The woman dressed in red moved slightly and looked behind her. She looked at the woman dressed in white. She was incredibly beautiful, but her eyes remained cold. The woman dressed in white lowered her head in fear. "Baiji, does no one remember the glory of Heavenly Notes sect anymore?" The woman in red was the sect master of the Heavenly Notes sect, Hong Yuye. Before she took over, the Heavenly Notes sect used to be a second-rate sect. It was only because of her that the Heavenly Notes sect had claimed the heights to become the topmost sect in the world. On the very first day, when she became the sect master of the Heavenly Notes sect, she launched a great war and subdued all the scattered forces around her. The Great War lasted for 30 years, and blood flowed like rivers. In the last 30 years, the Heavenly Notes sect continued becoming stronger and stronger, and the resources increased. The name of the Heavenly Note sect resounded in every direction. After the Great Battle, Hong Ye began to manage the operations of the sect. In just 10 years, she distributed the resources evenly among the various offshoots, allowing the sect its own freedom and letting the Devil sect operate on its own. She had then entered the closed-door cultivation and lived in seclusion for 60 years. "Please enlighten us, Sect Master." Baiji fearfully knelt on the ground. Baiji was one of the 4 guardian elders of the Heavenly Note sect. She had gained the trust of the Heavenly Note Demonis and had taken over the management of the Heavenly Note sect. If the Heavenly Note sect had somehow regressed in the recent years with no developments, she would be the one at fault. She was terrified. Hong Ye stared at Baiji indifferently. She did not say a word. Aside from the sound of the gentle breeze blowing in the lake, there Baiji's unsteady breathing. Hong Ye withdrew her unwavering gaze from Baiji. She had been in seclusion for for 60 years. Everything should have gone smoothly, but at the critical moment, she was ambushed. It wasn't a member of the demonic sect. The cultivation technique which was used to attack her was the Azure Mountain's 3 pure parts. The method had been despicable, to say the least. The woman had hidden toxins in her body. If she was killed, the toxins would have invaded everything around her. It would have been impossible to contain it. That was why Hong Yuya had gone to the nearest cliff, the Cliff of Broken Hearts. That was how last night had come to pass. That was a method she couldn't defend against. Azure Mountain shouldn't have used it. Have there been any unusual movements from other famous sects recently? Hong Yuya asked calmly. No. Baiji shook her head. Azure Mountain is the most reputable sect closest to us, but they've been busy with the Tao conference recently and don't seem to have the time for anything else. Besides, Sect Master, you fought them before so they wouldn't dare to do anything reckless. Is that so? Hong Yuya smiled. Baiji didn't dare speak in fear. Keep the matter of me coming out of seclusion a secret for now. You can continue to take care of the Heavenly Notes sect for now. Also, investigate the disciples of our sect and see if we have any spies from other sects within our walls. Yes, understood, said Baiji quickly. After a moment of pause, Hongya asked, Baiji, you aren't a spy for the other sects, are you? Baiji touched her head to the ground and pleaded in fear. Sect Master, how could Baiji ever even think of such a thing? Hongya looked at Baiji for a long time, then nodded and softly said, You may leave. Baiji stood up shakily and turned around to leave. Just then she heard the sect master's voice again. Have the sect's information ready. Mark out the new developments. I want to see what you have achieved in recent years. Yes, sect master, said Baiji and left the pavilion. Watching Baiji leave, Hongya raised her hand slightly and pressed the back of her hands to her lips and coughed. 60 years ago, she had believed in Baiji, and 60 years later, she still believed in her, but only Baiji knew where she was during her seclusion. When she was attacked, the first thought that came to her mind was that Baiji had betrayed her. So far, she felt that Baiji could still be of use. Hong Ya closed her eyes and remained in silence. The Cliff of Broken Hearts. Spirit Herb Garden. Jiang Hao walked all the way to the entrance of the Spirit Herb Garden. He wanted to go in and collect some bubbles. It could increase his strength. This place was quite far from where he lived. It was around the center of the valley. The whole of the Cliff of Broken Hearts was like a valley. A small stream flowed from one corner. That was where Jiang Hao's house was situated. The place was quiet and peaceful, free from unwelcome people. The Spirit Herb Garden was surrounded by a formation, and the entrance was guarded by 2 outer sect disciples. They were both at the 5th level of Lifeblood Refinement Realm, which was indeed impressive. If anyone managed to reach the 8th level of Lifeblood Refinement Realm, they would be allowed to join the inner sect. He was at this stage. But to secure the status of being an official inner sect disciple, he needed to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. If, by some reason, anyone was not able to reach the Foundation Establishment stage by the age of 40, but was still a part of the inner sect, then it would be better to take on a mission and leave for a while. Otherwise, they would be despised by fellow disciples and ostracized by others in the sect. Their cultivation resources would be snatched away, and they would never be able to rise up again. These weren't just speculations. He had seen it happen once before. When he had just entered the inner sect and went to receive his resources, he had seen a 40-year-old man of the 9th level of Lifeblood Refinement Realm being ridiculed and robbed of his resources. Jiang Hao had felt sorry for him. He had given the man a medicinal pill when no one was around. The man had been so shocked by this that he fell into despair. Jiang Hao never saw the man again. He had heard that the missions weren't easy, either. 9 out of 10 people who went on a mission outside ended up dead. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Senior Brother Jiang. The 2 disciples greeted him. Jiang Hao nodded and smiled back. He then walked in. The Spirit Herb Garden was a vast field, and there were many types of spirit herbs. At the center of the Spirit Herb Garden was a bright red 9-leaf flower. This flower was called the emotion-severing grass. The fragrance of the flower wasn't noticeable ordinarily. However, when the petals fell, the fragrance would be so strong that it would waft in every direction. The scent of the flower was filled with spiritual energy and had the power to make people fall under an illusion and be trapped in love. If refined, it could be used as an ingredient for 3 types of medicinal pills. The first was the spirit-gathering pill, which can absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and speed up one's cultivation. This was the easiest pill to make. The second was the emotion-severing pill, which can suppress the inner demons upon hearing it. If anyone took this pill during a great event, like a promotion, the success rate went up by 20%. This pill was relatively difficult to make. The third was the Elysium world. This one was the riskiest of all. Eating this pill trapped a person in an illusion. If they succeeded, their cultivation would soar rapidly, but if they failed, they would die. It was extremely difficult to make. Jiang Hao looked at the simple pavilion in the center of the garden and walked towards it. As a newly promoted inner sect disciple, he had the duty of guarding the emotion-severing grass. He didn't need to stay here day and night to guard it. His main duty was to check the spirit herbs and make sure they were growing properly. Some other senior brothers and sisters guarded the garden at night. As he walked along the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao saw small bubbles floating around. Most of them were white. There was only one green bubble floating above some spirit herbs. In the past, he couldn't choose which one he needed. The bubbles would automatically merge into his body. But now, a notification appeared on the interface. Jiang Hao remained indifferent. This had happened countless times after all. This was why he had been in a hurry to become an inner sect disciple. It allowed him to visit more places and to obtain more things. The best example was the spirit herb garden. As long as he took care of it and planted more spirit herbs, he could take as much as it gave him. Strength and endurance could be absorbed automatically. His strength far exceeded those who were at the same level as him. Perhaps one day he could be stronger than all of them combined. I need a cultivation technique or a divine ability to conceal my cultivation, thought Jiang Hao. Since he had nothing he could use to conceal his cultivation, it was risky for him to advance quickly. It would attract attention and make him an easy target. The air bubbles were of different colors. The colors indicated their quality. They were usually white, green, blue, and purple. White was the most common among the bubbles. They spawned everywhere. The energy could be absorbed for endurance, strength, etc. The green bubbles usually held medicinal pills and magical treasures. The lifeblood and cultivation were usually found in the blue bubbles, while the purple bubbles had some divine ability within them. He hadn't encountered any other bubbles beside the 4 colors. Below the pavilion, a fairy was waiting for him. Seeing him walk over, the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. The Heavenly Note sect had 12 main lineages, and the Cliff of Broken Hearts was one of them. The girl in front of him was from the inner sect of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, Fairy Yunruo. She was charming. It was the way of her cultivation method. Those from the Devil sect did not waste time to be charming, since it did not follow the same path of righteousness as the Ming sect. Every time Jiang Hao met someone from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, he got a headache. But he felt strange. Was his spirit stronger today? Jiang Hao was surprised, but he did not express it. "Greetings, senior sister Yunruo," said Jiang Hao. Fairy Yunruo smiled. "I heard junior brother is about to reach the foundation establishment stage. Quite impressive, reaching the stage at a young age of 20. Just a bit of luck, senior sister Yunruo." Jiang Hao knew better than to be arrogant. But he sensed something was strange. His heart was calm today, even in front of senior sister Yunruo. Was something wrong with him? Fairy Yunruo smiled. "I know that junior brother is a decent person. If he seeks to join other sects, he will definitely be nurtured well." "She thinks I'm a decent person?" thought Jiang Hao. He grew wary. He didn't know why other sects would say this unless they were watching him. He changed the subject. "Senior sister is also here for spirit medicine." "Indeed. But the main reason I am here is to congratulate you. I think you will advance to the foundation establishment stage within a year or 2. Fairy Yunruo smiled happily. Senior sister's words are too precious. Thank you. I will find some herbs for you right now. After receiving the list and confirming that there were no problems, Jiang Hao turned around and left. The senior sister was definitely using charm. Usually, it would have been hard for him to focus with a clear mind when the charm took effect. He found the herbs she wanted and handed them to her. Thank you, junior brother. I won't disturb you any longer, said Fairy Yunruo with a charming smile. Senior sister, you are too kind, said Jiang Hao with a polite smile. Fairy Yunruo turned around to leave. After taking a few steps, she turned back and whispered in his ear. Junior brother, if I give you the opportunity to join a famous immortal sect, will you seize it? Jiang Hao was shocked. He looked at her in horror. Puffed, laughed Fairy Yunruo. Look how scared you are. This is the method of some immortal sects who use us from the devil path to recruit others. No need to look so scared. We would never get a chance otherwise. She smiled at him again. Junior brother, you have to be careful. Don't be fooled. You must figure out. She left right after saying that. What does she mean? Figure what out? Thought Jiang Hao. Suddenly, this senior sister didn't look harmless and charming anymore. It sounded like a joke the way she said it, but it was also possible that she was telling the truth. If she is a spy from another sect, am I being targeted? Thought Jiang Hao. But why me? Is she trying to get my help in whatever she is doing? Or my own sect might be testing me because they suspect me of something. If she's a spy, then I only have two paths to take. One, I refuse, and she will be killed by whoever sent her to keep everything under wraps. Or I agree to her proposal, but he didn't want to put himself in danger. Why not just continue to be a disciple of the devil's sect and be safe? I need to reach the foundation establishment stage first. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. It was already evening when Jiang Hao walked out of the Spirit Her Garden. He spent little time on cursory checks to make sure everything was all right before he left. Usually, he tended to the herbs so that there would be more bubbles the next day. If not, the bubbles would be very rare and he would have to rely on luck. That was why he had taken a few years to accumulate lifeblood and cultivation to reach 100. It was only after he became an inner sect disciple that he occasionally came into contact with supernatural powers. He learned that the more he tended to the herbs, the more bubbles they gave off. After returning to his house, Jiang Hao carefully observed his surroundings. When he was sure that no one had been there, he went into the training room and began to cultivate. The appearance of senior sister Yunruo and her words had worried him. It was always good to be careful. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Jiang Hao opened his lifeblood and cultivation. When he entered the school, he was tested. His talent was above average. If he trained at the same pace, he could reach the foundation establishment stage by the age of 30 or 40. He was only 20 and much earlier than expected to reach the foundation establishment stage. There might be a certain bottleneck after it, but it should be easier to break through. After a while, Jiang Hao grimaced with pain. The lifeblood in his body churned, and his spiritual energy surged up. The heavenly sound 100 revolutions operated wildly, absorbing lifeblood and spiritual energy. Crack! The sound of transformation rang out from Jiang Hao's body. His flesh, blood, and bones went through a lot of tempering. If he could endure it, he would be successful in building his foundation. Crack! The transformation lasted for a long time. In the early morning, the sound disappeared, and his lifeblood began to calm down. His spiritual energy also flowed along his meridians and returned to normal. Everything went smoothly. Jiang Hao opened his eyes. He could feel power surging through his body. I've reached the foundation establishment stage. Everything seems to have gone smoothly. It's much safer this way. He let out a long sigh and looked at the system interface. There are some changes. I can now cultivate this divine ability, but there is no reward, thought Jiang Hao. He had thought that after reaching the foundation establishment stage, he might be given a new cultivation method. Although Heavenly Sound 100 Revolution was powerful, it did not help him reach great heights. He needed a more powerful cultivation method. Forget it. I'll learn the daily report before I go to the Spirit Her Garden. I'll think of a way to deal with the cultivation technique later, said Jiang Hao to himself. Within an hour, Jiang Hao was finished with the daily report. He wasn't sure what it was used for exactly. Out of curiosity, he walked out of his residence and appraised the wooden house. Soon, he received the result. Jiang Hao walked to the small spirit herb garden and picked up the air bubbles. He tended to the herbs. I will make some time to study architecture and modify the wooden house. Spirit herb garden. They felt Jiang Hao was kinder. His kindness wasn't really reputable in the devil sect, but he refused to kill ordinary people for entertainment. Fortunately, no one confronted him about it. Jiang Hao decided to keep his advancement to the foundation establishment stage a secret for now. 3 days later, he met senior sister Yin Ruo again. She knew that he had reached the foundation establishment stage. It wouldn't be a secret anymore. Fortunately, no one confronted him. After a few more days, senior sister Yin Ruo came looking for him just to talk and chat about their lives. She occasionally mentioned that being in the devil sect was not something she could control. She mentioned that when she was young, she wanted to be a good person. As she found Jiang Hao more frequently, his worries grew stronger. He extracted all his lifeblood and cultivation and fused them, just in case. A month later, Jiang Hao walked out of his house to a sunny day, but there wasn't any warmth anywhere. Senior sister Yin Ruo hasn't looked for me for the past few days. I wonder if she is all right. Or has something happened? He walked to the library. This month, he discovered something very serious. Senior sister Yin Ruo was a member of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. She was naturally charming and was a beauty of the sect. However, it seemed he couldn't react at all. He had tried to awaken his feelings, but there was no difference. All this gave him a bad feeling. Although his heart was set on the Tao, and he did not want to be influenced by anything, it felt strange. This had happened after he met that woman. He knew that the pill she had fed him had done something to him. Jiang Hao researched in the library for 2 days and still couldn't find an answer. However, he came across a rare purple bubble. It was a pleasant surprise. With an ability fragment, he would be able to obtain a brand new ability. Recently, the sect seems to be compiling the list of disciples. Did something happen? Jiang Hao heard people talking in the library. Compiling a list of disciples? Are they looking for someone in particular? Looking for a traitor, maybe? Said another person. Jiang Hao thought of senior sister Yin Ruo. He knew something was going to happen, but he had never expected that it would involve him. Senior sister Yin Ruo has been in the foundation establishment stage for many years. I don't have a high chance of winning against her. Jiang Hao began to think of the worst-case scenarios. He hoped he was just worrying too much and nothing of the sort would happen. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. The next day, Jiang Hao went to the spirit herb garden following his usual schedule and returned in the evening. He didn't gain much that day, not even the common bubbles. No one came to him to ask for spirit herbs either. Senior sister Yin Ruo didn't appear. Jiang Hao did hear rumors along the way about traitors in the sect. According to them, most were already discovered. They were currently cleaning up the sect. Fortunately, I don't have anything here. Otherwise, the traitors would definitely come this way. After returning to his house, Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't a traitor, and he definitely didn't want to be the one capturing them. It wasn't good to offend either side. The Heavenly Note sect was the devil sect, and everyone in the cultivation world wanted to beat the devil sect. Maybe one day it would be destroyed. He didn't want to offend other sects by capturing their spies either, because traitors were the pawns of immortal sections. If he got involved, it would be hard to clear his name. There would be no hope for him. Shaking his head, Jiang Hao tended to the spirit herbs in the yard of his house. The ones he had were ordinary spirit herbs. It would be better if he could apply for better spirit herbs, but he couldn't afford to buy them. My cultivation is still weak, but it's too conspicuous and might attract trouble, thought Jiang Hao. It seems that I have to continue thinking of other ways. Should I just say that I got lucky and a bubble increased my cultivation sharply? Or should I just go outside and never come back here? Jiang Hao shook his head. None of them were good solutions. Leaving was not an option. The outside world was far more dangerous. Saying that he had a lucky encounter with a rare bubble wasn't convincing, either. As for betraying the sect, that was unsafe and risky. The Heavenly Note sect would never tolerate traitors. When he was new to the sect, he had heard about a disciple who had been in contact with an immortal sect. The people of the Heavenly Note sect did not express their stance at the beginning and did not pay any attention to it. 10 years later, when the disciple ventured out of the sect, the Heavenly Note sect killed them. Only then did people know that the Heavenly Note sect had been hiding for 10 years to kill one traitor. Jiang Hao was overwhelmed with his thoughts. He felt confused and lost. He finally abandoned all his worries and tended to the spirit herbs. The most important thing right now is to get stronger. He did not dare to increase his cultivation too quickly. There would be no suspicion if his lifeblood and basic strength increased at a rapid rate. He could also obtain more supernatural abilities. After tending to the herbs, Jiang Hao stood up, cleaned his hands, and walked to his room to cultivate. However, he heard someone calling from behind. "Junior brother." It was a soft female voice. He turned around to see senior sister Yin Ruo, who looked very pale. Jiang Hao knew this wasn't good. They had met at the spirit herb garden mostly, but this time she had come to his house, and his gut feeling said she came with ill intentions. "Hello, senior sister Yin Ruo. Are you looking for some spirit herbs?" asked Jiang Hao calmly. "Can we talk inside?" Yin Ruo smiled sweetly at Jiang Hao. "No, definitely not," thought Jiang Hao, but couldn't say it aloud. He did not want to alert the enemy. "Of course, senior sister," said Jiang Hao. "Please." He gestured for her to enter his house. He was on guard. His intuition warned him that there was something wrong with senior sister Yin Ruo. If he was careless, he would suffer. Inside the house, senior sister Yin Ruo's smiling face became serious. She looked at Jiang Hao. "Junior brother, can I trust you?" She corrected herself hurriedly. "No, rather you're the only one I can actually trust. I have observed you for many years, and I know that you shouldn't be in the devil's sect." Jiang Hao was shocked. What is she saying? Does she think I'm a spy? Or is she trying to trick me? He pretended to be flustered and lowered his head. "Senior sister, I grew up in the Heavenly Note sect. I definitely don't think I can be anywhere else other than here." "I know. I just feel that you shouldn't stay in the devil sect. Your temperament isn't suitable for this place. You should go to the immortal sect." The Sunset Immortal Sect, which has a legacy of 10,000 years, is revered by the world. I know that you have a good heart. I know you feel like you don't belong here. This is the best opportunity I've found. Whether or not I can go from darkness to light, this is my only chance. As senior sister, could it be that you are? Jiang Hao stammered in shock. He was indeed a little surprised now that his speculations had come true. Senior sister Yin Ruo was really a traitor. She even wanted to drag him down with her. "That's right. I am a true disciple of the Sunset Immortal Sect. I came here on a mission. My mission is complete, but I was discovered. I have no choice but to ask you for your help. Please help me hide things that I have obtained and send it to my sect. I promise that you will get a chance to join the Sunset Immortal Sect," she continued. "The reward that belongs to me will be yours. I know that I will die here." Fairy Yin Ruo displayed a resolute confidence and appeared unafraid of her impending death. This was her sacrifice. She had come to beg Jiang Hao to keep the item and send it to her sect. Her resolve moved Jiang Hao. She didn't look like she was lying, but he still didn't want to do it. What if it was a trap? Thought Jiang Hao. I know that junior brother has concerns. How about I leave the item with you in good faith? If I die, you can choose to report me. I have already been discovered anyway, so I won't drag you along with me. It won't do me any good. Anyway, said Fairy Yin Ruo. She took out a jade pendant which was carved with a mysterious symbol. It didn't look ordinary. Jiang Hao frowned. Will I get into trouble if I refuse? Thought Jiang Hao. Will she kill me? Would a righteous sect disciple be as ruthless as a devil sect disciple? Jiang Hao was unable to figure out anything with certainty. Besides, a curious fragrance kept wafting from around senior sister Yin Ruo. Junior brother? Fairy Yin Ruo bit her lip and looked at Jiang Hao pitifully. Jiang Hao, just for a moment, felt as though she might be trustworthy. He was about to take the pendant when he sensed that something was definitely wrong. An idea flashed through his mind. He activated his divine ability of daily appraisal. Appraise senior sister Yin Rua. He silently activated the ability. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Jiang Hao had used that ability on many things. He had tried it on mountains, houses, flowers, trees, but never had he used it on a person. The situation confused him, so appraising her wasn't such a bad idea. The avatar activated and invisible symbols flashed before his eyes. The symbols reflected senior sister Yin Rua in front of him. In an instant, every information about her flashed in his mind. It's effective. Jiang Hao was delighted. However, what he saw in his mind made his blood run cold. How vicious, thought Jiang Hao. She acted so charming and resolute. The jade pendant was right in front of him. If he took it, she would use him as a scapegoat and have him killed. If he refused, maybe she would kill him anyway. She had been in the foundation establishment stage for many years now. He must tread carefully. Jiang Hao realized that it would be very difficult for him to win against her in direct combat. Jiang Hao tried to think of a way. He extended his hand, pretending to take the jade pendant. Just before he touched it, he looked behind senior sister Yin Rua in mock fear. "And master," he stammered. Fairy Yin Rua snapped around to look behind her. A spirit sword appeared in her hands. A stream of aura locked onto Jiang Hao. She intended to use him as a shield to defend herself. The jade pendant was dropped on the floor. Now, whoever was left would look guilty. She ran forward shouting, "Jiang Hao is the traitor." Fairy Yin Rua froze. He had intended to let Jiang Hao take the fall, but realized that there was no one there. It was too late for her to turn around. A dagger flashed and stabbed her in the neck. He had intended to kill her with one strike. He had no chance of winning in a direct confrontation against her. He didn't mind sneaking from behind. He had no intention of harming anyone, ever. He had never targeted anyone in his life. He just wanted to live peacefully and get stronger. But if others wanted to take advantage of his temperament and attack him, then he had the right to defend himself. Bang! The moment the dagger stabbed into her neck, Fairy Yin Rua cast a spell to force Jiang Hao back. "You!" Jiang Hao's decisiveness shocked her. It shocked Jiang Hao himself as well. She had observed him for many days now and knew Jiang Hao's nature. He was always kind and calm. He was a naive and ignorant newbie who would die sooner or later in the Heavenly Note sect. She had not expected him to act this way. Senior sister Yin Rua seemed astonished. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. Instead, he took out his spirit sword and stabbed her, hoping this would be the last time. Her strength had reduced drastically, but she was still alive. Jiang Hao's sword rose and fell on her. She raised her own to deflect him. Light sword and shadow sword clashed, and sparks shot out in every direction. Bang! Yin Rua was heavily injured and couldn't match up to him. She was sent flying backwards into the courtyard. She fell to the ground and clutched at her wounded neck in horror as she watched Jiang Hao approach. "Junior brother," she said raggedly, "you can't kill me. The master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion thinks highly of me. He covets me. If you kill me, he will hold a grudge against you." Jiang Hao ignored her words and raised his sword again. "I'm still a disciple of the Sunset sect. The senior brother there is infatuated with me. If you kill me, they won't let you go. You will be skinned in your bones." The sword fell one last time, and everything went quiet. He stabbed her once more to make sure she was really dead. Jiang Hao felt distressed looking at her dead body. He wasn't used to killing people so ruthlessly, but he was in the Devil sect. He will have to get used to it sooner or later. The cultivation world was brutal. It didn't wait for you to get accustomed to things. He stared at her dead form for a long while. He finally left the place to look for the cliff master of the Cliff of Broken Hearts. He was the one Jiang Hao had acknowledged as his master when he had entered the sect. Because Jiang Hao was still new and wasn't familiar with things, he was only allowed to listen to his master's lectures when he held it with other disciples. Jiang Hao mostly relied on himself for his cultivation. He debated against not reporting the incident, but he realized that the more he hid it, the more he would be susceptible to suspicion from others. It would be worse if they assumed he was an accomplice just because he had hidden the incident. The consequences would be unthinkable. Jiang found the master and brought him to the courtyard of his house. "You killed her." A middle-aged man lowered his head and asked softly as he looked at dead Fairy Yunhua. His expression was melancholy, and his eyes were cold. It seemed the master had seen many things in his lifetime, and nothing surprised him anymore. He was the cliff master, Ku Wu Chang, of the Cliff of Broken Hearts, after all. She was my fellow disciple. Jiang Hao lowered his head. "Tell me what happened," said Master Ku Wu Chang, looking at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao blurted out everything that had come past. "I just wanted to injure her so she couldn't attack me. But I didn't expect her to go all out. So I, too, attacked her." "When did you build your foundation?" asked Master Ku Wu Chang. "Last month," Jiang Hao answered nervously. "So, you chose to launch a sneak attack?" "Yes. You don't have to worry about this matter. If there are any problems in the future, the people from the law enforcement hall will probably look for you. Remember to cooperate with them." Master Ku Wu Chang then took senior sister Yin Rio's body away. Jiang Hao sighed with relief as he watched him leave with the body. "I wonder how the Heavenly Joy Pavilion will react. As for the Sunset Sect, I can avoid them as long as I don't go out," Jiang Hao convinced himself. "I don't care if it takes 10 or 100 years for them to forget about senior sister Yin Rua. Even if they don't, I will get stronger by then." Chapter 7. Chapter 7. It had been 7 days since he killed senior sister Yin Rua. He had spent it anxiously, but no one had come looking for him. The only thing he gained from the whole incident was that the effect of the daily appraisal ability was much stronger than he had expected. He had begun to secretly appraise people. He did not find anyone of consequence so far, so he stopped appraising them to avoid wasting his appraisal ability. It was interesting to find out that he could appraise himself. When he did appraise himself, the result was such that Jiang Hao sighed. The pill that woman had force-fed him was the goo poison. The recent changes in his body were also because of it. He wasn't sure whether that was a blessing or a curse. Senior sister Yin Rua had used enchantments on him, and it hadn't worked. He knew it had something to do with the goo poison. He shuddered to think what would have happened otherwise. There were many people in the Devil's Sect who knew enchantments. Maybe this was a good thing. Being a male, beauty was a weakness. Jiang Hao didn't want to fall prey to that weakness. He would obviously be killed. He brushed off his thoughts and went to the spirit garden to keep himself busy. Every time he went there, he found something to make him stronger. But someone blocked his way at the door. There were 3 young men, each stronger than him. They looked very solemn. Their bodies emitted a faint, murderous aura. Jiang Hao didn't want to take any chances. He activated his daily appraisal. The man in the lead was dressed all in black. His eyebrows were as sharp as a sword, and his face looked like it was sculpted out of marble. He could be considered handsome by some. Jiang Hao's heart was pounding. Isn't the heavenly faction known as the most powerful immortal sect? Why would such a person come to the Heavenly Notes sect to spy? Thought Jiang Hao anxiously. He bowed his head respectfully to greet them. "We are from the law enforcement hall. We are here about the incident that occurred 7 days ago. We have a few questions to ask you," said Lu Xingchen indifferently. "Of course, senior brother." Jiang Hao was terrified, but he maintained his composure. The words Heavenly Joy Pavilion's anger made him worried. "You killed junior sister Yin Rua?" Lu Xingchen asked. "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. "Why did you kill her?" asked Lu Xingchen. "She betrayed the sect, and tried to force me to betray them, too. I did not intend to kill her, but in the end, I accidentally did," said Jiang Hao. "She was a member of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. It's not up to the Cliff of Broken Hearts to take care of her," said Lu Xingchen coldly. "You violated the sect's rules by killing a disciple of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion," Lu Xingchen continued. "However, in consideration of the reason you mentioned, you will only be deprived of 5 years of cultivation resources. Within 3 months, you are expected to pay 1,000 spirit stones to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion as compensation." In addition, since Yin Ruo is a traitor to the sect and you're the last person she met, you aren't allowed to leave the sect for now. You need to cooperate with our investigations. If you do leave, it will be treated as a judgment, and you'll be found guilty. We will inform you when the investigation is over. Jiang Hao was frozen on the spot. He, of course, had no qualms in cooperating with their investigation, but paying with 1,000 spirit stones? As an inner disciple, I only get 10 spirit stones per month. Where'll I get 1,000 of them? Thought Jiang Hao in disbelief. Heavenly Joy Pavilion was worthy of being a devil sect in their ruthlessness, indeed. Seeing Jiang Hao silent, Lu Xingchen said, "Do you have any questions?" Jiang Hao was brought back to reality. He lowered his head. No. The three men from the law enforcement hall uttered a goodbye and left. Jiang Hao sighed. Is the cliff of broken hearts too weak, or am I too unimportant for them? Lamented Jiang Hao. This is just plain bullying. 1,000 spirit stones in 3 months. What will happen to me if I am unable to collect them? Will they kill me? Having reached the foundation establishment stage at just 19 years of age is very rare. Maybe the cliff of broken hearts will protect me, wished Jiang Hao. With a heavy heart, Jiang Hao walked to the spirit herb garden. Not only did he need to increase his cultivation some other way, but also needed to find a way to earn 1,000 spirit stones in 3 months. He felt that the beautiful woman who had poisoned him was a disaster. Maybe if the poison hadn't actually saved him from enchantments, he would be dead by now and didn't have to worry about paying 1,000 spirit stones. It was not advisable for him to provoke a fight with the three men. The one who had questioned him was at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. There was no way he could even think about beating him. Jiang Hao was only at the earliest stage of the foundation establishment stage. As for exposing them as a spy, that would really be courting death. That would be suicide. In the cultivation world, cultivation was divided into lifeblood refinement realm, foundation establishment stage, golden core realm, primordial spirit realm, spirit refinement realm, and return to void. At the highest point of the Heavenly Notes sect, on a pavilion in the center of the 100 Flowers Lake, sat Hong Ye, gazing at the flowers in a daze. A gentle wind blew, and a white figure landed behind Hong Ye. Aiji bowed respectfully. "Sect Master," she greeted. Hong Ye didn't turn around. She said softly, "What's the matter? I've compiled a list of suspicious disciples and a list of traitors. It's ready for you to see." Baiji handed the list over to Hong Ye. There were detailed records of the people, including their origins, cultivation levels, and suspicious behaviors. They were either spies, traitors, or suspects. After a cursory glance, her eyes stopped at the very end. Jiang Hao, an inner sect disciple of the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Early stage of the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Hong Yuye's gaze lingered on Jiang Hao's name. She then closed the list. "There aren't any outstanding people," she said. "Most of them are outer sect disciples. There are only a few traitors and suspects among the inner sect disciples. Their status isn't high. The other successive disciples, the deacons and elders, need to investigate further. They still need some time," Baiji said hurriedly. Not a single person of importance had made it on the list of suspects. Baiji was relieved. However, if the sect master was sure that there was a spy, then possibly there might be people of importance involved in this. It was just difficult to find out in such a short period of time. Some people are difficult to expose. They lurk below the shadows. Hong Yuye's voice was calm. She looked at the list again. Her eyes were fixed on a name at the very end of the list. "What is the background of Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts?" His background is actually very clean. He was sold to the sect at a young age. His talent is above average. He is on the suspect list because he seemed to be connected to the traitor of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. His promotion was a little strange, too. A few years ago, he went out for a trip, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. He said that he ate a strange fruit and obtained a fortuitous encounter, continued Baiji. Some time ago, he broke through the foundation establishment stage. Normally, this wouldn't raise any eyebrows, but a traitor died by his hands. There is a possibility that the Heavenly Joy Pavilion instigated this rebellion and provoked him. What about his usual behavior? Hong Yuye asked indifferently. He has a gentle personality. He doesn't make enemies and never speaks ill of the ordinary people. He doesn't seem like a typical sect disciple. Baiji had wanted to say that he didn't really seem like a devil sect disciple, but corrected herself just in time in order not to offend the sect master. Hong Yuye didn't say anything. There was no emotion in her eyes. Jiang Hao killed a member of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. She was using her charm, so it's likely that she tried to convince him to turn against the sect, said Baiji after a long pause. Although there is no evidence that he might be a traitor, it's still very suspicious. Then let's test him. We can also use him as bait for those traitors who are hiding in the dark, said Hong Yuye. I don't understand what the sect master meant. Baiji lowered her head. She was confused. A few moments later, she saw a faint light. She looked up to see a seed land in front of her. It was half black and half white. After the light faded, it looked like an ordinary seed the size of a quail's egg. Baiji's eyes widened. This is... Hong Yuye laughed. Many people coveted it. You take it and give it to that man who lives at the bottom of the cliff of broken hearts. Tell him to plant it carefully. It won't take long for the others hiding in the dark to come to the surface. But, said Baiji in shock, what if the man runs away with it? Isn't that your business to take care of? Asked Hong Yuye as she turned to look at Baiji. Baiji flinched and didn't dare ask anything else. I'll do it right away. After Baiji left the 100 Flowers Lake, her fear was swept away, and she, once again, appeared noble and powerful. She walked in a mountain forest. No matter if it was a guardian or an elder, they had to bow their heads and respect her not only because she was the present sect master, but also because she was very powerful. However, at this moment, she was quite confused. She looked at the seed in her hand and became even more perplexed. The seed of the heavenly fragrance Tao flower. Is it worth using something this precious to test an inner sect disciple and lure out other traitors? Thought Baiji. It was definitely not worth it. But Baiji knew better than to doubt the sect master. She must have some other plan in her mind. Is it because of this person's problem, or is it because there is someone strong among the traitors? Baiji sighed and pushed away her thoughts. The sect master came out of seclusion and was trying to find the traitors. Now, she had given her the heavenly fragrance Tao flower. Something must have happened. It is said that the heavenly fragrance Tao flower is the reason why the sect master is so powerful. Baiji looked at the seed in her hand. It would be a lie to say she wasn't a little tempted. If she could have the seed for herself, she might soar to the sky. Baiji shivered and broke out in cold sweat. She realized now that the first person the sect master had intended to test was herself. She couldn't bear to look at the seed anymore and wanted to get rid of it from her hands as soon as possible. If she gave in to her temptations, she might be doomed. However, she did feel it was such a waste to give it to a mere inner sect disciple. Jiang Hao walked in the spirit herb garden. The surrounding bubbles flew to him one by one. He noticed that there were more blue bubbles than before. Today's harvest is pretty good, but it's a pity that I can't grow spirit stones. The thought of owing 1,000 spirit stones weighed on his mind. Although he had a lot of cheap spirit swords and pills, it couldn't fetch him so much even if he sold them all. If he could pick up some good elixirs, then he could sell them for a good price. Unfortunately, he hadn't come across any elixirs so far. Right now, I only have 168 spirit stones. If I sell some spirit swords and elixirs, I can barely make up to 200. I'm still short of 800 spirit stones, thought Jiang Hao in dismay. Maybe I could take up some sect missions. At noon, after he was done tending to the spirit herbs, Jiang Hao headed to the law enforcement hall. The hall issued all kinds of missions. Yo, junior brother Jiang, it's been a long time since I've seen you here. It's rare to see you coming out of the spirit herb garden that you love so dearly. A man laughed behind him. He turned around to face a handsome man. Another man and a woman stood by his side. They weren't very old, but their cultivation wasn't bad. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Senior Brother Qi, said Jiang Hao, greeting him politely. Qi Yang was an intersect disciple of Thunderfire Peak. He was currently in the early phase of Foundation establishment stage. They had been friends since their time as outer sect disciples. They got along well, but their bloodline was different, so they rarely saw each other anymore. You've reached the Foundation establishment stage? So fast. Qi suddenly exclaimed as he approached Jiang Hao. The two people by his side were also surprised. 19 was very young to have reached that stage. I was just lucky to reach the Foundation establishment stage, Jiang Hao said with a smile. This was the trouble with not being able to conceal his cultivation level. Anybody could see it. He had to find a way to conceal his cultivation level. But he had to first think of a way to earn 1,000 spirit stones first. No matter how depressing it was, he had to fulfill the amount of compensation he owed to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Otherwise, they might just kill him. It seemed the Cliff of Broken Hearts was unable or unwilling to protect him. He couldn't understand why the Heavenly Joy Pavilion wanted to go to this extent for the sake of an intersect traitor. Was Senior Sister Yun Ruo telling the truth when she said that the master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion thought highly of her? That he coveted her? Jiang Hao didn't think much of it. He didn't find Senior Sister Yun Ruo that beautiful anyway when compared to the woman who had poisoned him. Senior brother and senior sister, let me introduce to you. This is my junior brother, Jiang Hao, who was under the same roof when I was still in the outer sect, said Qi to the two people standing by him. It's rare to meet two outstanding disciples in the same place. The man next to him smiled. My name is Su Feng, and the person next to me is my junior sister, Liang Yu. Senior brother Su, senior sister Liang. It is very nice to meet you. Jiang Hao bowed his head in greeting. By the way, which branch is junior brother from? Liang Yu asked with a smile. Both wanted to befriend Jiang Hao. Such a young cultivator already in the Foundation establishment stage was no less than a genius. The Cliff of Broken Hearts, said Jiang Hao. Su Feng and Liang Yu both looked surprised. The Cliff of Broken Hearts. Junior brother, by any chance, do you know who killed Yun Ruo of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion? Asked Su Feng. The question made Jiang Hao uncomfortable. However, there was no use lying. I did, he said. Now, not only Su Feng and Liang Yu, but also Qi looked shocked. Su Feng and Liang Yu even deliberately put a few steps of distance between him and themselves. After chatting awkwardly for a while, the three of them left. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. By their reactions, it seemed Heavenly Joy Pavilion wasn't something to trifle with. He had never put an effort to build relationships with others in the Devil's Sect, but he had eliminated a traitor that was going to betray the sect. So why was everyone avoiding him? In a corner, Su Feng looked at Qi. You are familiar with junior brother Jiang, it seems. How talented is he? He is above average, said Qi after a thought. Above average? Liang Yu looked surprised. How old is he? 19, I think. 2 years older than me, answered Qi. Above average aptitude, 19 years old. How did he reach the Foundation establishment stage? Su Feng asked curiously. Because he had a fortuitous encounter and his cultivation level soared. I think the Foundation establishment stage should also be related to that fortuitous encounter, said Qi doubtfully. Senior brothers and sisters, do you feel that something is wrong? Su Feng and Liang Yu had concocted a plan. When they looked at Jiang Hao, their eyes showed contempt. Junior brother, it's better not to get too close to him in the future. Su Feng looked in the direction of Jiang Hao. I was curious why the Cliff of Broken Hearts didn't try their best to protect him. Now I know. If he advanced through a fortuitous encounter, it means his path in the future is not easy. In other words, he has no value. After offending the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, there is definitely a disaster waiting for Jiang Hao in the future. So, don't get too close with him. It will make things difficult for the master. Su Feng had wanted to befriend Jiang Hao. Even now, he was in a dilemma. Such a young person in the Foundation establishment stage was a genius. Geniuses were always promising and very useful. But since he had offended the Heavenly Joy Pavilion and advanced only because of a fortuitous encounter, Sufeng no longer wanted to be his friend. In fact, he was even slightly envious. He wasn't even at the Foundation establishment stage. Qiyang looked in the direction of Jiang Hao and remained quiet. Jiang Hao realized that the only missions who paid highly required him to either go outside of the sect or fulfill unrealistic demands. He could only do so much with his current limitations to his strength and other skills. He did discover that alchemy, forging, and talisman making were the most profitable among them. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to do any of those things. How about learning one for the time being, thought Jiang Hao. He knew he had no chance with alchemy and forging. Not only were they difficult to set up, but also required pill formulas and forging techniques which needed spirit stones to buy. Otherwise, with his knowledge about spirit herbs, he could have done it. Talisman making. Maybe I can buy some materials and give it a try. Having made up his mind, Jiang Hao decided to take on a simple mission to earn some spirit stones. Although it did seem far-fetched for him to be able to make talisman making into a lucrative side business, he couldn't afford to waste his time doing nothing. As for the method, he could figure out as he did it. He shouldn't aim too high when starting out. In the end, he accepted a mission of tending to the pure yang flower. 7 days, 20 spirit stones. The pay wasn't that bad, but the requirements were challenging. Fortunately, Jiang Hao had spent several years in the spirit herb garden, so he met the requirements adequately. This task was from the White Moon Lake. There were many geniuses there, and it was under the jurisdiction of the guardian elder. He had never seen this elder before, but that was not so unusual. The high-ranking masters and officials like the guardian elder, peak master, sect master, etc. were rarely seen. I'll buy some talisman-making materials and instruction manuals first. Then I'll go over to take a look, decided Jiang Hao. It's said that the pure yang flower is a holy medicine. I wonder if there's a purple bubble in it. If only the bubbles could produce spirit stones, all his problems would be solved. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. White Moon Lake was located at a higher altitude in the Heavenly Note sect. The spiritual essence was dense. In this place, cultivation speed was faster than any other main bloodlines. It was no wonder that this place produced so many geniuses. But it was equally difficult to get accepted as a disciple in this place. The Cliff of Broken Hearts was different from this place. It was situated lower in status, as well as location. Although the Cliff of Broken Hearts had many promising disciples, they weren't really famous or remarkable. Phew, and I'm finally here. Jiang Hao had bought some talisman-making tools before arriving. If not for the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, he would have never gotten the chance to come here. Before the Heavenly Joy Pavilion got angry at him, he had felt that the Cliff of Broken Hearts was not bad, either. But now, shaking his head, he approached the guard. He explained the purpose of his visit. Looking after the pure yang flower? The fairy guard looked at Jiang Hao carefully. Are you sure you have experience in this field? Yes, of course. I am Jiang Hao, an intersect disciple of the Cliff of Broken Hearts. I've been working in the spirit herb garden of the Cliff of Broken Hearts for a few years now, Jiang Hao said truthfully. Then follow me. The fairy guard led the way. Let me remind you, the pure yang flower is about to bloom, so you need to take care of it very carefully. This is not an easy job. If you don't do it well, you will be punished. The fairy guard kindly reminded him. Thank you for your reminder, senior sister. I understand. Jiang Hao thanked her. This senior sister's eyes were clear. She looked honest. Not at all like senior sister Yun Ruo. She didn't try to befriend him, but she wasn't cold and rude to him either. She just did her job. Sure enough, not everyone in the devil sect was evil. But Jiang Hao could not really take that as an indication of her true personality for obvious reasons. My name is Zhou Chan, said the fairy guard. Since you have accepted the mission, you will need to come up here again after a few days. When you do, just ask for me. I will escort you. She led Jiang Hao to a courtyard. Under the guidance of senior sister Zhou, Jiang Hao got to know the person who took care of the courtyard. Elder Qian Su, a middle-aged, beautiful woman in a green dress, which flowed to the ground with a light blue belt around her waist and donning a muslin jacket, took care of the garden. She looked cold and disdainful. She was also the executive elder of the White Moon Lake. She looks like I owe her something, and she is angry about it, thought Jiang Hao, but didn't dare to say it aloud. As he looked around, he saw a white spirit herb that occupied a large portion of the land. The area around this herb was covered in frost. At the edge of the white frost was a scarlet-red gourd with a scorching aura coming from it. The gourd is filled with lava. What you need to do is to water the lava at the edge of the white frost every hour after noon, 6 times a day, Elder Qiansu explained. It's late today, so you can start tomorrow. Of course. Understood, said Jiang Hao respectfully. After returning to his residence, he looked at his interface. Although it's only by a little, I am happy that it is increasing very quickly, thought Jiang Hao. Maybe it won't take long for me to advance to the middle phase of foundation establishment stage, after all. But where will I find 1,000 spirit stones? I'm going to try making those talismans. The minimum requirement for making talismans was the lowest, and it was also the cheapest, unless he intended to make intermediate or high-grade talismans. He had to try, otherwise coming up with 1,000 spirit stones was impossible. The fastest way to get spirit stones was to refine pills. But the requirements were high, investment was even larger, and it took such a long time. Jiang Hao took out the newly purchased materials and manuals and read through it in his room. There were a total of 12 types of talismans recorded on them. The simplest one was the Divine Walk Talisman, which could speed up the pace of someone's walk. There were also the Heart Cleansing Talisman and the Fire Talisman. These 3 types of talismans were all needed for lifeblood refinement. A foundation establishment cultivator could ride a flying sword, strengthen his mind, and use spells with ease. Therefore, under normal circumstances, these talismans with low effect were not needed. However, these 3 types of talismans were also the most suitable for practice. As for the selling price, if 3 talismans sold even for 1 spirit stone, that would be a miracle. It would probably take a whole lot of them to reach his goal. Relying on these simple talismans wouldn't fetch him enough. He had to think big. He read the part about the divine traversing talisman. Jiang Hao sat cross-legged on the side and calmed his mind. After a long while, his condition reached its peak. Then he picked up the talisman pen, dipped it in cinnabar, and started to make the talisman. Each stroke was evenly and powerfully done, flowing like the clouds and the water. The spiritual essence gradually got imbued on the talisman paper. When the last stroke slowly fell, the talisman flickered and returned to normal. Is it done? Thought Jiang Hao astonished. Is it really this easy to make a talisman? Jiang Hao spent the entire night practicing the divine traversing talisman, the heart cleansing talisman, and the fire talisman. He did not stop until all the materials were used up. A total of 31 talismans. After subtracting the cost of 2 spirit stones it took for the materials, he would profit by 3 spirit stones. Jiang Hao did some calculations. 3 spirit stones a day would mean 90 in a month and 270 spirit stones in 3 months. If I double the number of talismans, that will maybe fetch me 540 spirit stones in 3 months, assuming they even sold. Jiang Hao sighed. If he made more talismans and took on more missions, he might be able to reach the goal of 1,000 spirit stones in 3 months. As long as the Heavenly Joy Pavilion did not come up with something else, he might be able to submit 1,000 spirit stones within his time limit, but he had gotten the price of the talisman right, but there was no market for them. He had been too naive. After putting them on display for a long, long time, he earned 1 spirit stone. That wasn't even enough to cover for the spirit stones he had spent in buying the materials. Jiang Hao could do nothing but sigh. He bought some more materials to try to practice the talismans needed for the foundation establishment stage. After that, he went up to the White Moon Lake. Today was the day he would begin to tend to the pure yang flower. Chapter 11. When he arrived at White Moon Lake, senior sister Zhou led the way to the garden. Jianghao spent half of the day pouring lava at the designated time. He had expected to see some changes, but he realized soon enough that it was just like pouring water, and the changes would be painstakingly slow. The lava just sunk to the soil and alleviated the surrounding frost. But the soil in this place wasn't ordinary either. It absorbed the lava. Jianghao repeated the same thing day after day. He made talismans at nights and went to the spirit herb garden in the morning. He then tried to sell the talismans in a market and headed up to the White Moon Lake to tend to the pure yang flower at noon. This had become his routine. One good thing that came out of it was that he found blue bubbles every day after he had started tending to the pure yang flower. And he found mostly white and green bubbles at the spirit herb garden. He gained a lot more than before. His lifeblood and cultivation were increasing steadily. If he continued tending to the pure yang flower, he might advance to the middle phase of the foundation establishment in less than a month. But he seriously needed to find a way to hide his cultivation. During the period he took care of the pure yang flower, he frequently appraised it to make sure that nothing was wrong with it. The answer was usually the same. Usually, when he got the second appraisal answer, he poured a little extra lava. He hoped it would be enough. After that, he regretted doing it because if something went wrong, it would be his fault. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. But making talismans wasn't going that smoothly. Basic talismans were useless, so he began to make more complicated ones which would help the foundation establishment cultivators like the spirit concentration talisman, but it took him almost 2 days to finish just one talisman. The effect would be average, and they were worth 5 spirit stones. However, it was not enough. Besides the spirit concentration talisman, there was also the fire talisman. Its power couldn't be compared to foundation establishment, but it was still not that bad. Each talisman cost 3 spirit stones. Unfortunately, it was as difficult and time-consuming to make as the spirit concentration talisman. The third type of talisman was the divine sword talisman. It sounded powerful, but in fact, it did nothing more than to make your sword fly faster if you were throwing it. It was also 5 spirit stones per talisman. It was difficult to make. Fortunately, there was still a lot of time. As long as the success rate could be increased, it would be a sure win for him. But he had no time to cultivate. Everything depended on cultivation. If he cultivated for only a short period of time every day, then the effect of it would not be so great. Besides, more cultivation meant more talent. So only those with good cultivation and good talent could refine pills and make talismans. For someone with insufficient cultivation, it wasn't safe to refine pills. Junior brother Jiang, you are so punctual. You arrive at the same time every day. Zhou Chan smiled at him. Haha, I dare not neglect my duties, said Jianghao, smiling back. After his frequent visits, senior sister Zhou had begun to befriend him. Be careful. Elder Qiansu is in a very bad mood. Tomorrow is the last day. Don't let anything go wrong. Zhou Chan kindly reminded him as she led him to the garden. Jianghao nodded. Thank you for the warning, senior sister. The reminder might not mean much to her, but it was indispensable to Jianghao. Knowing how the elder was feeling gave him an idea on how best to approach her. After informing Elder Qian Su about his arrival, he walked to the courtyard where the pure yang flower was. When he reached, he was stunned. Every day it had given him blue bubbles, but today there were none. Instead, a single purple bubble floated at the edge of the pure yang flower. It's actually purple. That's strange, he thought. Jianghao had tended to the spirit herb garden for so long. He had never seen a purple flower appear midway. It was either at the beginning or the end of maturity that the purple bubble usually surfaced. At the beginning or the end. Jianghao hurriedly activated his daily appraisal divine ability. The pure yang flower was different from other spirit herbs. When it was fully matured, it needed to be plucked. Otherwise, it would wither fast and then regrow. It would take longer for it to mature again. He did not understand why it had matured so fast, but he did not dare delay. He took the purple bubble, which fused into his body. He hurried off to get Elder Qiansu. Along the way, he checked his interface. After taking the purple bubble, he quickly went to see Elder Qiansu. Finally, Another divine ability. He was ecstatic. Restraining himself from checking the ability at once, he ran to the courtyard. Junior Jiang Hao, he announced his name. I have something to report. Creak. The door opened and a displeased elder, Qian Su, appeared. What is it? She asked. She was really in a bad mood. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. If the matter wasn't important, he would never have crossed Elder Qian Su when her mood was this grumpy. He bowed his head. Today, when I reached to tend to the pure yang flower, I noticed that something was strange. It seemed to have matured. Before he could even finish his words, Elder Qian Su disappeared from the door and made her way to the pure yang flower. Jiang Hao followed. Elder Qian Su plucked the pure yang flower. Jiang Hao sighed in relief. He was so glad that the mission had ended without anything going wrong. The harvest was obviously greater than expected, seeing how Elder Qian Su looked very pleased. 20 spirit stones were a decent among, but the real deal had been the divine ability fragment. This mission had indeed been profitable for him. You do have some ability. Elder Qian Su put away the pure yang flower and looked at Jiang Hao. It was nothing. I still rely on Elder Qian Su's guidance, said Jiang Hao humbly. There's no doubt about your ability. Let's go. I'll take you to meet the owner of this flower. Remember to be smart and respectful. You might be able to gain something from this, said Elder Qian Su. Am I going to meet the guardian elder? Wondered Jiang Hao. He had never seen one before, and that made him very nervous. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Jiang Hao followed behind Elder Qian Su to the White Moon Lake. He glanced at the calm surface of the lake and discovered that the spiritual energy here was very dense. If he cultivated here, he would definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The Cliff of Broken Hearts was very different from here. After a short while, they arrived at a pavilion by the lake. It gave him a strange, unreal feeling, as though this place wasn't tangible. It felt like a fairyland on earth. Come in, said a voice from the inside. It sounded gentle but dignified. When they did as they were told, Jiang Hao saw a beautiful woman in white, her hair tied up in a simple but elegant bun. She sat at the pavilion looking regal and powerful. Her powerful aura shocked Jiang Hao. Elder Qian Su cleared her throat. Jiang Hao was brought back to the present. He hurriedly bowed his head in respect. Junior Jiang Hao pays his respects to you, Elder, he said reverently. Elder Qian Su took the pure yang flower and handed it to the beautiful woman. She explained the whole situation to her. Is that so? Asked Baiji, smiling at Jiang Hao. It seems that you are quite capable. Coincidentally, I have another matter that I need you to do. If you do it well, there will naturally be rewards. Empty promises, thought Jiang Hao. If it's not done well, you should already know what you will face, Baiji said with a smile. Of course, Elder. Jiang Hao nodded. He felt helpless. He had done 2 meritorious deeds, and yet he was threatened for it. The devil sect was always so unreasonable. Jiang Hao walked out of the pavilion with a seed in his hand. Senior Sister Zhou Chan escorted him out of the White Moon Lake. The identity of the elder he had just met eluded him. He asked Senior Sister Zhou Chan who the elder was. She explained to him that she was one of the 4 great guardian elders, Elder Baiji, the acting sect master of the Heavenly Notes sect and the Devil sect. She had absolute power over life and death. Jiang Hao stared at her in disbelief. So, the elder who was the acting sect master had just met him? What did he have such luck? But Jiang Hao was happy with the mission he had completed. Elder Qian Su had given him 40 spirit stones instead of 20. However, he found it confusing that someone as great as the acting sect master had handed him a seed. She had asked him to plant it and tend to it. She hadn't even mentioned anything to take note of or what kind of results she expected. He was given no rules and no guidelines. That was unusual. There should obviously be so many people who are more capable and powerful than me, thought Jiang Hao. So, why did the sect master choose me to plant this particular seed? There must be some other reason. Jiang Hao was filled with doubts. He wanted to appraise the seed to find out what it actually was. But his daily appraisal ability could be used only once a day. He would have to wait until tomorrow. He also realized that his heart had been as calm as still water, even when he saw the beautiful elder Baiji. That worried him. He wasn't happy that the poison pill was still affecting his body. As for the one who had poisoned him, it was better if he didn't have to see her ever. It was dangerous. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao returned to his house. After meditating for a while, he opened the interface. His lifeblood and cultivation had both increased by quite a bit, and he was now closer to reaching a 100. The most important thing was the last line. When the divine ability bar was full, he could obtain it. After observing his surroundings and making sure it was safe, Jiang Hao chose to obtain it. In the blink of an eye, the divine ability went from 3 to 0. A ray of light appeared in his body. Something was forming within. There was no pain. Instead, there was a feeling of comfort, peace, and tranquility. Jiang Hao knew that this was the effect of divine ability. When he had obtained daily appraisal ability, it had felt different than this. A moment later, the light disappeared, and the feeling of comfort faded away. When he observed his interface, he found that another ability had been added. Clear and pure heart. Jiang Hao could sense the existence of the divine ability within him, but he didn't know how it functioned yet. Let's give it a try, he said to himself. He activated his new divine ability. Immediately, it felt like a bucket of ice water was running through his body. His entire body felt so cold, he thought he might freeze to death. The coldness went to the depths of his mind. A certain clarity speared in his consciousness, as if the filth in his mind had been completely removed. His mind felt transcendent. Jiang Hao was surprised, but the clarity also gave him comfort. When he looked around, everything was clear. He could observe minute details on things, as though he was looking at them from a fresh perspective. He took out the talisman manual. When he read through it, he came upon a new understanding. He stood in front of his table. He picked up the talisman pen, dipped it in cinnabar, and started to create talismans. This process surprised Jiang Hao, and even made him feel extremely comfortable. The pen flowed like clouds and fresh spring water. He felt as if he could do anything he wanted to. Every stroke he drew seemed as though it came from the will of God. Jiang Hao completed the last stroke. After a flash of light, he regained his calm. The talisman was complete. This divine ability came just in time. Jiang Hao put down the talisman pen and grinned. He stayed up to make talismans again. This time he made 2 spirit concentration talismans, 2 divine sword talismans, and 1 fire talisman. Excluding the cost, he could still earn more than 10 spirit stones. This was only the beginning, and the success rate would only get higher and higher. If things went well, he might be able to gather 1,000 spirit stones in less than 2 months. It's good, but it is a little tiring. Jiang Hao sat on his balcony, watching the rising sun. He took out the seed from his pocket. He could use his daily appraisal today. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Oh my God! Elder Baiji gave me a bomb, exclaimed Jiang Hao. He looked at the seed in his hand in shock. Cold sweat dripped down his back. He had appraised the seed, and the result was. Jiang Hao remembered the name of this flower. He had seen it once before. He had seen it in the appraisal result of senior sister Yunruo. It was the reason why she had come to the Heavenly Notes sect as a traitor, which meant that if there are other spies and traitors, they would be looking for this seed. Now that the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower is in my hands, is everyone already targeting me? Thought Jiang Hao nervously. If it sprouts within 7 days, I must be always vigilant of my surroundings. What if I just don't plant it? Could I withstand Elder Baiji's anger? Jiang Hao felt like a fish out of water. He heaved a weary sigh. He felt helpless. He had only sought to get stronger and raise money to pay his compensation and be out of any danger, but this. The Devil Sect is really not a place where peaceful people can stay, he thought, shaking his head. He walked out to his small garden and found a place to plant the seed. He looked at his makeshift wooden fence and wished he could build a fence of stones so no one would be able to see the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower. He planted the seed, filled a bowl, and watered it. I need to tread carefully. If I really can't do it, I must find a chance to escape. Jiang Hao left his house and headed to the spirit herb garden. He collected the bubbles which had spawned. There were 2 blue air bubbles. As time passed, Jiang Hao felt that his strength had increased. If he planted, tended, and harvested in the same manner every day, he wondered how much his strength and spirit would increase. Right now, he was better than those who were at the same rank. At noon, Jiang Hao went to the market and put up his stall. This time he was lucky. All 5 of his talismans were sold. He earned a total of 21 spirit stones. The profit was 11 spirit stones. It was the same person from before who bought the talisman, so he had given some discount. "How many fire talismans do you have left?" asked the person who had bought all his talismans. She was a senior sister in the middle phase of the foundation establishment stage. She looked very fierce. "How many do you want, senior sister?" Jiang Hao asked. 50 talismans, within 3 days, Lung Tian said. Jiang Hao shook his head regretfully. "I'm sorry, I don't think I can make that many." Even if he went at it the whole night, he would only be able to make 10 at most. Making talismans consumed spiritual energy, especially if used along with the divine ability that he had obtained. "Then within 3 days, I will take as many as you can make," said senior sister Lung Tian, as she gave him 10 spirit stones. "I'll try my best." Jiang Hao nodded. Although other talismans were more profitable, being able to sell any one of the talismans made a huge difference. He was curious, but he couldn't possibly ask why she needed so many fire talismans in such short notice. Jiang Hao began to make talismans one after the other the next day. He did not have any afternoon missions, so he used all his time in making as many talismans as he could. His success rate wasn't very good. On the first day, he tried 15 times a day and only succeeded 8 times. On the second day, he succeeded 9 times, 10 times on the third day. He could only make a total of 27 fire talismans by the third day. He obtained 81 spirit stones. It had cost him 45 spirit stones, so he made a profit of 36 spirit stones. He now had almost 250 spirit stones in total. In less than 2 weeks, he had earned nearly 100 spirit stones. He had never dared to think it was possible before. For days passed, and he sold his talismans. He could rarely sell them all in a day, but the profit he made was almost around 10 spirit stones a day. His savings had reached around 300 spirit stones, and it had only been half a month. If nothing unexpected happened, and he continued to do what he did, he could reach a total of 1,000 spirit stones without any problem. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. In the courtyard, Jiang Hao made a makeshift fence that obscured the seed he had planted from unwelcome sight. At night, he continued to make talismans. He was about to finish one last stroke when a strange phenomenon occurred. An invisible spiritual energy swept across from the courtyard and into his room and burned the talismans on spot. It was so surprising, especially since the source of the energy was in the courtyard. It's been 7 days. Has the heavenly fragrance Tao flower sprouted? He wondered. Jiang Hao had always checked it, but he never thought something strange as this might happen. He went to the balcony and saw an invisible wave sweeping through the courtyard like the wind. Fortunately, the impact did not extend beyond the courtyard, or else it would have been fatal. He knew that traders might already be targeting the flower. The wave did not last long. He saw a small bud emerge from the soil and gently sway in the wind. When the heavenly fragrance Tao flower in the next moment, the spiritual energy wave fluctuation disappeared, and a purple gold bubble appeared floating on top of it. Jiang Hao had never seen such a bubble before. Purple gold. What could it be, he wondered. Jiang Hao was a little excited. He jumped down from his balcony and approached the heavenly fragrance Tao flower, just as the sky slightly brightened with the rising sun. The purple gold bubble flew up and fused into his body. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Purple Gold Legend. Jiang Hao looked at the interface in surprise. This was the first time he had seen a bubble without a clear name. He looked at his surroundings and then glanced at the tender shoots. Other than 2 small delicate leaves, he found nothing unusual. The sun had already risen, and his surroundings were quiet. After making sure no one had noticed him, he went to his room and opened his interface. It is a little unusual that it can be obtained directly, thought Jiang Hao. He washed his hands. Purple gold was the highest grade color he had seen so far. He hoped it was a good item. Jiang Hao chose to obtain it. A purple gold light flashed, and Jiang Hao felt a mysterious article engrave itself in his mind. He saw the brightest 4 words in the article: Hong Meng Heart Sutra. Hong Meng Heart Sutra was one of the innate scriptures of the absolute beginning. Purple lifeblood enveloped heaven and earth, giving birth to all things. This was what Jiang Hao saw in the Heart Sutra. He pondered about it for a long time. He understood that this was a cultivation technique. The primordial chaos Heart Sutra, the absolute beginning technique. After cultivating it, it would give birth to the primordial purple lifeblood, concealing the inner breath. So, I have a powerful cultivation technique and a hidden technique, thought Jiang Hao in joy. He went back outside to look at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Opportunities came with risks. However, as long as he was given time, this risk should be greatly reduced. It was close to noon. Jiang Hao left the courtyard and headed to the spirit herb garden as a part of his daily routine. He tried to finish his chore as soon as possible and return to his house. After making sure that the heavenly fragrance Dao flower was all right, he began to cultivate. He wanted to use the Hong Meng Heart Sutra. All his powers were covered with a wisp of purple lifeblood, but still displayed through the heavenly sound 100 revolutions. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration for the Hong Meng Heart Sutra. In one night, Jiang Hao had successfully switched to the Hong Meng Heart Sutra. Even with the same cultivation level, he felt that his strength had drastically increased. If he were to deal with senior sister Yin Ruo again, he might be able to handle the situation with much more ease. The powerful strength made Jiang Hao happy. The effect of the purple mist made him eager to accumulate 100 cultivation levels and then continue to advance further. Jiang Hao went outside to the courtyard early in the morning. He found that there was a faint, refreshing fragrance in the courtyard, which came from the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. What made him even more happy was that there were 2 blue bubbles on the edge of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Jiang Hao was ecstatic. Without the pure yang flower to compensate anymore, the speed of his cultivation bases had slowed considerably. Now that he had the heavenly fragrance Dao flower to replenish from, he could quickly accumulate 100 cultivation bases. He hesitated. He wasn't sure how to nurture it from now on. He used his daily appraisal. There are some changes in the appraisal result, but it still needs 1 bowl of water, thought Jiang Hao. He took a bowl and filled it and then watered the plant. He went inside his house. He needed to work hard to earn the 1,000 spirit stones from today. He was about to venture out again when he received an unexpected guest at his door. Law Enforcement Hall's Lu Xingchen. Why is he here again? Many things went through Jiang Hao's mind as he tried to figure out his guest's motive. If he had the chance, he would definitely take the heavenly fragrance Dao flower with him. Junior brother Jiang, there's something I need to tell you. Lu Xingchen looked at Jiang Hao expressionlessly. Senior brother, please do, Jiang Hao said politely. This person was an expert in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Jiang Hao knew he had no chance of winning against him. Can we talk inside? Asked Lu Xingchen, pointing at his courtyard. He walked briskly to the courtyard without waiting for Jiang Hao's approval. Anyway, Jiang Hao hesitated, then followed. However, he was prepared to run, if need be. If Lu Xingchen had come for the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, he wouldn't be able to stop him. It seems that junior brother likes to plant some spirit herbs. Lu Xingchen looked around. Jiang Hao looked around the courtyard, but he didn't say anything. After a moment, Lu Xingchen looked at Jiang Hao. Junior brother, do you know why you have to pay 1,000 spirit stones? Because I have offended the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, said Jiang Hao cautiously. Why do you think the Heavenly Joy Pavilion values an inner sect disciple so much? Lu Xingchen asked again. What did he want? Thought Jiang Hao. He didn't understand why he was being interrogated now. Because the seniors of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion thought highly of senior sister Yunru, he said. Yes, but that's not all. Lu Xingchen looked around. After making sure that there was no one around, he said, because the cultivation technique that the pavilion master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion uses requires a person with a naturally charming body to act as a vessel for a certain period of time to help him break through the bottleneck. He has reached his bottleneck. And coincidentally, such a person came along. When we found out that Yun Ruo was a traitor, we went to inform the master. When she realized that we knew about her, she came to find you. We wanted to capture her alive, but you killed her. How do you think the master of Heavenly Joy Pavilion felt about it? Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Jiang Hao was quiet. So, senior sister Yin Ruo was actually telling the truth. If he had known earlier, he didn't know what he could have done anyway. If he had hesitated even a second, she would have killed him. Therefore, he had no regrets. You might not believe me if I tell you. Lu Xingchen paused. Asking you for 1,000 spirit stones is not because we are targeting you or anything like that. On the contrary, it is to help you. We did it to restrain that person from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion from attacking you. As long as you have compensated, he won't be able to do anything to you. But you should be careful. The Cliff of Broken Hearts might protect you, but you need to get stronger. As for not letting you leave, it is also to protect you from the people in Yun Ruo's sect. Some of them were infatuated with her. He is not weak. Rumor has it that he could have safely taken her back if not for her special role. Now that she is dead, you're already a target of the people from Sunset's sect. Your situation is worrisome. Jiang Hao was speechless. So, they weren't bullying him but looking out for him? Regardless of whether it was the truth or not, he couldn't really refuse. IT was the devil's sect, after all. It wasn't difficult for the pavilion master to target an inner sect disciple. Thank you for informing me, senior brother, Jiang Hao said gratefully. Then be careful, junior brother. If there's any news of the other traders, you can inform me. Lu Xingchen waved at him and left. There was no one else in the courtyard. Jiang Hao glanced at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. He understood that this senior brother had an ulterior motive. It was hard to believe he would pay a nice visit to Jiang Hao just to explain the situation out of the goodness of his heart. Did he not recognize me? Or is he waiting for an opportunity? Jiang Hao was puzzled. He picked the air bubbles. He saw even more people than usual in the Cliff of Broken Hearts Spirit Her Garden. There were some executive elders and other inner sect disciples whom he had never seen before in his life. Jiang Hao did not pay much attention to them and went about with his daily routine until a senior sister kept asking him about some spirit herbs. That was not a good sign. As expected, after a week, the same senior sister arrived at his place, saying that she wanted a certain spirit herb and perhaps he would be able to help her. Junior brother doesn't have any guests, right? Otherwise, I'll go back. Fairy Ming, he poked her head into the courtyard. No, senior sister thinks too highly of me. I don't really know much about spirit herbs. Jiang Hao was telling the truth. He had focused all his attention to making talismans that he had not had any time to increase his knowledge on spirit herbs. Fortunately, his progress in making talismans was great. His success rate had reached 90%. Now he could start making talismans which were stronger and difficult. Within a week, he had also earned 150 spirit stones. Now, he had 450 spirit stones. That was almost half of the compensation he owed. There were still 2 months left. This senior sister in front of him was from the misty cloud peak. She had been in seclusion for many years and only just came out of it. So, she didn't know many people. That was why she had come over to ask. As if Jiang Hao didn't believe her at all. He activated his daily appraisal ability. In the blink of an eye, he received the result. When he saw her cultivation, Jiang Hao could only lower his head and go along with what she said. All these spies were Golden Core Realm cultivators. They were either true disciples or saintesses. There was one thing that surprised Jiang Hao. The reason for the rise of the Heavenly Note sect was in his courtyard. Was it the heavenly fragrance Dao flower? Wasn't this the thing that represented the sect master? Jiang Hao was puzzled. He wanted to look through the sect's ancient records. However, for him to plant such an important thing, it was obviously suspicious. His situation was indeed worrisome. Fairy Ming, it didn't stay for long. She passed the spirit herb to Jiang Hao to check. It was indeed a remarkable spirit herb, but Jiang Hao didn't recognize it. Fairy Ming, he didn't mind. She thanked him for his time and left. Jiang Hao continued with his usual routine. A month later, Jiang Hao counted his spirit stones with joy. 926. Soon, I will have 1,000. He had been making talismans for more than a year to earn spirit stones. He wanted to make more of the higher-level talismans, but the success rate was low, so he only made them occasionally. He realized that he could continue making more talismans and save spirit stones for the future. Jiang Hao looked at his interface again. The purple gold legend was gone, and his cultivation method had added Hong Meng Heart Sutra. The most remarkable thing was that his lifeblood and cultivation were full, all thanks to the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. In addition, there were so many bubbles every time the spirit herbs were ripe now. He had waited for this day for a long time. With the Hong Meng purple mist shielding his cultivation, he was no longer worried about advancing too quickly. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao began to extract his lifeblood and cultivation. Then, he began to circulate the Hong Meng Heart Sutra. Theoretically, he could break through to the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage in one fell swoop. His lifeblood and spiritual energy surged. The purple clouds circulated within his body, and he began to absorb and refine his spiritual energy and lifeblood. The purple clouds began to expand and moved to his energy center. Jiang Hao's cultivation was advancing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! The bottleneck between the early and middle stages of the foundation establishment stage was crushed by the purple lifeblood, and he successfully entered the middle phase of the foundation establishment stage. It's done. Jiang Hao was delighted. The feeling of his new achievement comforted him. After calming himself, he looked outside and saw that it was getting late. He needed to water the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. But when he stepped outside in the courtyard, he saw that there was a woman standing there. She was dressed all in red, and the sunlight made her look dazzling. She was extremely beautiful as always. It's her. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. When he saw her, Jiang Hao's heart, which had remained so calm in the face of everything, pounded hard against his chest. He hadn't wanted to see this woman, but suddenly his heart and mind had returned to normal. It meant that she had the Yinggu, the antidote to his goo poison. This woman was the one he had spent the night with. Her beauty surpassed all. 1 point is too long, 1 point is too short, 1 point is too white, and 1 point is too red. Her eyebrows are like green feathers, and her muscles are like white snow. Her waist is like a ribbon, and her teeth are like shells. When he saw her so suddenly, that was all he could remember. "It seems you don't remember me," said Hing Yuya. She looked directly at Jiang Hao, who stood frozen at the door of his house. Her eyes were razor-sharp, and her expression was ice-cold. "I don't dare forget," said Jiang Hao, bowing respectfully. "Senior, your arrival is a great honor. I'm just surprised. Middle stage of foundation establishment. It seems like your advancement is very smooth." Hong Ye casually revealed the secret he had tried so hard to hide. Jiang Hao panicked. He had been at the 9th level of lifeblood refinement realm when he had met her. In just 3 months from that time, he had reached the middle phase of the foundation establishment stage. If she investigated him, he was a goner. But how did she find out with the purple mist concealing it? Wondered Jiang Hao. "Are you very confused?" Hong Yuye scornfully. "Your cultivation can be concealed, of course, but your body is honest. It doesn't hide anything. The speed of circulation of your power, the strength of your breathing, and the extension of your spirit tells me everything. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you have advanced to the middle phase of the foundation establishment stage recently. Your spirit is stronger than others, but there are still limitations. If you combine everything together, it's easy to know which stage you are in. Also, You advance right under my nose. Do you think I am blind? Jiang Hao was speechless. Hiding one's cultivation was harder than he thought. It seemed he was still lacking in knowledge. He needed to research more on it. He was more worried about the purpose of this visit, since she had been standing near the heavenly fragrance Tao flower all this time. It worried him. Fortunately, she didn't have anything more to say to him, but she appeared interested in the heavenly fragrance Tao flower. That wasn't good. Senior, is there any reason for this visit? Jiang Hao asked cautiously. Hong Ye looked at the heavenly fragrance Tao flower upon hearing his question. Did you plant this? Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. How did you plant it? Asked Hang Ye. I watered it with a bowl of water every day, answered Jiang Hao truthfully. Hong Ye looked at him in disbelief. That's it. Yes, said Jiang Hao. Although it seemed unbelievable, he was actually telling the truth. Hong Ye crouched down and touched the tender buds. The plant is quite fragrant. When it matures, I will take it with me. Do you have any objections? Senior, I can't. Before he could even complete his words, the woman raised her head and snorted. Not yet. Anyway, he said fearfully. A powerful force swept across the courtyard and pushed him back. He almost lost his balance. I have no objections, he cried. He was terrified and surprised. Terrified because this woman was extremely strong, and surprised because the force had been so strong and yet it hadn't caused him much harm. He realized that the woman did not really mean to kill him. How strong is she? Wondered Jiang Hao in shock and admiration. Hong Yuya stopped her attack. She looked back at the heavenly fragrance Tao flower. This flower is mine now. Do not forget. Take care of it for me. Of course. When do you want to take it with you, Senior? Asked Jiang Hao. When it blooms and bears fruit, Hong Yuya said calmly. Her voice, when it wasn't angry or cold, was actually pleasant to hear. It was like a light spring breeze. Unfortunately, she was a thief who had threatened him and would take the heavenly fragrance Tao flower away. For now, her answer made him relieved. It was unknown when the heavenly fragrance Tao flower would mature, so he had enough time to figure something out. He wouldn't have to worry about being punished for losing the flower for the time being. Elder Baiji's intention had been to fish out the traitors. Had Elder Baiji intended to use the flower as bait to fish out this woman out of other traitors? He wondered. Her beauty and power were incomparable. Perhaps the Heavenly Note sect was looking for her. He did not dare say anything. He could only pretend to be okay with what she wanted. Hong Ye stood up and went into the house. Jiang Hao could only stand by and wait for instructions. I won't let you work for nothing, she said, as a piece of paper magically appeared on the table. This is a formation map. There are no minimum requirements. Just follow the arrangements on it, and it will help you block the dissipation of spiritual energy. With that flower and this, you can raise a lot of spiritual energy to benefit your cultivation. Jiang Hao was somewhat tempted. He had wanted to do this as soon as possible. It seemed he was attracting more trouble than it was worth. As for the other traders, he wondered why they didn't make a move. Jiang Hao suddenly remembered that he had an ability that could answer all his questions. If he appraised the person in front of him, he might be able to make sense of the situation. But he was scared. He didn't know who this woman was, but he knew how strong she was. He didn't want to be discovered. He hesitated for a while and then risked it. At least, he would have some answers. He activated his ability and received the result instantly. But he was stunned. Do you have any questions? Hong Yuye asked coldly. No, Senior, said Jiang Hao quickly, hiding his surprise. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. He hadn't been able to appraise her, and he was glad he wasn't discovered. He heaved a sigh of relief. But he was curious. How is it that his daily appraisal had failed? It had never failed before. Is it because her cultivation is too high? Or something else? He wondered. Maybe I can try again in the future. It seems to me that you really want to hide your cultivation, said Hong Yuye. I just don't want to attract too much attention. The flower in the courtyard is not ordinary, and they can easily bring trouble. Jiang Hao didn't lie. His cultivation had advanced too quickly, especially because of the heavenly fragrance Tao flower. His advancement progressed at a drastic speed. If he didn't conceal his cultivation, he would be a target for countless others. If those were the Golden Core realm, he wouldn't be able to fight them. He would be dead. Then this is for you. Hong Yuye placed a book on the table. If the flower is not well nourished, you know the consequences? Yes, senior, nodded Jiang Hao. He glanced at the book on the table. There was no title on the cover, so it might not be an ordinary cultivation manual. Hong Yuye got up and walked out. When she reached the door of the house, she turned back to him. Her gaze was unwavering and severe. It made him tremble in fear. Senior, are there any more orders for me? He asked because he couldn't take her gaze anymore. She looked so terrifying that he couldn't even look at her directly. This was how a powerful cultivator looked like. A single glance could invoke fear. About me, I would never say anything about Senior, even if it means death, said Jiang Hao immediately. You would do better to remember it, said Hong Yuye and left. I will come here often to check on the growth of the flower. If anything happens to it, you have to bear my wrath. Jiang Hao stood there, rooted to the spot. The woman had left. He did not move until he was sure she was truly gone. He then heaved a great sigh of relief. Her gaze had almost paralyzed him. But his heart had pounded. It had become so restless. Now that she was gone, it was calm and still once again. The experience was not very pleasant, to say the least. Jiang Hao looked at the book on the table and picked it up. He flipped through it. It was an introduction to spiritual energy, spirit, body, and breathing. It was very detailed. It was handwritten. The handwriting was very beautiful, too. Jiang Hao began to read every word carefully. The books laid out guidelines to regulate breathing, spiritual extension, and power control. If he practiced this every day, he could hide his cultivation perfectly. He could even infer the realm of others from their breathing, their flow of lifeblood, their display of power, and their spiritual extension. Not only that, as long as he mastered these things, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort for cultivation. This book can be considered a top-tier cultivation technique. It's a treasure. It seems that this woman is determined to get the heavenly fragrance Tao flower. The heavenly fragrance Tao flower was given to him by Elder Baiji. He had wanted to meet her again and request her to take it back. But now he wasn't so sure. The woman who wanted the flower was too powerful, and he didn't dare refuse her. He only hoped that the heavenly fragrance Tao flower matured a little later so she could figure out another way. He hoped that Elder Baiji didn't want it back. The traders hadn't made a move yet, so he couldn't be sure what Elder Baiji wanted. He picked up the formation map and looked at it. This was much easier. It would cost him 100 spirit stones or so. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about spirit stones any longer. He had enough. There was another month left. He could earn a little more. It was already close to noon. Jiang Hao hurried to the spirit herb garden. It was the same. He saw some people there, but they all avoided him after word had gotten out that he had offended the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. They were afraid that if they befriended him, then the people of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion would hold them guilt by association. It made Jiang Hao realize that the Cliff of Broken Hearts didn't have as much prestige and privilege as the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. If anyone approached him at this time, they would either be a spy or a traitor who had nothing to fear. The big fish has taken a bait. I hope Elder Baiji doesn't take too much time to respond. It was impossible to understand who was stronger. He thought that the woman in red was definitely stronger than everyone, even Elder Baiji. But he didn't yet know how strong Elder Baiji was. All he knew with any certainty was that both were stronger than him, and he absolutely could not afford to provoke either of them. Jiang Hao brushed off these thoughts for now and focused on tending to the spirit herb garden. All the bubbles merged into his body. He didn't receive cultivation and lifeblood, but he didn't care. After reading that book, he realized that he was more sensitive to strength and spirit, and he could already feel the improvement in his body. The next few days, he did not rush to sell his talismans. Instead, he read the book diligently. He had to first understand this book thoroughly before he could travel. Otherwise, if he met an expert who understood comprehensive examination, his cultivation level would be exposed. He activated the clear and pure heart ability, which drastically helped him understand and absorb the knowledge in the book. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. It had been almost half a month since he had obtained the nameless manual. Jiang Hao had read it diligently and now had a rough grasp on how to hide his cultivation. As far as anyone knew, he was an early foundation establishment stage cultivator. He could continue to improve himself, and the purple lifeblood would conceal his cultivation from others. In the room, Jiang Hao exhaled in relief. He then opened his interface to check his status. It doesn't show the cultivation method. It seems to be a special technique, he noticed. Advancing to the early stage and the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage seemed to take a similar amount of lifeblood and cultivation. I wonder if I can advance in one go in the future. Jiang Hao could only try it again next time, perhaps in about 2 or 3 months. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to advance quickly to the late stage of foundation establishment. The deadline for the compensation is almost near. I have to earn more spirit stones. Now that he could completely conceal his cultivation, there was no need to worry. He was curious if he could deceive that woman if she visited again. He wanted to see if she could find out his cultivation level once he advanced. For the first time, he was looking forward to her visit. Of course, she was extremely strong and also a bit strange. He had to be careful with her. It would be best if he didn't meet her. Jiang Hao walked to the spirit herb garden to find some bubbles. He took the bubbles and lamented that he had never seen intelligence as a reward from these bubbles. Otherwise, he could come up with new ways to make himself stronger quickly. He could even find a way to get out of his current predicament. Fortunately, although the increase in spirit and strength was insignificant, he could still clearly feel the change. His spirit and strength could only be enough to shake those in the Golden Core realm in 100 years. At noon, he left the spirit herb garden and went to the market. There were many people there, as usual. He saw Qi Yang along the way. He went up to him to greet him, but the senior brother near him pulled Qi Yang away. Jiang Hao did not chase after Qi Yang. When Qi Yang caught his eyes, he lowered his head as if he was ashamed. Jiang Hao understood. If he went and greeted Qi Yang, he would be dragging his friend down. The people from Heavenly Joy Pavilion already had their eyes on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao went to his spot and put up his stall. Most of the talismans he had today were the fire talismans, the spirit concentration talismans, and the divine sword talismans. He once thought of producing 10,000 sword talisman, but the cost was too high, and it took a lot of time, so he sought stability. Presently, he was still short of about 150 spirit stones. Each talisman was worth 5 spirit stones, so he needed to sell at least 30 of them. So far, he had around 50 talismans for sale. He put a dozen of them on display. If he put too many on display, they would not sell for more. After I fulfill my compensation, I'll make 10,000 sword talisman, thought Jiang Hao. After paying the 1,000 spirit stones he owed the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, he would be freer. Junior brother, how nice to see you again, Fairy Lung Tian said with a smile. I've been holding back from buying talismans from other stalls. I was looking for you. Hello, senior sister. It's good to see you again, too. Do you need more of the fire talismans? Asked Jiang Hao. He remembered she had ordered so many fire talismans before. Fairy Lung Tian shook her head. I don't want them for now. But do you have the 10,000 sword talisman? Not at the moment, said Jiang Hao. It's difficult to make. Then I'll take the godly sword talisman and each of the other talismans you have, said Fairy Lung Tian. 5 talismans for a total of 25 spiritual stones. You can have them for 22, senior sister, said Jiang Hao, handing out 5 talismans. Thank you. The quality of your talismans is good, and it's easy to talk to you about them, said Fairy Lung Tian honestly as she handed him 22 spirit stones. She always looked so fierce that whenever she smiled, it felt like you were in trouble. After putting those talismans in her bag, Lung Tian looked at him. Junior brother, I heard you offended the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, she whispered in a low voice. She didn't wait for him to respond. Junior brother, you have to be very careful. The people of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion are too greedy and also powerful. Don't leave the sect. It might be dangerous for you. After all, I have no other stalls where I can buy such good talismans. Jiang Hao nodded gratefully. He gave her a few extra divine walking talismans and fire talismans as thanks. She didn't stay for long and left. Not long after, Jiang Hao welcomed another guest. It was a man with a slightly pale face, middle stage of foundation establishment. Jiang Hao, junior brother Jiang? Recently, I have heard some senior brothers and sisters mention that you killed junior sister Yen Ruo, said Miao Qian. Jiang Hao had a bad feeling about this. This person was from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Is he here just by chance, or is he deliberately looking for trouble? Wondered Jiang Hao. What does the senior brother want to say? Asked Jiang Hao politely. Nothing. I'm just here to buy some talismans. How much are these? Asked Miao Qian, pointing at a spirit concentration talisman. That is a spirit concentration talisman. It costs 5 spirit stones. The fire talismans are 3 each, said Jiang Hao. Miao Qian smiled coldly. I want them all. How much is that total? All of them, thought Jiang Hao. He had known it in his heart that today would not go smoothly. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Junior brother, why are you so quiet? Calculate how many spirit stones I need to pay, Miao Qian said with a smile. He took all the talismans that were on display. You really have a lot, don't you? 4 fire talismans and 6 spirit concentration talismans. How much would that be? 1 fire talisman is worth 3 spirit stones, and 1 spirit concentration talisman is worth 5 spirit stones. The total would be 42 spirit stones, but you can have them for 40 spirit stones, senior brother, said Jiang Hao politely. 40 spirit stones? Junior brother is really generous. Miao Qian nodded his head. However, when the time came to pay the spirit stones, he pretended to be surprised. It's really unfortunate that I didn't bring so many spirit stones with me today. How about this? I will bring the spirit stones and pay you tomorrow. Or if you're worried about me not paying, you can follow me to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Jiang Hao lowered his head and sighed inwardly. What was the difference between him committing suicide and willingly walking up to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion? What do you think, junior brother? Why don't you come with me to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion? Said Miao Qian with a smirk. It's all right, senior brother. I will wait for you here tomorrow, he said. Okay. Miao Qian put away the talismans. You must wait here tomorrow. Otherwise, if I don't find you here and pay you, you will say that I was bullying my junior. Of course not, said Jiang Hao. He watched Miao Qian leave. He packed up and left the market. The people around saw and heard everything, but no one wanted to get involved, because something like this was normal. At night, on his way to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, Miao Qian walked with his junior brother with a broad smile. Today's harvest was quite bountiful, he said. I just happened to meet a person who provoked the master and taught him a lesson. Senior brother's luck is really good. I also want to become as strong as you in the future, said the young man. He was still in the 9th level of lifeblood refinement realm. Haha, I'll give you a spirit stone for that, said Miao Qian with a smug look on his face. He had sold all the talismans and earned 30 spirit stones. Are you planning to go tomorrow too, senior brother? Asked the young man. Yes, not only tomorrow, but I'll go every day after that. Miao Qian's voice was low and slightly sinister. I'm going to tell other senior brothers and sisters to go too and make him spit out all the spirit stones he has collected. The junior disciple, still in the lifeblood refinement realm, didn't dare say anything. He knew that his senior brother had secretly adored Yin Ruo and was peeved because of her death. That disciple from the Cliff of Broken Hearts was hated by many people. When the junior disciple saw that Miao Qian didn't look so angry anymore, he wanted to say something. But before he could, he was suddenly hit by something on the back of his head, and he fainted. The sudden movement startled Miao Qian. He immediately turned back. Who is it? He asked. A dagger stabbed into his neck. The sudden attack made him panic. When he pulled away, fresh blood gushed out. Miao Qian held his neck, tried to block the flow of blood. "Senior, there must be some misunderstanding," Miao Qian stammered with difficulty. A long sword pierced his body. There was someone else behind him who had stabbed him with a sword. "Senior, please spare my life," Miao Qian pleaded. Another long sword appeared in front of him and stabbed him. Several swords then pierced him from every direction. The last long spear nailed him to a tree. As Miao Qian bled almost to death, he saw a black shadow approach. It eased his storage bag open. "You why?" The black shadow said softly. "I will take these spirit stones." Miao Qian's pupils contracted. He was angry. He was in the middle foundation establishment stage. How could he die so easily? After confirming that Miao Qian was dead, the black shadow disappeared from the spot. After a long while, the junior disciple still in the lifeblood refinement realm came to his senses. When he saw Miao Qian's dead body, he was so scared that he ran up the mountain in fear. Jiang Hao sat in his house and counted the spirit stones in front of him. He frowned. Only 60. How can a middle foundation establishment stage disciple be so poor? As an inner sect disciple, Jiang Hao had more than 100 spirit stones when he was in his lifeblood refinement realm. This senior brother in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage had only 30 spirit stones. And that too because he had sold the talismans he had cheated Jiang Hao out of. "Forget it. I made a profit today." Jiang Hao shook his head. He had used those spirit swords on purpose. He had deliberately left them there. He had too many of them, after all. There was no need to kill that junior in the lifeblood refinement realm. Everyone had seen what happened today. If the Heavenly Joy Pavilion had already decided to suspend him, one more person wouldn't make a difference. Theoretically, no one would accuse him because his cultivation was low. People only saw that he was in the early stage of foundation establishment stage because his purple lifeblood hid his cultivation level. So it would have been impossible for him to defeat Miao Qian, who was already at the middle stage. However, that theory was useless. It wasn't as though that would matter to Heavenly Joy Pavilion. They already targeted him because of Yin Ruo's death. It all depends on Lu Xingchen. Let's see what he says about this. Jiang Hao realized that as an inner disciple, if Lu Xingchen didn't have any evidence, Jiang Hao could ask for compensation if accused unjustly. As long as Lu Xingchen was biased, nothing would happen to him. He could find out if Lu Xingchen had told him the truth or if he was targeting Jiang Hao. Of course, Jiang Hao was terrified of evidence being found against him. The next morning, when Jiang Hao stepped out of his door, he saw Lu Xingchen standing outside. As expected, he is here, thought Jiang Hao. "Junior brother, we meet again," Lu Xingchen said. "Let's talk inside." Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Lu Xingchen entered his house, and Jiang Hao offered him a seat. When Jiang Hao followed Lu Xingchen in, he didn't see him observing the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. This made him puzzled. Maybe he was pretending so as to not be noticed. "Do you know why I came looking for you this time?" Lu Xingchen sat down. "Ah, it must be because of the matter with the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. I have almost reached the amount of compensation that I owe them," said Jiang Hao. Of course, Jiang Hao knew Lu Xingchen was here because of the matter with Miao Qian. Jiang Hao handed Lu Xingchen a cup of tea. "Yes, but it's not just because of that," said Lu Xingchen, sipping at his tea. "Junior brother, do you know Miao Qian of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion?" "I do. Yesterday, he bought some talismans from me and said that he didn't have enough spirit stones. So, he's paying me today," said Jiang Hao truthfully. "Do you plan to get those spirit stones today?" asked Lu Xingchen, putting down his teacup and staring at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao shook his head sadly. "He did that on purpose, I think. I don't think he will be paying me. He never intended to. If I go to the market today, I am sure he will take more of my talismans and never pay me back. He either tells me to wait or to follow him to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion." "He is dead," said Lu Xingchen. Jiang Hao pretended to be surprised. He was silent for a while. Lu Xingchen didn't speak further. After a while, Jiang Hao broke the silence. "And you are here because they think I did it?" he asked. "Yes," nodded Lu Xingqian. "I went to the market and heard about your little scuffle. He had a grudge against you. But with your strength, you couldn't have fought him, especially since lots of things were left behind. Logically speaking, I don't think you were so extravagant." "What were left behind?" asked Jiang Hao. "A bunch of spirit swords, but the technique is somewhat similar to Junior Brother's. There was a stab wound to the neck." Lu Xingqian looked casual, but in fact, he had been observing Jiang Hao's reaction closely. However, he didn't see anything for the time being. After another period of long silence, Jiang Hao spoke again. "Did someone try to frame me? It's hard to say, but without evidence, the Heavenly Joy Pavilion can't do anything to you. Of course, this also means another thing." Lu Xingqian's expression became serious. He raised his eyebrows and stared at Jiang Hao. Without evidence, Junior Brother's death would be in vain. Hearing this, Jiang Hao broke out in a cold sweat. If he could kill others, then others could kill him too. Jiang Hao just realized the danger of staying here. "Don't worry too much," said Lu Xingqian. "Although we are called the Devil Sect, the management is not lax. Killing fellow disciples is not allowed and rarely happens in a manner that did last night. The law enforcement hall had yet to come across a murderer they can't catch." Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. He was glad that his cultivation level was covered by the purple lifeblood mist. If not for that, he wouldn't have dared to do something like this. "I heard that the punishment for killing a fellow disciple is very severe," Jiang Hao said. Lu Xingqian nodded. "The punishment is for the person to enter the lawless tower. It is the sect's cruelest punishment. After entering it, your cultivation will be absorbed by the tower, and those some barely make it out alive unless you have reached a higher realm of cultivation. If you dare, you can kill others. It might be difficult to understand, but think of it this way. If someone of a golden core realm entered the tower, they would come out weaker than you. At that point, would that be any better than death? His position will be lower, he will be abused, and might be killed if he leaves the sect. What if it's someone from Lifeblood Refinement Realm?" asked Jiang Hao. "Then they will be confiscated of everything and thrown into the mine. Whether they live or die would be up to them," explained Lu Xingqian. "Are the mine managers killing each other?" "I don't care." Jiang Hao nodded. He had heard some things, but he didn't know the specifics. From the looks of it, it was still safer in the sect. If he went out, he would truly die. Here, he needed to be on high alert if anybody wanted to make a move against him. "Junior Brother, as long as you're careful, there won't be too much danger to your life in the sect," said Lu Xingqian. "You're a suspect. Your name has been placed with the list of people I'm paying attention to. The law enforcement hall will dig out the truth at all costs. No matter who did this, they will be punished for it. This is affecting our sect's law enforcement hall. After all." Lu Xingqian raised his teacup and took another sip. "Thank you, Senior Brother," Jiang Hao said gratefully. "Junior Brother is too polite. If it weren't for the greater impact of Yin Ruo's death, Junior Brother wouldn't have been in danger at all. Speaking of which, the deadline is almost up. How is it going?" Saccade Lu Xingqian. "It shouldn't be a problem," Jiang Hao said hurriedly. "That's good. If you trust me, you can come directly to the law enforcement hall and hand the compensation to me. I will pass it on to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion," said Lu Xingqian with a smile. After chatting for a while, Jiang Hao realized that he hadn't been put in an overly difficult position during this period because the Cliff of Broken Hearts had given him quite a bit of face. The Heavenly Joy Pavilion was angry with him, but he didn't want to fall out with the Cliff of Broken Hearts. He could only wait for an opportunity to strike. As Jiang Hao led Lu Xingqian to the door to see him off, he asked something that he was curious about for a long time. "If someone makes a move against me and is found to be a rare genius, will the punishment still be the same?" Geniuses usually had immunity. Lu Xingqian smiled. "That depends on whether Junior Brother is dead or not. If you are killed, you'll have a talk about our pavilion master. It is said that this kind of thing has happened before." The pavilion master, at that time, said, "No matter how talented the victim was, can you have a genius like this?" It shook the law enforcement hall's foundation. Lu Xingqian left. Jiang Hao sighed. The pavilion master was really arrogant. He was worried that he would be caught for the killing. 100 Flowers Lake. Hong Yuye frowned. Beside her, Baiji was terrified to even breathe. Tell me about your recent developments, Hong Yuye said expressionlessly. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. In 100 Flowers Lake, the sun was warm and the breeze was gentle. Petals fell on the still lake surface, causing it to ripple a little. Hong Yuye, dressed in red, sat upright in the pavilion. She reached out her hand and pulled at her hair, waiting for Baiji's answer. Baiji was scared and dared not defy the sect master. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower has already taken root and sprouted. During this period, Jianghao, the Cliff of Broken Hearts, didn't do anything unusual. Some people did approach him, but only for ordinary reasons. No one has targeted the flower yet. So, there's been no harvest yet? Asked Hong Yuye calmly. Not yet. I didn't do my job well. The traders haven't revealed themselves yet. Baiji knelt down fearfully. Hong Yuye looked at the calm lake. Don't just focus on one place. Look at other places too. Sometimes, the ones affected are the farthest. Does the sect master mean that they are waiting for an inside person to cooperate to make their move? Or are they waiting for reinforcements? Then this Jiang Hao is still under suspicion. Baiji came to a realization. She wanted to follow whatever the sect master ordered, which clouded her own perspective. She was the only one who knew about the sect master coming out of her seclusion. It put too much pressure on her, especially since the sect master had released the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, which meant something big must have happened or was waiting to happen. It made her even more anxious. If she continued to make mistakes like this, she would be in great danger. That's her job to find out. But he should be certainly rewarded for his contributions. Hong Yuye stretched out her hand, and a silvery white, transparent box with an armor floating in it appeared in front of Baiji. Go! Hong Yuye ordered her to leave. Baiji stood up and took her leave. She checked the armor. It was used mostly for Foundation establishment. Although she still wasn't sure whether he was involved with the traders, it was still a meritorious deed to cultivate the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. She just worried whether she should mention the sect master or not. That night, in the safety of his house, Jiang Hao looked at the soft, body-hugging armor he was wearing under his clothes. It felt light and comfortable. This was the reward he was given at the White Moon Lake today. Elder Baiji had said that it was a gift for his contribution in raising the heavenly fragrance Dao flower well. Someone had given it to him personally. Someone thought Jiang Hao. Elder Baiji is the acting sect master, which means there is someone else, the previous sect master who ruled all. If that was true, everything made sense. If the real sect master had given him the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, everything fell into place. But if that woman takes it away, the sect master will be offended, thought Jiang Hao. He shook his head. Maybe Elder Baiji just wanted him to think that. Maybe he was still being tested. Anyhow, he couldn't afford to offend anyone at all. All he could do was stall for time for now. He couldn't slow down the growth of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower as he pleased. He had to praise the armor. The results surprised him. This was by far the best magic treasure he had encountered in his life. It couldn't be compared to any other magical treasure. This was still a set armor. It definitely made him feel safe. The next few days, Jiang Hao focused on making talismans. Everything was going well. Killing Miao Qian had been a close call. Lu Xingqian had warned him not to have any contact with people from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. If another one died, he would be an automatic suspect. They won't even look for evidence before convicting him. Jiang Hao took the warning to heart and was very careful while selling his talismans in the market. 7 days later, he headed to the law enforcement hall and asked for Lu Xingqian. He wanted to pay the compensation as soon as possible and avoid any more problems. To make him feel at ease, Lu Xingqian did the registration in front of him and put his name and the amount in the record. He wanted to avoid any misunderstandings. However, Lu Xingqian didn't hand over the spirit stones to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion immediately. Instead, he handed them over on the last day. It was on the last day that he handed over the slip from Heavenly Joy Pavilion, saying that they received the compensation and Jiang Hao was off the hook. After this, he didn't have to worry about the Heavenly Joy Pavilion making things difficult for him. At least on the surface, it looked like that. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. He could feel that Lu Xingqian was planning something that would definitely put Jiang Hao in trouble in the future. But he really needed Lu Xingqian's help, at least to make sure if he was still a suspect under their radar. He activated his daily appraisal to appraise Lu Xingqian to see if he had any ulterior motives. Peak of the Golden Core Realm. This surprised Jiang Hao. When he had appraised Lu Xingqian last time, he was at the late stage of the Golden Core Realm. How did he advance so fast? However, considering the result, Lu Xingqian did not really seem very dangerous. He was all right. Even if he was a spy of the Heavenly Zhou, it was better to tread carefully. All right, just to remind you, the assignment of inner sect disciples is beginning soon. There might be a junior brother this time, so it's best to be careful. Also, your name is still on the suspect list, so you aren't allowed to leave the sect, as you already know. In other words, if the mission isn't assigned to you, then you will have to rely on yourself to pass. There are still a few months left, though. Junior brother, you have a lot of time to prepare, said Lu Xingqian. Jiang Hao thanked him and left. He sighed. The first thing he wanted to do was to have a look at his interface to see any changes. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Jiang Hao understood Lu Xingqian's words. Most of the sect's missions were undertaken in teams, so he couldn't refuse. In such a situation, someone will take advantage of him. If he ran into someone from Heavenly Joy Pavilion, there was a high chance of that happening. If that happened, he would be in danger. He had to advance further if he wanted to protect himself. He opened his interface. I'm only halfway through. I still need a lot of time to level up, thought Jiang Hao. I need to think of a way to cultivate more spirit herb seeds so that I can obtain more blue bubbles. After planting the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, his speed of accumulating cultivation and lifeblood had increased drastically. Although the level of danger had also increased, he had received so many good things. He felt that everything had been worth the trouble. Hong Ming Heart Sutra, Concealment Technique, 9 Heavenly Battle Armor, blue bubbles every day. It hadn't been half bad. It could be considered having cherry topping with the cake, but if he was careless, it would also mean dying without a burial ground. Because he knew that he would have to offend either Elder Baiji or that woman. There was no escape. By the way, senior brother, do you know when the task will be assigned? Jiang Hao asked cautiously. Ordinarily, I am not supposed to tell you, but since you have been through so much, I will make an exception, said Lu Xingqian. It will be around 3 months, or at least 2. There are 2 ways to get out of this predicament, he added. One is to hide from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion until the master finds another body for his cultivation technique. After some time has passed, I'm sure they will forget about you. Another way is to increase your value so that the Cliff Master will protect you at any cost. If that happens, the Heavenly Joy Pavilion will have to weigh the pros and cons and will have no choice but to brush this off as a small issue. However, the second option is a tad bit difficult. I heard that the Cliff of Broken Hearts has recently accepted an outstanding student. Do you know anything about that? Jiang Hao shook his head. He really didn't have any idea. But both those options weren't easy. He could only remotely entertain the first solution because he had no intention of revealing his value to anybody. Not yet. Also, that kind of value usually needed time to manifest. If he suddenly revealed his level, it would seem even more suspicious. What he lacked was time. As for the Cliff of Broken Hearts accepting an outstanding disciple, he didn't really care about that. He just needed to do things like he always did. He asked about the cultivation level of the team leader that would be assigned to them. Lu Xingqian told him that the team leader was at the late foundation establishment stage. If something unexpected occurred, the team leader would have completed his foundation establishment stage quickly. Jiang Hao thought about this. Maybe he could achieve the late foundation establishment stage if he tried harder. but it would be impossible to complete the foundation establishment stage for him right now. He had to think of a way. After chatting for a bit more, Lu Xingchen left. Lu Xingchen told him that the day the Heavenly Joy Pavilion lets him completely off the hook would be the day when his name would be removed from the suspect list. Watching Lu Xingchen leave, Jiang Hao sighed. Lu Xingchen was being too kind. The appearance of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower had made his situation suddenly better. Because of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, he couldn't even keep in contact with friends from his past, and he still had to look out for the traitors. Everybody was just using each other in this world. 2 months, 60 days. A little bit of cultivation every day is only enough to cultivate once. I have to earn more spirit stones to buy spirit herb seeds. That was the only thing he could think of at the moment. He didn't have many spirit stones after paying the compensation. He only had about 90 spirit stones for now. With that, he could buy better talisman materials. He didn't even know how many spirit herbs he could buy with the spirit stones he had. The next day, when Jiang Hao went to the spirit herb garden, he saw a young person at the entrance. He seemed to be even a bit younger than him. He was dressed neatly. There was still a trace of childishness on his face. A middle-aged man followed beside him. The two seemed to be deep in conversation. The young man nodded attentively. Jiang Hao recognized the middle-aged man. It was the cliff master, Ku Wuchang. Jiang Hao didn't want to interrupt, but the young man saw him. So, Jiang Hao walked to them and bowed to the cliff master. "Greetings, Master Ku Wuchang," he said. Ku Wuchang turned to Jiang Hao and seemed to pause as though he was thinking of something. "You came just in time," he said. "Can you help this junior brother familiarize himself with the spirit herb garden? He is new, so he isn't very familiar with everything." "Of course," said Jiang Hao respectfully. He was the one who practically managed everything in the spirit herb garden, after all. As for the cliff master, Jiang Hao didn't care if he was thinking about the 1,000 spirit stones he had owed to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. He just had to work hard to survive. He did not really have any expectations from anyone. He was already lucky enough that he wasn't stabbed even once in the Devil's Sect. He had to be practical. "Hello," he greeted the junior disciple as the cliff master left. "I am Jiang Hao. I am temporarily handling everything in the spirit herb garden." He realized that this was the genius disciple that Lu Xingchen had mentioned. Early foundation establishment stage, 18 or 19 years old. If it was just based on his talent, he was indeed formidable. Jiang Hao was curious, so he appraised the junior. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Ever since Jiang Hao had met senior sister Yin Ruo, he always wanted to appraise the people he met. He felt very paranoid, like there were spies in every corner. The result of appraisal appeared in his mind. True disciple? His status is higher than mine, Jiang Hao sighed. Fortunately, there weren't any rules about calling a true disciple senior brother. Otherwise, it would have made things very awkward. The sect seemed to have accepted a candidate for the top 10 disciples. Most people would watch their words with them. Although Han Ming's talent was top-notch, and he was favored by the spirit of mountains and rivers, Jiang Hao didn't really care. As long as he wasn't a spy, that was good enough. Spies had a clear purpose and were hard to get rid of. Someone like Lu Xingchen, there would be some form of backlash in the end. He was sure of it. Jiang Hao needed to become stronger before that happened. But no matter how powerful any of them were, no one was as powerful as that woman. "Senior brother Jiang, my name is Han Ming. I hope senior brother can guide me," Han Ming said politely. He was also very curious. "I heard that senior brother is 19 years old." "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. "I hope one day I can surpass senior brother," Han Ming said with a smile. "I'm sure you will," said Jiang Hao with a smile. Han Ming was a true disciple. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, felt lucky he was where he was. "I will show you around. But you don't really need to tend to them all the time. I will take care of it. You better focus on your cultivation," he said kindly. As a true disciple, he didn't need to come here. It would be a waste of time. The cliff master most likely brought him here to get familiar with the surroundings. "Thank you, senior brother." Han Ming smiled brightly. Jiang Hao showed him around the spirit herb garden and explained to him about the different spirit herbs. Senior brother, have you been helping to manage this place all this time? Alone? Doesn't it consume a lot of your time? Asked Han Ming. It's all right, said Jiang Hao slowly. I like managing the place. Han Ming didn't seem to agree. I feel that spending a lot of time here isn't very fruitful, especially for the cultivation level. I want to become one of the strongest people in the sect. I want to become one of the top 10 disciples. Jiang Hao smiled politely. Then I wish for you to achieve it as soon as possible. Senior brother, how long do you think it will take me to surpass you? Han Ming asked. Maybe a few years, said Jiang Hao. Under normal circumstances, it would take him a few years. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter, then he can advance rapidly. After that, Han Ming left as if to say that he had more potential than that. Jiang Hao only smiled and bid him goodbye. Other people didn't really care much for the spirit herb garden because they didn't receive many bubbles from here. But it was different for Jiang Hao. He could get a lot of bubbles from the spirit herb garden. Most people left the white bubbles because they thought it was worthless, but he knew better. If they accumulated enough, they could make a huge impact. After learning the method of concealment and control, he felt that he could feel the improvement every day. He probably thinks I'm in the early foundation establishment stage at just 19, so he wants to come and see for himself. There is no danger from him. In a few months, he will probably forget and won't care anyway, said Jiang Hao to himself. He went along with his routine and took care of the spirit herbs in the garden. At noon, he went to the market and set up his stall to sell some talismans. He then returned to his house and continued to make more talismans. He read the secret manual at night to learn and understand better. The next day, he found 2 bubbles at his residence. He then started his daily routine and visited the spirit herbs garden to continue collecting more bubbles. At noon, Jiang Hao sold some talismans again. He now had a total of 135 spirit stones. He wanted to use them to buy a spirit seed, but he hadn't decided which seed he would buy yet. He could have gone yesterday, since he had enough spirit stones, but he didn't because he had already used up his daily appraisal. He wanted to appraise the seed before he decided to buy it. He knew where he could buy the seeds. Snow Lotus Pavilion. It was the sect's largest spirit medicine store. It sold all kinds of spirit medicine, elixirs, spirit seeds, etc. A portion of the spirit herbs came from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. As Jiang Hao maintained the spirit herb garden there, he had once received a list of orders. Buying seeds. A fairy guide in pigtails asked politely, "What kind of spirit herbs do you want to grow, senior brother?" "I'm not very sure. Sometimes it's very difficult to grow them," said Jiang Hao. "It's not the environment that is the problem, but the spirit herbs themselves." The fairy guide nodded. "What is your budget?" "About 100 spirit stones," Jiang Hao said. 100? Then you could buy a good seed. There's one that just happens to be suitable for senior brother. Please come in. The fairy guide led him to a room with many seeds with unique purposes. Buying a seed for 100 spirit stones wasn't very unusual. It was common for those in the foundation establishment stage. The fairy guide showed him a snow-white seed lying quietly in a glass box at the counter. This is a snow lotus seed, a high-grade spirit herb that can heal injuries and increase cultivation. The best place to grow it is in the snow or somewhere cold, but it can still grow in other places. It's just that the speed of growth would be slower. The price is 99 spirit stones. Does this meet senior brother's requirements? Asked the fairy guide. Jiang Hao silently activated his daily appraisal ability. He was more confident if he could see the seed's potential for himself. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Can I take a look? Jiang Hao asked the fairy guide. Of course, she said. Taking the seed in his hand, Jiang Hao examined it very carefully. He saw a tiny crack at the base. He pointed it out to the fairy guide. The fairy guide flashed him a strained smile. Senior brother definitely has a good eye for spirit herbs. Since there is a crack, we can give it to you for half a price. 50 spirit stones. How cunning, thought Jiang Hao. If he hadn't discovered the crack, she would have ripped him off his spirit stones so easily. But this was normal here, especially in the devil sect. No one cared about honesty and integrity. I'll take this one. Thank you, said Jiang Hao. Could you show me another seed of around 50 spirit stones? Of course, this way. Jiang Hao bought a blue lotus seed for the remaining price. It had no other function than to gather more spirit energy. It had only one disadvantage. If it wasn't well taken care of, it would wither easily. As for why it was so expensive, it probably was slaughtered. I wonder if it can give off blue bubbles, thought Jiang Hao looking at the seed in his hands. White and green bubbles were easy to accumulate. The spirit herb garden had a lot of those. After returning to his house, Jiang Hao planted the snow lotus seed and surrounded it with 16 spirit stones. He only had 19 spirit stones left now. If he bought more talisman-making materials, he would be plain broke. He needed to earn more spirit stones. The next day, Jiang Hao awoke from his cultivation. The first thing he wanted to do was to check his garden, other than the 2 blue bubbles given off by the... When Jiang Hao woke up from his cultivation, the first thing he did was to come to the courtyard. Other than the 2 blue bubbles provided by the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, there was nothing. The snow lotus seed obviously hadn't sprouted yet. It would take time for it to grow. He took out the blue lotus seed and appraised it. That's all, muttered Jiang Hao. As expected, he was ripped off of his spirit stones for something so ordinary. He planted the seed anyway and left for the spirit herb garden. A month later, Jiang Hao put down his talisman pen and put away the 10,000 sword talisman he had just finished making. Senior sister Lung Tian had placed that order. There were a total of 10 talismans, and this was the last one. Including the cost of failure, it had cost him 80 spirit stones. After selling them, they should fetch about 200 spirit stones. The net profit was 120 spirit stones. He hadn't cultivated for the past few days. It was a great loss on his part. He shook his head and opened his interface. 90. I still need to wait for a week or so to advance. Jiang Hao looked at his age and sighed. I'm already 20 years old, he muttered. The past 20 years had not been very smooth for him. He was alone, but fortunately, he was not in danger. Congratulations on living past 20 years old, Jiang Hao joked with himself before walking out of the house. When he arrived at the courtyard, he saw that there was finally a bubble at the snow lotus. It was purple in color. The blue lotus hadn't grown yet. Since he didn't have any hope for that spirit herb, he wasn't in a hurry to see results. When he walked, the bubbles around him started to fly to him. Divine ability fragment? Jiang Hao wished there was something else in the purple bubble. Divine abilities were great, no doubt about them, but they lacked attack skills. He didn't have powerful spells and treasures. Soon, he would have to participate in a sect mission. He had to figure out a way to get stronger. If it really doesn't work out, then I'll go buy one. After I give out the 10,000 sword talisman, I should have around 400 spirit stones, close to 500 spirit stones. I could buy a decent magic treasure with that, thought Jiang Hao. Having made his decision, Jiang Hao left his house and headed to the spirit herb garden to collect more bubbles. He would buy the magic treasure after he advanced. There was still time. When he reached the spirit herb garden, he saw Han Ming at the entrance. Senior brother. Han Ming walked over to him with a smile. Senior brother, do you see anything different about me? Has my aura become stronger? Jiang Hao was surprised. Han Ming was at the early foundation establishment stage, and it wouldn't take him long to advance to the middle stage. However, this was too quick. Out of curiosity, he appraised Han Ming once again. The inheritance of a mighty figure? Jiang Hao was shocked. Was it because he had the favor of the spirits of mountains and rivers? In a few months, I will advance to the middle stage of foundation establishment. At that time, I will surpass senior brother, said Han Ming, smiling brightly with a hint of arrogance. Jiang Hao smiled. Congratulations, junior brother. Han Ming smiled even more radiantly. When the time comes, can I challenge senior brother? In the sect, I'm the only one around senior brother's age. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded his agreement. When the time came, he He would just need to put on a good show and lose willingly. Han Ming just wanted to show off. Jiang Hao didn't mind letting him be in the limelight. Okay, it's a deal. Senior brother, please don't get angry if you lose. After all, there's a big gap between us. Han Ming was about to leave, but he paused, thinking of something. I heard the Cliffmaster say that the sect's mission had been arranged. You are there too. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. The sect mission was out. Although Jiang Hao didn't show it, he was very concerned. So, after collecting the bubbles, he went to the foot of the mountain where the law enforcement hall was located. He stood in front of the announcement board and saw his name. Jiang Hao, the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Clean up the Devil's Denver. It's a team mission, thought Jiang Hao. Who were the others? He saw the names of 4 people. 2 were from the place he least wanted to see. Qing Shui of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Lu Feng of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Xian Yue from the Thunderfire Peak. Zheng Shurjiu from the Ice Moon Valley. 2 from Heavenly Joy Pavilion. I wonder what their cultivation levels are, wondered Jiang Hao. He hadn't had much contact with the Thunderfire Peak and the Ice Moon Valley, so he probably wouldn't make enemies with them after all. But the 2 from Heavenly Joy Pavilion were bad news. He looked at the date when the mission would commence. It will be at the end of the next month. There was still a month and a half left. 45 days. I should advance to a higher level first, then consolidate my cultivation, then save up a month's worth of spirit stones to buy a powerful magic treasure. I'll use the remaining half a month to practice. And then spells. I don't have anything suitable for the Hongmeng Heart Sutra, so I'll ask the Cliff Master, decided Jiang Hao. Although the Cliff Master didn't really think highly of him, he would still help him if he asked. The Heavenly Joy Pavilion would definitely cook up something in this trip to the Devil's Den. Master would understand his situation. The Devil's Den was a blessed land with many sect experts cultivating inside. It was said that the Devil's Den used to be the territory of the demon dwellers. Now, the demon dwellers were sealed in the deepest part of the cave. Even if they could escape, they would only be at the foundation establishment stage. The sect experts didn't care about these small flies, so they needed the inner sect disciples to enter the cave and clean them up. The cleaning time would roughly extend from 1 to 3 months. It depended on the progress. When they returned after finishing, they would be rewarded according to the battle results. It was also a good place to train. If only Jiang Hao hadn't offended the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, he would be very excited to join the team because the training didn't only offer actual combat experience, but also allowed him to find dropped bubbles. He left the announcement board and decided to find the team members and ask about their experience. He needed to make preparations. Junior brother, we meet again, said a young girl in green. Senior sister Ming Yi greeted Jiang Hao politely. This was the substitute saintess of the Heavenly Saint sect. She was in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. She was also a spy. The level of danger was high with her. Fortunately, they had cleaned up the traitors last time, so these people were, hopefully, well-behaved. Moreover, with the appearance of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, they didn't dare to act rashly. They were even more worried. Everyone knew that the flower was there to fish them out. Apart from that woman, there was no one who dared to bite the hook. Junior brother is really polite. I just saw your name. Are you going to the Devil's Den? Fairy Ming Yi said with a smile. Senior sister Ming Yi looked sweet, and her smile was as warm as the sun. However, Jiang Hao knew that she was vicious and merciless, and there was a knife hidden in her smile. It was best not to offend her. The early stage of the Golden Core realm was like an insurmountable mountain pressing down on him. He was no match for her. Yes, Jiang Hao nodded. There was no point hiding it anyway. I'm going to the Devil's Den to carry out a mission at the end of next month. This is for you then, she said. I just happened to get it, so take it as a thank you for Junior Brother's help in the past. I will look for you if I have some difficulties. I hope you won't refuse to help me. Bye. Good luck with your mission. Senior Sister Ming Yi placed a piece of paper on Jiang Hao's hand and left. Jiang Hao opened the letter. Perhaps having a friendly spy was worth it after all. The paper had the list of his team members' names along with their strengths. Heavenly Joy Pavilion's Qing Shui, late foundation establishment stage, close to a breakthrough. She mainly cultivates the heavenly joy celestial path. The more you see her cold and elegant outlook, the easier it is for you to fall into temptation. Heavenly Joy Pavilion's Lu Feng, middle foundation establishment stage, close to breakthrough. She mainly cultivates the heavenly joy, fallen, immortal path. She can cause one's mind to fall into chaos. Thunder Fire Peaks Xinue, early foundation establishment stage. She mainly cultivates the heavenly fire, thunder sword. She is best at summoning heavenly thunder to counter the heavenly joy pavilion's fallen immortal path. Ice Moon Valley's Zheng Shurgio, late foundation establishment stage. She mainly cultivates the 1,000-mile ice seal. She is decisive in killing and looks down on the heavenly joy pavilion. Jiang Hao felt strange looking at their information in the paper. The first two definitely would dislike him from the beginning. However, the last two seemed like they were especially chosen to retrain those from Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Is someone helping me? Jiang Hao immediately thought of the Cliff Master. Although he wasn't the most gifted, surely he was worth a little to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Jiang Hao felt that the Cliff Master had done this to help him. He had selected other two team members who could balance out the malice of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. The Pavilion Master's hatred of him was because he had killed his vessel for his cultivation. If he found a new body, Jiang Hao will be fortunately forgotten. But if he couldn't find someone soon, Jiang Hao would have to run for his life, because they would be after him forever. Even if he revealed his cultivation, his master might not be able to save him. It would be too dangerous for the modder to get involved. He would be spied on all the time, and if it got out of hand, the Devil Sect might not be able to accommodate him any longer. However, he wasn't sure what would happen if he died. There was danger everywhere. "Hey, isn't this junior brother Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts?" said a voice. He raised his head and saw a man walking over to him. The man's hair was messy, and his eyes were bloodshot. There was an indescribable viciousness in his eyes. He was in the middle foundation establishment stage. "Hello, senior brother. Do I know you?" Jiang Hao asked politely. "We'll go to the Devil's Den next month. We are on the same team. I hope junior brother is well prepared." Lu Feng patted Jiang Hao's shoulder. "With your body this delicate, you will die if you go in the den carelessly. Don't blame me for not saving you," he said mockingly. Lu Feng laughed menacingly and left. Jiang Hao lowered his eyes. He knew who he was. Lu Feng of Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Back at the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Jiang Hao began thinking about Heavenly Joy Pavilion. He had offended them by killing senior sister Yanruo, but he guessed that not everyone there wanted to kill him. If everyone hated him, then he would have been dead by now, because the Heavenly Joy Pavilion would have intentionally or unintentionally tried to get rid of him. There were only two groups of people who actually hated him enough to kill him. One, those who wanted to impress their pavilion master, and two, those who were infatuated by senior sister Yanruo. Both groups were a danger to him. Going to the Devil's Den this time is bound to be highly dangerous for me. I need to advance to the late foundation establishment stage soon, so I can at least defend myself, thought Jiang Hao. In any case, I have a defensive magical treasure now. The only thing I need is an offensive magical treasure. The Hongmeng Heart Sutra could be used as a lone magic technique, but so far, Jiang Hao didn't know how to unlock it. His cultivation wasn't enough. After taking care of the Spirit Her Garden for a while, he went to find the Cliff Master, Ku Wu Chang. A technique? Cliff Master, Ku Wu Chang, got straight to the point. "What kind of technique do you want to learn?" "Something powerful," said Jiang Hao. "Do you use a knife, or any other weapon for that matter?" "I can use knives and swords." He was hardly an expert, but he had used them before. Besides, specializing in a particular magical treasure wasn't an option at the moment. "Okay then, I'll teach you the demonic sound slash." Ku Wu Chang pointed at the space between Jiang Hao's eyebrows as he spoke. The shadow of the blade appeared in Jiang Hao's mind. It was like thunder and lightning. The shadow then disappeared from between his brows. Ku Wuchang gave him a book. Take this back and study it. Your talent is good. You should be able to learn it in a month or so. Thank you, master. Jiang Hao took the book and left. When he was leaving, he saw Han Ming and other senior brothers arrive. You want to learn an attack method? Then I'll teach you the Heavenly Thunder Sword. Learn it well for me here. Only after you learn it can you leave. Ku Wuchang's stern voice came from inside. He was talking to Han Ming and the others. Jiang Hao paid it no mind and left. The treatment of true disciples was different from others for sure. More attention and more effort were given to them. Jiang Hao didn't care. He had to learn the demonic sound first. Still, he couldn't help but sigh at how good of a treatment the true disciples received. After returning to his house, Jiang Hao looked at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. I have to go to the White Moon Lake. When I leave for the mission, I won't be around to take care of the flower. It might not be good to just leave the flower unattended. He went to the cultivation room and activated the clear and pure heart ability. In an instant, his mind became sharp and focused. He could understand many things at one glance. He opened the book to read about the demonic sound slash. For 7 days in a row, Jiang Hao focused his effort and energy to learn it. On the 8th day, he understood it. He walked to the edge of a stream and picked up a branch. He swung it. Boom! The demonic sound rolled, revealing its sharpness. The shadow of the blade was 10 meters long and slashed everything down. Boom! The stream exploded. Sand and stones flew in every direction. The sound of an explosion rang out. A long blade mark was left on the ground. Jiang Hao smiled. It's done. The technique is not bad. 7 days was enough to learn it properly. He was grateful for the clear and pure heart ability. Otherwise, it would have taken him more than a month to master the demonic sound technique. I still need a saber. I need to save up another month's worth of spirit stones to buy it. Jiang Hao sighed. He had not sold any talismans in these 7 days other than the 10,000 sword talismans senior sister Ling Tian had ordered. All his time was spent comprehending the demonic sound slash. He only had around 400 spirit stones in his savings. It was supposed to be a large sum, but Jiang Hao felt that it wasn't enough to save his life. To buy the best magic treasure of the Foundation establishment stage, a few hundred spirit stones definitely wouldn't be enough. Jiang Hao threw away the branch and returned to his courtyard. These few days, he had discovered something new. Every 3 days, a bubble would appear in the snow lotus. It was either lifeblood or cultivation. It could not be compared with the 2 bubbles that the heavenly fragrance Dao flower gave off in a day, but it was certainly better than before. As for the blue lotus, it had also bloomed. However, on the first day, it only gave off a green bubble followed by a white one. It was still better than nothing. Jiang Hao glanced at his interface. He was still short of lifeblood. He could start a level up tomorrow, maybe. Jiang Hao headed to the spirit herb garden. He looked around and found a blue bubble. He walked over to it. Jiang Hao was happy feeling his strength rise. The most important thing for him now was for his lifeblood to reach 100. I can advance tonight. After he tended to the spirit herb garden, he headed out. He told some of the outer disciples to take care of the spirit herb garden in his absence. Around a month later, he would leave for the Devil's Denver. He needed someone to take care of the spirit herb garden in his place. He made some time to go to the White Moon Lake. He didn't see Elder Baiji, but senior sister Zhou Chan had a message for him. There were only 2 words, don't worry about it. It seemed the flower would lure out the traders whether he was there to take care of it or not. He didn't need to worry. Jiang Hao returned to his house and looked around. There were no problems so far. He went inside and decided to extract the lifeblood and cultivation base. He wasn't sure if he could enter the late Foundation establishment stage in one go, but he couldn't delay any longer. The majestic lifeblood and spiritual energy began to fill Jiang Hao's 8 meridians. The purple lifeblood mist guided them. It seemed much easier and more efficient than before. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. The lifeblood and spiritual energy poured in. Hongmeng's heart sutra operated in its own way. The spiritual energy passed through the gathering realm and poured down into the energy center. The spiritual energy in his energy center gathered and compressed as though it was attacking some barrier. Bang! Under the strong compression, the spiritual energy became pure and massive. Jianghao heaved a sigh of relief and continued its circulation. The remaining 20 points of lifeblood and cultivation were fully absorbed. He needed to strengthen his cultivation in case of an emergency. The next day, Jianghao opened his eyes and clenched his fists. The powerful force within his body made him happy and relieved. After being in the sect for many years, he knew that only strength could ensure his safety. Here, in the sect, without strength, you were nothing. You were at the mercy of others. He couldn't even refuse something without becoming strong. There was always danger. He was now in the late foundation establishment stage. Although that wasn't considered formidable, he was still a step closer to becoming stronger. The trip to the Devil's Den would now be a little less anxiety-ridden. However, it wasn't enough. He had very few advantages. Jianghao walked to the courtyard and collected bubbles. The bubbles were provided by the Blue Lotus. Jianghao made a fist, and a huge rock shattered with a loud boom. This was the strength of the body made possible by the lifeblood and the power it provided. From the looks of it, even if I lose all my cultivation, I still have extraordinary battle strength, thought Jianghao. It had been a good idea to collect white bubbles day after day, no matter how insignificant it had looked. After practicing the demonic sound slash for a while, Jianghao went to the spirit herb garden and continued with his daily routine. The next month, he spent most of his time at his house improving himself. Thankfully, no one came to disturb him. When he practiced the demonic sound slash, he read the secret manual along with it. He found out that it was easier to control his strength if he followed the guidelines. The secret manual given to him by that dangerous woman was really a treasure, no matter how hard he tried not to admit it. At night, he made talismans. Spirit concentration talismans and divine sword talismans were the most common, so he made them a lot. He also made some 10,000 sword talismans, but he didn't sell them. They might come in handy in the Devil's Denver. He had 15 of them. He kept them for himself and sold the rest. Now, he had a total of 723 spirit stones. In fact, he hadn't really earned much this month. Business wasn't really good these days, and most of his spirit stones were spent buying materials to make the 10,000 sword talismans. Jianghao planned to buy some magic treasures after he finished tending to the spirit herb garden. There are only 7 days left before I go to the Devil's Denver. I shouldn't delay buying them any longer. He had to get used to their magic even after buying them, otherwise he wouldn't be able to use them efficiently when the time came. There were only 7 days left to practice with them. However, there was one thing that he was hesitant about. He looked at his interface. Lifeblood and cultivation are almost half full. Should I wait or just use them to break through? Questioned Jianghao. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to keep them as it were. His cultivation had already been consolidated, so it wouldn't be of much help if he couldn't advance by extracting them. The probability of them attacking me directly when I enter the Devil's Den is very low. I'll have time to clear the demon dwellers and continue accumulating my cultivation. Jianghao, having made his decision, left for the sect market. He stood in front of the stellar tower and observed for a moment. He felt that this place was much grander than the Snow Lotus Pavilion. A saber-type Foundation establishment artifact. The fairy guide, after hearing his request, led the way. Senior brother, follow me. After a while, the fairy guide showed him 3 sabers. The first one was completely red, about 3 fingers wide and 3 feet long. The second one was glowing with light, about 2 fingers wide and 1 foot long. It was a short saber. The third one was pitch black, about 3 fingers wide and 2 feet long. The first is the blazing sun knife. It contains a potent fire power, and its blade aura is of very high temperature. It has great destructive power. The price is 888 spirit stones, explained the fairy guide. The second is the 7-colored moon-slaying blade. It leaves no traces. It has the ability to kill without being seen. The price is 1,100 spirit stones. The third is the shadow blade. It is invisible at night. It is not as powerful as the first two, but because of the material, it is extremely strong. The price is 830 spirit stones. Jiang Hao picked up the shadow blade because that was the cheapest among the three. What he wanted the most was the 7-colored moon-slaying blade, but that was so expensive. In the end, he negotiated the shadow blade for 720 spirit stones. No matter how precious the other weapon was, he couldn't afford it. After purchasing his blade, he sold some talismans, barely earning 30 spirit stones. He then headed to the spirit herb garden for a little while and returned home. He wanted to get familiar with his new blade. In the dark night, he swung his blade, creating a huge wave. The blade slashed in all directions, displaying massive destructive power. Jiang Hao felt that the blade matched perfectly with the demonic sound/technique. However, the two weren't compatible. The shadow blade was suitable for assassinations, and the demonic sound/ was too eye-catching. But combined, they did work powerfully. I can catch them off guard. Jiang Hao looked at the sky. It was getting lighter. Today was the day. Whether he came back from the devil's den or not was something he couldn't know for sure. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. After packing his things, he went out to the courtyard. He couldn't ask anyone else to take care of his house and his small garden because of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. He was worried something might go wrong. People coveted it. They might kill others or get killed in the process. The courtyard was always watched. He wondered if that woman would come here again. If she sees me gone, will she take the heavenly fragrance Dao flower with her? Jiang Hao stopped worrying. That woman was certainly someone of importance, and Elder Baiji must be on the move anyway. I'd better pray for myself first. He looked at his interface. More than half. I don't know if I can make it to 100 soon. If I can, I will still need a quiet environment to advance further. This was his last trump card. Jiang Hao went to meet his cliff master before leaving the cliff of broken hearts. Unfortunately, his master wasn't there. He had wanted to say goodbye. He walked to the foot of the mountain where the law enforcement hall was located. Junior brother, are you leaving? Lu Xingqian walked towards him. Good morning, senior brother, Jiang Hao said politely. Everything felt funny. All the spies were suddenly concerned about him. How was that possible? It appears they wanted him to come back alive, though he didn't know why they would care. Junior brother isn't in a good situation, Lu Xingqian said as he walked with Jiang Hao to the place where those going on missions would gather. I've seen the name list. The strongest person is in the late Foundation establishment stage. There's another late Foundation establishment stage cultivator who isn't on good terms with the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. That should be good for me at least, said Jiang Hao. Yeah, the people appointed by the Heavenly Joy Pavilion for this mission were in the middle and late Foundation establishment stage. However, something unexpected happened. Lu Xingqian sighed. They changed people? Jiang Hao asked in surprise. No, they didn't. Lu Xingqian shook his head. But they advanced. Jiang Hao was stunned. He felt he was in big trouble. He recalled the 4 words on the piece of paper that Senior Sister Ming Yi had given him, close to a breakthrough. At this moment, he remembered the 4 words on the note, close to a breakthrough. Both team members from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion had been close to a breakthrough. So, the one in the middle stage had advanced to the late Foundation establishment stage, while the one in the late stage had successfully completed the Foundation establishment stage and advanced further. This was dangerous. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother. Jiang Hao was grateful. Lu Xingqian nodded. He then left Jiang Hao. I need to find a way to gather enough lifeblood and cultivation to break through to another stage, thought Jiang Hao. When he arrived at the gathering place, he saw 4 people. One was a cold and serious-looking woman. The other was a man who looked fierce. Their eyes, as they watched Jiang Hao, were filled with savagery. Across from them stood a man holding a white paper fan who looked friendly, and a woman in blue. She held a long sword and glared at the two in front of her. These were his teammates, Qing Shui and Lu Feng of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, Zheng Shurjiu of the Ice Moon Valley, and Xian Yue of the Thunder Fire Peak. Although those four people didn't like each other, he didn't know if he could be on good terms with any of them. When he approached, everyone looked at him. Some sized him up, others looked on teasingly. Jiang Hao tried not to get flustered and walked over to them. "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters," he said politely. "I apologize for being late. In fact, the four of them had come too early." No, you are right on time," smiled Lu Feng of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. It seemed that they had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Then let's go," said Zheng Shurjiu of the Ice Moon Valley. "That's right. It's disgusting to stand around with people from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion for too long," said Thunderfire Peak's Xian Yue in disdain. Jiang Hao didn't say anything to that. He noticed that the two from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion had concealed their cultivation. Thanks to the secret manual, he was able to tell their cultivation level. He still chose to appraise Heavenly Joy Pavilion's Qing Shui, just to be safe. Jiang Hao was speechless. This was insane. Jiang Hao sighed. It wouldn't be Devil's Sect without some dangerous people. They arrived at the Devil's Den by noon. It was located at the central lake of the Heavenly Note Sect. It was a world of its own and was vast. The entrance fell within the boundary of the Heavenly Note Sect, so it was considered the sect's territory. I heard that most of the people inside are early or middle foundation establishment stage demon dwellers. If that's the case, we should split up and deal with them, said Qing Shui. Lu Feng nodded. I agree. I don't think so. Zheng Shurjiu shook his head. There will be a lot of demons. I think we should stick together. That way we can not only attack efficiently, but also look out for each other, if necessary. If we split up, it might prove to be difficult to fight late or peak foundation establishment stage demons, should we encounter them. At least we will have a chance of defeating it together. Splitting up as soon as we enter will be no less than courting death. I agree with Senior Brother Zheng. Xian Yue of Thunder Fire Peak echoed. I agree with Senior Brother Zheng, too, said Jiang Hao. He needed to stay with everyone. He was no match for someone at the peak of foundation establishment stage if they chose to attack him. All right, after we clear most of the demons, it will be safer to split up later and deal with the lone demon dwellers, said Qing Shui. She stared icily at Zheng Shurjiu. Jiang Hao could feel her displeasure. But now was not the time to dwell on it. He needed time, and sticking with everyone would give him that. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. When they entered the Devil's Den, they had expected it to be a dark and gloomy cave. But they were surprised to see a bright sky inside the den. In the sky, light moved like water waves. It was vast and boundless. The ground was no different from how it was outside. There were mountains, rivers, lands, flowers, and trees. They walked at the edge of forest. They could see a beam of light in front of them that rose to the sky. It seemed like stars were falling from the light. It was a marvelous sight. The core of the Devil's Den, thought Jiang Hao. He had done his reading of the records of the sect. The core was the place where the demon dwellers were sealed. No one was allowed near it. This is my first time coming to the Devil's Denver. I didn't expect the environment to be so beautiful, Xian Yue of the Thunder Fire Peak said in surprise. Yeah, the place is quite beautiful, but the danger is high as well, said Lu Feng, smirking at Jiang Hao. I heard that if you die here, even the law enforcement hall won't come to investigate. Jiang Hao lowered his eyes. Lu Feng was threatening him. Jiang Hao calmed himself. The more they provoked him, the calmer he had to be. Otherwise, this would escalate into a disaster. First, he had to find the demon dwellers and kill one of them. Planting spirit herbs and killing demonic beasts were similar. They both gave off bubbles. It's a little too calm. Zheng Shurjiu looked around and frowned. It's indeed a little too quiet. Usually, demon dwellers would already attack by now, said Qing Shui. The 5 of them walked deeper into the forest. Jiang Hao looked around vigilantly. His perception should only be slightly weaker than Qin Shui of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, but he didn't dare to show it. Jiang Hao looked to the left. There was some movement there. Qin Shui warned, "It's coming." Whoosh! Boom! The huge rock smashed, and a huge pit formed on the ground. They scrambled to take cover from the falling rocks. A flame surged towards the rock. Bang! Xin Yue had made her move. Her power was formidable. Jiang Hao noticed that she was about to advance to the middle foundation establishment stage. Roar! An angry roar came from the explosion. 3 burly figures rushed over. When they got close, Jiang Hao saw them clearly. They were like orangutans, and their bodies were covered with hair. Their faces were ferocious. Jiang Hao rushed forward. From his estimation, the creatures should only have the strength of someone in the early foundation establishment stage. He swung his blade and leaped in front of the first demon, slashing at it. The blade slashed past, and sparks appeared, but there was no damage. Jiang Hao was shocked. He gave up on the blade and jumped behind the demon. He pulled out his dagger and stabbed it in the neck. It was very difficult to push the dagger into its neck. But finally, when he succeeded, blood gushed out. Roar! The demon roared. Jiang Hao stabbed the dagger into the demon's neck again and pierced through it. The demon fell to the ground. TWP bubbled, emerged from its body, and fused into Jiang Hao. This was the first time he had killed a beast and gotten bubbles out of it. He looked at the other 2 demons. There were no more bubbles. "Looks like Junior Brother loves stabbing at someone's neck," said Lu Feng with a smile, who had cut another demon in half. "Senior Brother, you're joking. The demon's body is harder than expected, but its neck is slightly weaker," Jiang Hao replied softly. There had been some information in the records, but this creature had skin harder than recorded. After carefully reviewing the battle, Jiang Hao realized that if he wanted to break through the demon dweller's defense, he could use the demonic sound slash. It would be dangerous if there were too many of them. There was another requirement. He needed to kill at least 50 demons before he could safely walk out of the Devil's Den otherwise. These people from Heavenly Joy Pavilion would not let him walk out of here alive. So, the neck is their weakness. Xin Yue stabbed the demon's neck with her sword. It's easy to kill them if their neck is severed. We must be careful. The demon dwellers attacked us so suddenly. It means this place is their territory. There are 3 of them together. Maybe they attack in groups, said Zheng Shurjiu. It just so happens that we can clear them out together. Once we finish them off in groups, we can find the lone ones, Qin Shui said coldly. She walked forwards. The others followed. Jiang Hao followed, too. He was thinking about how to kill more demons. Soon, they met the demon dwellers again. This time, there were 4 of them, and one of them was in the middle foundation establishment stage. Jiang Hao ignored that one and killed the other 3. He stabbed one with his dagger and went straight for the other 2. Everyone seemed willing to let him fight. Jiang Hao received 3 air bubbles. Looks like the harvest isn't too stable. The number of kills has to increase. Jiang Hao's heart sank. He wasn't as optimistic now. After that, he went all out to kill the demon dwellers. A month passed just like that. During this month, they all moved together. This also helped Jiang Hao be safe. The Heavenly Joy Pavilion wouldn't try to kill him in front of the others. Looking at the demon dwellers lying in front of him, Jiang Hao felt that things were getting worse. It had been a month, and he had met many demon dwellers every day. However, the number of bubbles became fewer and fewer. It was not only because there were fewer demon dwellers now, but also because Lu Feng would not let him kill so many. When Lu Feng saw that Jiang Hao was going all out to kill demons, he did the same too. He did not even hide his cultivation level anymore. Jiang Hao knew why Lu Feng was doing this. If there were very few demon dwellers, then there would be no choice but for them to split up. His lifeblood and cultivation were still short of 100. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Roar. Another devil appeared. Jiang Hao rushed to make his move, but Lu Feng beat him to it. A slash, and then boom. The devil was killed on the spot. Jiang Hao could only watch. Junior brother Jiang seems very keen on killing these demons. Me too. It's just that I want to find out who can kill more, said Lu Feng with a smile. His smile was full of malice. Jiang Hao had appraised Lu Feng on the second day they were at the Devil's Denver. He wasn't here for Heavenly Joy Pavilion. He was here for senior sister Yunruo. He had been madly in love with her, and now he sought revenge for her death. Why is junior brother so silent? Lu Feng's eyes were filled with ferocity and bloodlust. His hatred is becoming stronger. At this rate, it would be very easy for him to lose control, worried Jiang Hao. He wasn't the only one worried. Zheng Shijio was worried too. If Lu Feng lost his mind, he might kill everyone present. Lu Feng was at the late foundation establishment stage. Xian Yue was also wary. Even if she could try and restrain Lu Feng, it might not be enough because the difference in their strength was too great. It's been long since the demon dwellers have reduced in numbers. Let's split up and find them, said Qing Shui suddenly. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, including Jiang Hao. He was very worried. If Lu Feng made a move, Qing Shui would join him without doubt. His cultivation was about to be full. There shouldn't be any problem for him to advance. He just needed a little more time. Although splitting up was dangerous, Jiang Hao felt that it could give him time for a breakthrough. Zheng Shijio knew about the animosity between Jiang Hao and the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. He didn't want to be dragged into it. The risk was too high. Does anyone have any objections? Qing Shui asked again. Junior brother Jiang, what do you think? Zheng Shijio asked Jiang Hao. I think it's a good idea, said Jiang Hao calmly. Zheng Shijio was impressed by his calm demeanor despite the threat Lu Feng posed to him. On the other hand, Lu Feng smiled like a predator that could finally have its fill. Then which direction does junior brother want to go? Zheng Shijio let Jiang Hao choose first. Let's not go in the same direction. We can clear the den much faster that way. After agreeing on the final meeting place, Jiang Hao headed straight inside. The first choice had its pros and cons. It was a good thing that Zheng Shijio was watching so no one could follow him in the same direction. But it also meant everyone knew which direction he went in. He had to walk fast. After making sure that no one could see him, he changed directions and sped away. After Jiang Hao left, Zheng Shijio looked at the two from Heavenly Joy Pavilion. They didn't waste any time in choosing a direction. I heard that senior brother Zheng is dissatisfied with the people from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Why didn't you settle the matter? Xian Yue asked with a smile. Zheng Shijio sighed. It's not that I don't want to, but I am no match for them. One of them is at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and the other is in the late stage. The Heavenly Joy Pavilion is really shameless, Xian Yue said disdainfully. The Heavenly Joy Pavilion is angry, but the Cliff of Broken Hearts isn't too weak either. But I think this time, the Heavenly Joy Pavilion will be the winner. I heard junior brother Jiang relied on fortuitous encounter to advance, and he is only an inner sect disciple, said Zheng Shijio regretfully. True, said Xian Yue. All five of us won't be returning together, are we? I have a feeling it's only going to be 4 people who will be returning, said Zheng Shijio. Junior brother Jiang might be staying here. So, there really is no escape for him? Asked Xian Yue. I don't think so, said Zheng Shijio sadly. Those two from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion seem very violent. I think they're already chasing Jiang Hao. He paused for a while. Junior sister, are you coming with me or going by yourself? Thank you for your consideration, senior brother. I want to train myself. Xian Yue refused politely with a smile. All right, said Zheng Shijio, choosing a direction for himself. See you in a month. Xian Yue despised Heavenly Joy Pavilion. They weren't good people. Ice Moon Valley was hard to figure out. She didn't want to put herself in danger. As for Jiang Hao, she could do nothing about it. His cultivation was weak, and he had offended a strong enemy. Perhaps it was better for him to die early. It would save him a lot of pain in the future. Jiang Hao used his fastest speed to go all the way inside. When he encountered the demon dwellers, he did not make a move. He deliberately left them there so that he would not be easily discovered. The next day, he stopped by the lake. After traveling nonstop for a day, he felt that he had bought some time. He needed to kill a few demons to obtain enough cultivation and lifeblood. Then he could try and advance to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight against those from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Roar! A demon rushed out of the lake. It had the strength of the middle foundation establishment stage. Jiang Hao killed it in one slash. Then, he picked up the air bubble. Only one. He continued on his journey. Every time he saw the pillar of light with stars falling out of it, he was in awe, but he didn't dare go near it. The number of demons was increasing. It took him 3 days to gather enough air bubbles. After killing the last demon dweller, Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. His lifeblood and cultivation were finally full. It's time to find a place to advance. Somewhere else, Lu Feng saw the demon dweller's corpse. He looked up from the lakeside with a dark gleam in his eyes. Found you. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, finally found. Chapter 31, finally found. He can really run. Lu Feng stopped at the lakeside and looked at the demon's corpse. It had been easy to find him these few days. He hadn't expected Jiang Hao to run this far and this fast. Fortunately, he was prepared and brought a treasure to look for him. As long as there was a trace, he could track him within a day. He took out the treasure compass and began to search around, looking for more traces. Lu Feng found something, and he headed in that direction. Behind him, Qing Shui followed. Jiang Hao had run so far that it surprised him. Jiang Hao had been keen on killing as many demon dwellers as possible. Lu Feng didn't know why, but he was determined to make Jiang Hao fail at all costs. Was it his goal to exhaust me? Thought Lu Feng. After he followed the trail for a while, he realized Jiang Hao wasn't there anymore. He had run far away again. Gauging from the corpses of the demon dwellers, they had been dead for a day or two. Something's wrong. Lu Feng frowned. At this speed, he can completely hide from us. Why is he killing the demon dwellers? Does he want to draw people to him? Or is he after something from the demon dwellers? What could he want so badly from them that he risks being found out? Lu Feng felt the need to find Jiang Hao as soon as possible. He had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. Since he had made a move, he needed to eliminate all future troubles. That night, Jiang Hao sat cross-legged in the giant tree. This was the only safe place he had found at the last minute. Mountain peaks were rare in the Devil's Denver, and there were no caves. The best hiding place was inside the tree. He was trying hard to break through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. If he couldn't do it, even after accumulating 100 cultivation and lifeblood, the coming days would be fraught with dangers to his life. Those two of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion were far from stupid. They would find him within a day or two. If they found him, Jiang Hao would be fighting against a late stage and another at the peak of foundation establishment stage. Chances of his escape to safety weren't high. He hoped he could make that breakthrough. He felt that the chance of him breaking through was high. He had 100 cultivation and lifeblood which he hadn't used yet. The purple mist guided his lifeblood and spiritual energy, trying to break through the barrier to the peak. Jiang Hao calmed himself and let everything fall into his energy center. The cultivation and lifeblood in the interface constantly changed. The number had dropped from 100 to 27. If he couldn't break through till the number reached 0, then it would be impossible for him to reach the peak today. He suddenly heard movement outside. He ignored it. He had to focus all his energy to advance before he was discovered. Outside, Lu Feng was walking in the forest. He had used all his strength and speed to reach here, but he didn't discover much. Did I take the wrong direction? He suspected. He used all sorts of tracking methods and techniques. All pointed to this place. The direction was right, but where was the person he was looking for? He kept moving forward, always keeping an eye on his surroundings. Qing Shui followed behind to avoid getting ambushed by surprise. They had noticed Jiang Hao's speed. It was almost abnormal. They were on their guards. Where would someone hide in a forest? Muttered Qing Shui. Bushes? Trees? Trees. Lu Feng began to observe the surrounding trees more carefully. He senses a tree radiating spiritual energy. It looked like an ordinary tree, but there was something different about it. Lu Feng was overjoyed, but he had his doubts. It seemed that whoever was hiding was trying to make a breakthrough. Lu Feng had to interrupt him no matter what. He swung his broadsword. Clang! Doge if you can, cried Lu Feng madly and swung at the tree with his broadsword. The large tree was split in two. He saw Jiang Hao. Lu Feng aimed straight for the space between Jiang Hao's eyebrows. He wanted to split Jiang Hao in two. However, when the blade was about to hit Jiang Hao, a phantom armor stopped the attack. Clang! The blade and the armor collided, evenly matched. A protective treasure? Lu Feng was shocked. Lu Feng wanted to try again and use all his strength to break through the armor. Jiang Hao, who had been sitting there with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and looked at Lu Feng. Their eyes met as golden light shone. A powerful aura erupted from Jiang Hao's body. He had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. How was that possible? Thought a shocked Lu Feng. He turned pale. Jiang Hao didn't give him any time to contemplate. He extended his hand, and his shadow blade appeared in it. He slashed using the demonic sound slash technique. Even though Lu Feng was already on defense, the slash sent him flying backwards. Bang! He directly crashed into a large tree. His blade was broken. His palm was sleek with blood, but he was still alive. Jiang Hao didn't mind. He was happy that he had managed to injure his opponent to buy himself some more time. He got up and looked at Qing Shui. It wasn't good for the two of them to fight together. They had to end the battle as soon as possible. Qing Shui thought the same. She charged at Jiang Hao with her long sword in hand. Her cold and elegant sura surged. Jiang Hao was able to ignore it, thanks to the goo poison. Otherwise, it would have distracted him. He brandished a shadow blade and charged. Clang! Their blades collided. The light of her long sword and the darkness from the shadow blade radiated in every direction. In the dark night, the two of them launched their attacks. Neither wanted to retreat. Boom! A powerful force forced them to separate. Qing Shui shouted at Lu Feng, "Hurry, let's attack together. He just leveled up, so he can't hold it for long." Qing Shui realized that she could not take down Jiang Hao alone. She, too, had just leveled up, so her powers were still a little unstable. If they didn't band together, both of them would end up dead. Chapter 32. Chapter 32, Kill the Enemy. Chapter 32, Kill the Enemy. Lu Feng looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief, but he didn't have time to think too much about it. He had to listen to Qing Shui if he wanted to kill him. He spat out a mouthful of his blood essence. The drops of blood that fell from his body were scorching hot, and it rushed towards Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, Qing Shui wasted no time and charged at Jiang Hao with her sword again. Jiang Hao tried to dodge the propelling drops of sizzling blood while trying to defend himself against Qing Shui's attacks. The blood dripped down like raindrops. The sword's intent was too cold and powerful. Boom! The blood exploded on the ground, creating a big pit. Bang! The sword slashed across, and the trees were shattered. In the darkness, the long sword and the shadow blade met and lit up the air. It was a battle of life and death. Jiang Hao tried to hold out as much as possible, but he felt like he would be defeated soon. He ignored the blood and turned to Qing Shui. He used the demonic sound slash and swung at her. Qing Shui used her strongest technique to defend herself. Boom! The two swords clashed, and the power swept through the surroundings, making a huge halo. The two were in a heated battle. Lu Feng launched a blood attack again and realized that most of it was blocked by Jiang Hao's magic treasure. He didn't hesitate. He spat a mouthful of his blood on his broadsword to imbue it with more destructive power. He then approached Jiang Hao at an impossible speed to attack. Jiang Hao was defending against Qing Shui's attack, while Lu Feng ambushed him from the other side. Jiang Hao calmed himself. He looked at Lu Feng and directed a little of the purple lifeblood mist towards him. The broadsword responded. Jiang Hao turned his head to avoid Lu Feng's attack. Then, he raised his hand and lightly knocked the broadsword with the back of his finger. The purple lifeblood had already spread to the tips of his fingers. Crack! The broadsword broke in the middle. As the broadsword fell from his hand, Lu Feng realized he was in danger. He saw a purple energy striking his chest with force. The force was too powerful. It hit his chest and shattered his ribs, crushing his internal organs. Lu Feng spat out fresh blood and fell heavily on the ground. Jiang Hao turned to Qin Shui. He had circulated the Hong Ming Heart Sutra to the extreme, and purple energy covered his entire body. Even his shadow blade was encased in it. He moved his blade, and a powerful force erupted from it. With a boom, Qin Shui was forced back. However, before his opponent could land on the ground, Jiang Hao brandished the shadow blade, now covered in purple energy. He used the demonic sound slash along with the purple energy. The shadow of the blade whistled past and penetrated Qin Shui's body. She fell to the ground. She looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. How is he so strong? Her long sword lay broken. Cracks appeared on her body, draining her life force. Lu Feng was terrified watching all this unfold before his eyes. He struggled to get up and run, but only a few steps away, a knife pierced through his neck and nailed him to the tree. Jiang Hao had thrown the shadow blade at him. "If we die here, everyone will know it was you who killed us," said Qin Shui. Her eyes were full of hatred. "Maybe," said Jiang Hao, "but I remember you saying no one investigates deaths in the Devil's Den." Jiang Hao took out 10 of the 10,000 sword talismans he had packed with him. Each of them had the power of the Foundation establishment stage. He divided the talismans into 2 groups, 7 in one and 3 in other. Then, he attacked Qin Shui and Lu Feng. The 10,000 swords multiplied by even more and charged at the 2 people. Their corpses were completely shredded. Those 2 from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion were dead. Jiang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood after the fight ended. He had forced the breakthrough, and now his body was injured and strained. When he had forced the Hongming Sutra to activate, it had added to his injuries. If he wasn't severely injured, he wouldn't have used his talismans. But he was glad the crisis was over, and he was still alive. He sat cross-legged on the ground and tried to heal his injuries. But a few demon dwellers approached. They must have been alerted by the sound of the recent fight. Here were 5 of them. Jiang Hao sighed. He was really in trouble. A month later, near the Devil's Den, Zhang Shizhou of the Ice Moon Valley waited for the others to arrive. He held a paper fan in his hand and looked into the distance, lost in his thoughts. "Senior brother, you are early," said Xingyue of the Thunderfire Peak as she sheathed her sword and walked to the entrance where they had all decided to gather. There were a lot of useful things in the Devil's Den, if you knew where to look. She had encountered some of those things. It had been a thrilling experience. She had already earned enough for this sect mission, excluding the reward. Zhang Shizhou smiled. "Seems like Junior's sister had encountered a lot of opportunities. I didn't have much luck. I only found some small, unremarkable things. Senior brother, you're just being modest. I didn't encounter many demon dwellers along the way. In fact, I didn't even see one when I was walking here. That should count as a successful mission, right?" Zhang Shizhou nodded. "Yeah, I didn't encounter too many as well." Xianyu also looked into the distance. "Senior brother, do you think Junior brother Jiang will come back?" "I don't think so." Zhang Shizhou shook his head sadly. "I found their tracks. Lu Feng and Qin Shui were moving together. Those 3 must have met at one point. Junior brother Jiang's survival seems unlikely, especially facing a late stage and another at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage." Xinyu sighed. "I guess it couldn't be helped. We don't really know what's going on either. But what if Junior brother Jiang does return?" "Impossible." Zhang Shizhou shook his head. "But let's say he does. What happened then?" asked Xinyu. "Then that will not be good," said Zhang Shizhou in a low voice. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. The Formidable Junior Brother Jiang. Chapter 33. The Formidable Junior Brother Jiang. Why would that be bad? Asked Exing with furrowed brows. Because, said Zheng Shurjiu, looking into the distance, if three of them did meet, there must have been an intense fight. It isn't strange for those two from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion to return. They are more powerful than Junior Brother. But if he does return to us here, what do you think would have happened? That those from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion might have failed, said Exing. It's not as simple as that. If, under any circumstance, Junior Brother Jiang returns, it would mean that he killed the other two, said Zheng Shurjiu. That's impossible. How could someone in the early foundation establishment stage kill another of late and peak stage? Exing felt that it sounded close to impossible. That's right. If it happens, wouldn't that be a disaster? It would mean Junior Brother Jiang has some special ability to even subdue someone in the late and peak stage. Someone more powerful than him. Do you think he would let us off if he thought we posed a threat? Said Zheng Shurjiu. You're in your early stage, and I am the late stage. If he killed those two, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get rid of us either. As he finished his words, Exing looked to the side, terrified. She nudged Zheng Shurjiu. As senior brother, look, she said nervously. Zheng Shurjiu turned his head to look where she indicated. He did not understand why she was so scared. But as he turned, he saw a young man walking out of the forest. His footsteps were steady, and he looked calm. Zheng Shurjiu's pupils were constricted. His heart pounded as though something bad was going to happen any minute. Senior brother, what should we do? Exing asked in a low voice. If they hadn't discussed the possibility of Jiang Hao being able to kill people stronger than him, she wouldn't have been worried about it. But now, she felt like she would be attacked any minute. The young man walking towards them was Jiang Hao, completely healed from his injuries. Don't be nervous. Keep a distance from him. We can't stay in the Devil's Denver. The faster we leave, the safer it will be. Don't get too close to him. As long as we can run, it will be okay, said Zheng Shurjiu. Jiang Hao reached them. Zheng Shurjiu smiled at him as he moved away a little. Junior Brother Jiang, did you get anything this time? The demon dwellers are mostly cleared, Jiang Hao replied. He found the two of them a little different from before. They seemed to be on their guard against something. He slowly understood the reason for their reaction. He had returned, but the other two had not. It obviously looked suspicious since they knew those two had been targeting Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao did not care. He had no intention of picking a fight with them as long as they didn't attack him. Besides, there was no evidence of the fight with those from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Nobody knew what had happened anyway. As for killing these two to silence them, it seemed like a bad idea. It would cause too many suspicions unnecessarily. Are the senior brother and sister of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion still not back? Jiang Hao asked. They must have been delayed by something, said Exing. Then we don't have to wait. Let's go, Zheng Shurjiu said with a smile. Under normal circumstances, he would have urged to stay back for a day or two to wait for them. But he couldn't care about them now. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. Yeah, they aren't children. They will return on their own after completing the mission, Exing added. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. He had been in the Devil's Den for more than 2 months now. He was worried about the state of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. The three of them walked out of the Devil's Denver. Zheng Shurjiu and Exing heaved a sigh of relief when they were finally outside. Outside the Devil's Den, it wasn't allowed to kill fellow disciples. Their deaths would be investigated. However, they didn't relax completely. It was so strange that the one they needed to be careful of the most was the young man they had looked down on. After bidding farewell to the two of them, Jiang Hao handed in his mission. In the future, people would visit the Devil's Den to make sure how many demon dwellers were cleared. Once they were certain, rewards would be handed out. As for the discovery of the dead bodies, Jiang Hao did not care. They would soon be food for the remaining demons. If the law enforcement hall didn't investigate the Devil's Den, no one had the evidence to condemn him. But he wasn't sure what Lu Xingxin would do. He hoped he wouldn't go and investigate by himself. Jiang Hao had already cleared the scene. Technically, there was nothing left to be found. After leaving the mountain where the law enforcement hall was located, Jiang Hao decided to visit the cliff master before he returned to his house. His master was a little surprised to find him safe and sound, but he nodded in good faith and didn't probe further. Jiang Hao finally walked home. It had been 2 months since he had been here. The moment he saw his small garden, he noticed that there were 2 blue bubbles on the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. The snow lotus didn't have any bubbles yet. It looked a little wilted. The blue lotus was on the verge of withering away. Jiang Hao watered the plants. Looks like no one visited. Maybe the traders are actually scared to even show themselves. He checked his surroundings and heaved a sigh of relief. He rested for a while. He then took out his shadow blade to check. The blade was already filled with cracks. Although it had been useful in killing Qing Shui, the blade had reached its limit. The reward this time can't compare to this magic treasure. Jiang Hao shook his head and placed the sword in a corner. It was just for decoration now. He opened his interface and checked his current state. It has only been about 9 months since I built my foundation, and I have already completed it. This is the first time I feel that the Golden Core realm is right in front of me. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. The Demoness Again. Chapter 34. The Demoness Again. After killing the 2 people from the Heaven's Joy Pavilion, Jiang Hao consolidated his cultivation. He also used all of his remaining cultivation and lifeblood. If he had to fight them now, he could do it very easily. In the last month that he spent in the Devil's Den, it had been very difficult to meet any demon dwellers. His cultivation and lifeblood hadn't received much replenishment. The biggest gain from this mission was that he had completed his foundation establishment stage. It would provide him with some stability for a short while. As long as he stayed here and continued with his routine, he would become stronger. His confidence was because of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. He looked at the flower and its 2 tender leaves. Jiang Hao sighed. The flower gave him opportunities, but it also brought his dangers. He didn't know when it would be over. Jiang Hao stared at the flower and evaluated his shortcomings. The armor had helped him immensely. Because of it, he wasn't lacking in defense. But he still didn't have any magical spells and treasure that could be used for offense. The power of the demonic sound / wasn't bad, but a better master might not necessarily be willing to teach him more about it. The inner sect was, after all, an inner sect. He needed to think of a way to get a better one. Magic treasures. It was better to use a knife. It was quite convenient. He wanted to buy a new one, but for that he needed to reach the Golden Core realm. It would cost almost 1,000 spirit stones. He didn't have that much. He was still poor. He needed to make more talismans and earn more. 7 days after returning from the Devil's Den, Lu Xingqian sent him the reward for the mission completion. It was a total of 300 spirit stones. Lu Xingqian also told him that the 2 people from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion hadn't returned, so he needed to ask some questions. Just formalities, junior brother. If you know anything, please tell me the truth so that I can provide an explanation to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, said Lu Xingqian. Of course, senior brother. Ask away, said Jiang Hao, maintaining a neutral expression. Junior brother, tell me about your experience in the Devil's Den, said Lu Xingqian, walking to the courtyard of Jiang Hao's house. In the beginning, we progressed together for safety, but after a month or so, the number of demon dwellers greatly decreased, so we all decided to part ways, take different directions, and work separately. So, hunting the demon dwellers was the only thing I had time for, said Jiang Hao. Lu Xingqian turned to look at Jiang Hao. Have you seen the 2 from the Heaven's Joy Pavilion? Jiang Hao shook his head. Actually, I deliberately avoided them. So, I didn't meet them except when we started from here. Lu Xingqian nodded and smiled. Then that's all I needed to ask. The Heavenly Joy Pavilion is suspicious of you, but without evidence, they won't take the risk. During this period, junior brother can cultivate peacefully at the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Goodbye. Lu Xingqian left. As Jiang Hao watched him leave, he used his ability to appraise him once again. Lu Xingqian, a true disciple of the heavenly faction, born with the aura of a dragon and a cultivation base at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Nothing better to do than to spy on the Heavenly Notes Sect's law enforcement hall. The reason he is on good terms with you is because he wants to get close to the heavenly fragrance Tao flower to watch it carefully. He seriously suspects that you killed the 3 people from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, and he has developed a strong interest in you. Jiang Hao was speechless. Although coming under the radar of Lu Xingqian made him distressed, he wasn't a threat for now. Lu Xingqian must have been telling the truth when he said he could cultivate peacefully. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could accumulate his cultivation and become stronger without threats from others. It had been a month since Jiang Hao had returned from the Devil's Den. Han Ming came looking for him. "Senior brother, we meet again." Han Ming smiled at Jiang Hao. "Junior brother, what brings you here?" asked Jiang Hao, puzzled. Han Ming's cultivation base surprised him. It was indeed drastically useful to have an inheritance in the middle foundation establishment stage. Han Ming had advanced so quickly. "Senior brother, have you forgotten? I wanted to spar with you. I'm already prepared." Han Ming looked eager. "Do you want to spar in private or in public?" Jiang Hao just remembered. In private would be better. Nobody would be there to see him, so it wouldn't matter how he lost. "What about the time?" Han Ming asked. "Tomorrow," Jiang Hao said after thinking for a while. Today he would sell his talismans and figure out a way to lose, so it looked the least suspicious. He also needed to buy a better set of materials to make talismans. He had already learned to make 12 types of talismans. Out of the 9 talismans, 3 were just supplementary and not very useful. For example, cleaning talismans, strength talismans, and pain-relieving talismans were not really sought after. Cleaning talismans used spiritual energy to keep the clothes clean. Not many liked to use strength talismans. Pain-relieving talismans had only minor healing effects. He didn't make much of those. "Okay, I'll look for senior brother tomorrow morning. How about we do it by the stream?" Han Ming asked. Jiang Hao nodded his agreement. Han Ming left thinking that after tomorrow, he wouldn't need the senior brother anymore. Jiang Hao watched him leave, indifferent to the somewhat insolent attitude by his junior. He was just relieved that Han Ming would leave him alone after tomorrow. That would be good for everyone concerned. "Do you really want to lose to him?" A sweet and cold voice suddenly sounded behind Jiang Hao. He turned to see the woman in red standing in the courtyard. She was looking at the heavenly fragrance Tao flower with her brows lowered. Even her side profile was beautiful. Jiang Hao walked to the courtyard and bowed. "Greetings, senior." Although he despised her visits, she was the only person who made him feel like a normal human. Goo poison was quite harmful, but it helped him many times. It had saved him from Yun Rua's enchantments, and also from those 2 of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. It had kept his mind unaffected. "You seem to be afraid of being in the limelight." Hong Ye turned around and looked straight at Jiang Hao. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. 7 Forms of Heavenly Blade. Chapter 35. 7 Forms of Heavenly Blade. Jiang Hao was worried about being in the limelight. In the Devil's Sect, he wasn't valued much. If he was strong, it would be fine, but he was still weak. He just wanted to cultivate peacefully without unwanted attention from others. The outcome of the sparring match with Han Ming was of no consequence to him. But he couldn't tell her all this. So, he said, "Planting a flower as important as the one here, I don't dare attract unnecessary attention." Hong Yuye chuckled. "What's your cultivation level?" "Middle stage of the foundation establishment stage," Jiang Hao replied. Hong Yuye walked to a corner and looked at him. "I thought you were an honest man, but it seems I was mistaken. A good man can never lie so calmly." Jiang Hao lowered his head and didn't say anything. He didn't know if she was deliberately provoking him. When facing someone as monstrously strong as her, silence was the best method. Hong Yuye turned to look at Jiang Hao. "I'll give you another chance. Tell me what your cultivation level is." "Middle stage of the foundation establishment stage," said Jiang Hao again. Whoosh! Hong Yuye frowned. An invisible force whistled like a gale, striking Jiang Hao. He crashed onto the wall, unable to withstand it. He was really curious about this woman's cultivation level. Hong Yuye snorted derisively. Fine, I will take that answer for now. Jiang Hao exhaled. He wondered whether she could see through his concealment. You use a saber? Hong Yuye picked up the shadow blade. I do intend to. Jiang Hao nodded. He didn't want to focus on sword techniques in the future. I've met quite a few people. They all practice with the swords instead. Hong Yuye calmly looked at Jiang Hao. You don't practice with a sword? No. Jiang Hao shook his head. What? Hong Yuye asked. I'm a disciple of the Devil Sect. Practicing with the sword makes people think of disciples of the immortal school. That's why it's good to place the Dharma treasure on the saber instead, Jiang Hao replied. When he talked about the immortal sect, he usually thought about the fluttering white clothes and the long swords. There were all kinds of strange Dharma treasures in the demonic sect. Hong Yuye sneered and walked into the room. She sat at a table. You are not very much valued in the Heavenly Notes sect, are you? Jiang Hao followed her in. He lowered his head and did not say anything. It was true. He wasn't really valued. He was just passable. As for the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, one day, when he surpassed them, he would definitely make a trip there. Hong Yuye continued. There are neither powerful magic treasures nor powerful spells that are of any consequence. There are still very powerful magic treasures, Jiang Hao retorted. He was referring to one of the 9 heavenly battle armors on his body. Although this item was only a Foundation Establishment magic treasure, it was part of a set. If all parts were gathered, it would be quite powerful. Jerry, Hong Yuye stared at Jiang Hao for some time. I have a saber technique here. Do you want it? What conditions do you have, senior? Jiang Hao asked curiously. It was impossible for her to give it to him for free. Aren't you going to spar with someone tomorrow? If you win, I will give you the technique, she said and looked at him with a smirk. Jiang Hao didn't respond instantly. He was thinking of what he would gain from the offer and what else he would lose. What will happen to Han Ming if I win? He would definitely pester Jiang Hao. It would raise suspicion, but it wasn't impossible to explain. Devil's Den provided many opportunities. He was there for 2 months. So, it wasn't strange for him to become stronger at that time. But would the Cliff Master believe him? There was a certain risk. Should I refuse and give up on the saber technique? He recalled the secret manual she had given him. It had helped him a lot. The things that this woman had given him had always come in handy. He made up his mind. He would win the sparring match and obtain the saber technique. Then, he would push all the blame to the Devil's Den for the increase in his strength. All right, Jiang Hao agreed. He didn't know when he would be able to obtain a good saber technique. He couldn't learn any of the techniques in Hong Meng's Heart Sutra. He could not pick up anything above purple bubbles unless he obtained another heavenly fragrance Tao flower seed. That was impossible. He could only seize the opportunity that he was presented with. You are quite decisive. Hong Yuye was bored and threw the book on the table. She then walked out of the house like a gust of wind. If I see that the heavenly fragrance Tao flower has not grown in any way the next time I come, I will hold you responsible. She disappeared without a trace after that. Jiang Hao bowed respectfully. After she was gone, he picked up the book. This time, there was a title on the cover of the book. He wasn't in a hurry to read it. He glanced at the courtyard and saw that the corner where he had placed his shadow blade was empty. The woman stole my saber? Jiang Hao found it unbelievable that she could do such a thing. Shaking his head, he opened the 7 forms of Heavenly Blade. However, the book was so difficult to understand. The difficulty is much higher than the demonic sound slash. I know the name of the first form. The first form of the Heavenly Blade, Moon Slaying. Breathing a sigh of relief, Jiang Hao planned to use his clear and pure heart ability tonight to read the book. But first, he needed to go to the Spirit Herb Garden and sell some talismans. Han Ming returned to his house eager for tomorrow to come. He was around the same age as Jiang Hao, and he really wanted to beat him. After all, he was a true disciple and Jiang Hao was just an inner sect disciple. As long as he could beat him, Han Ming could call him junior brother and nobody would care. There weren't so many rules in the devil sect. If the disciples didn't kill other disciples and indulge in unnecessary fighting, there wasn't a problem. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. 1/ was enough to defeat him. Chapter 36. 1/ was enough to defeat him. Junior brother, said a tall and handsome man. Did something happen? You certainly look very happy. Senior brother Mu, Han Ming said with a smile. It's not that big of a deal. I am just looking for senior brother Jiang. He agreed to spar with me. Oh, Mu Chi said with some interest. Junior brother Jiang. He has a quiet personality and only knows how to manage the spirit herb garden. Does he know you have advanced to the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage? I think he does, said Han Ming. I didn't really hide my cultivation, so he might have noticed. Then junior brother, you have to be careful. Mu Chi kindly warned him. He just recently came back from the Devil's Den. There are many fortuitous encounters in the Devil Denver. He must have found some. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sparred with you. It's always better to be careful. Senior brother Mu Chi left after that. Han Ming frowned. There was no chance to win by a fortuitous encounter. But caution was necessary. As fellow brothers, their age and cultivation were almost the same. Looking down on someone might be a very bad idea. Han Ming decided to be careful, but still believed that he could win easily. The next day, Jiang Hao absorbed the bubbles and waited at the door of his house. He was waiting for Han Ming. Yesterday, he went to sell his talismans. But unfortunately, he couldn't sell much. The profit was less than 100 spirit stones. He had a feeling that he will sell even fewer today. He decided not to go to the market so frequently. In about 3 or 5 days, if he went once, it would be enough. When he finished selling the talismans, he had bought a passable saber for 100 spirit stones. It was a silver-white long saber. He planned to use it to cultivate the first form of the heavenly blade. The previous night, he had used his ability, clear and pure heart, to understand the first form. The progress wasn't very significant, and he needed more time to comprehend it. He wasn't in a hurry. The demonic sound slash had taken time to learn, so he guessed that a style as complicated as moonslaying would take even more time. He needed to be patient. Senior brother, said Han Ming, walking towards Jiang Hao. He held a spirit sword in his hand. He looked extraordinary. Junior brother is really early, said Jiang Hao. Han Ming really seemed very eager and full of energy. I don't dare to make my senior brother wait for too long. Han Ming smiled. Where do you want to spar? He would be fine, said Jiang Hao. Here. Han Ming looked at Jiang Hao's house at the back. Aren't you worried about damaging your house? Jiang Hao shook his head. Well, it's fine with me, said Han Ming, holding his sword at the ready. Then I'm sorry for offending you, senior brother. Zap! Han Ming's long sword was covered in lightning. Right from the start, he used his strongest move, Heavenly Thunder Sword. He had listened to senior brother Mu Chi's warning yesterday. He had decided to use his strongest move no matter how weak or strong his opponent was. Jiang Hao looked at his opponent. His expression didn't change. He brandished his saber and used the demonic sound slash. Rumble. Han Ming swung his word. Heavenly Thunder Sword resisted the demonic sound slash for a while, but the shadow pierced through the Heavenly Thunder Sword in the next moment. There was an explosion, and the Heavenly Thunder Sword shattered into pieces. The shadow surged towards Han Ming. He used his spirit sword to block it, but the force was so high that Han Ming was sent flying backwards. He used his sword to help him stand. His long sword was full of cracks that it pricked at his heart. Han Ming realized that the difference between them was too vast. It was like heaven and earth. Junior brother Han, thank you for letting me win, Jiang Hao said politely and withdrew his saber. He had intended to put on a show of barely winning the match, but he was worried that it would send the wrong message. Those who were slightly stronger than him would approach him with ideas in their heads, and those who were much stronger than him would want to get rid of him easily. Therefore, he decided to defeat Han Ming in one hit. That way, Jiang Hao thought that he would not be challenged repeatedly. The only drawback was that if the Cliff Master found out, he would be suspicious. But having the heavenly fragrance Dao flower made him feel at ease. If there was a problem, he could just say it was because of the flower. If that didn't work, he would just tell him to meet Elder Baiji to clear any misunderstanding about the flower. After a long pause, Han Ming raised his head to look at Jiang Hao. His gaze held a tinge of fear and also reverence for him. "Senior brother Jiang, you have already advanced?" he asked bitterly. "Yes, I had some fortuitous encounters in the Devil's Den," said Jiang Hao. "I just got lucky." "What? Thank you for showing mercy, senior brother," Han Ming said gratefully. He could feel that Jiang Hao's cultivation at the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage was more stable than his. "This is just a private sparring session," said Jiang Hao. "I hope junior brother won't take it to heart. I won't mention this to anyone as well." "Thank you, senior brother." Han Ming thanked him before turning around to leave. As he watched Han Ming leave, Jiang Hao activated his daily appraisal ability to evaluate him. Han Ming, true disciple of Heavenly Note, sects the Cliff of Broken Hearts. His talent is top-notch. He's 18 years old and is in the early foundation establishment stage. He is favored by the spirits of mountains and rivers and has the inheritance of a mighty figure. He was unwilling to be defeated by you. He wanted to defeat you after advancing. Jiang Hao was speechless. "I hope he knows I am not showing off." Shaking his head, Jiang Hao walked to the Spirit Herb Garden. There were a lot of things to do. The Heavenly Joy Pavilion and the Heavenly Fragrance Dao Flower were like a knife hanging above his head. The only way to safety for him was to become stronger and get rid of those two knives. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. The Man in the Golden Core Realm of the Sunset Sect. Chapter 37. The Man in the Golden Core Realm of the Sunset Sect. Jiang Hao walked in the Spirit Herb Garden, absorbing the bubbles around him. His strength and spirit were increasing bit by bit. He wanted his days to be this peaceful. But that was wishful thinking. A month later, he felt an unfriendly gaze on him as he tended to the Spirit Herb Garden. Someone was staring at him. It was very faint, but he could sense it. He turned to see a few disciples in their lifeblood refinement realm collecting some spirit herbs. They looked unfamiliar. Who are they? Wondered Jiang Hao. He called over some outer sect disciples who worked in the Spirit Herb Garden to ask them about it. "Senior brother, they're from other main sect who are here to help out," said Chang Cho. "Is that so?" Jiang Hao looked at the 5 people again. "Which bloodlines are they from?" The 5 people did indeed seem to be in their lifeblood refinement realm. But maybe it just seemed like that. That nameless secret manual had taught him many things. Since Jiang Hao now knew how to successfully conceal his cultivation, he knew how to detect other people's cultivation level as well. Among those 5, one of them had just advanced to the early stage of the Golden Core Realm. However, that one concealed his cultivation level to make it seem as though he was like at Lifeblood Realm. Jiang Hao quietly activated his daily appraisal ability on the muscular man with a full beard. The result of the appraisal chilled Jiang Hao to his spine. He didn't really care about the man's infatuation with senior sister Yanruo, but the last line worried him. Came here to seek revenge, even at the cost of his own life. In other words, he didn't mind killing himself if it meant taking Jiang Hao with him. No matter how strict the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Note sect, all security would be useless if he had to face him on the sect grounds. He wasn't afraid of death. Jiang Hao didn't understand. What was so good about Yanruo? Was she worth risking his life for? People in the Golden Core Realm had long lifespans because not everyone wanted to offend them. They also had a high status. So why would they seek their own death? Everyone in the Devil's Sect lives an ignoble life, thought Jiang Hao. But a disciple of an immortal sect was different. He has a bright future ahead of him. Why throw everything away for an infatuation? Is there really no one as beautiful as senior sister Yanruo? Everyone seems obsessed with her. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. "I think some of them are from Thunder Fire Peak," said Chung Cho. "There is a list outside, senior brother. Do you want to have a look?" Jiang Hao nodded. He got up and left the spirit her garden. He didn't dare to stay inside longer than necessary. He was worried that the man at the Golden Core realm would attack him suddenly. Someone at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage couldn't possibly withstand even a few blows from someone in their Golden Core realm. He didn't want to take a risk. His cultivation and lifeblood were about to be fully accumulated. If everything went well, he would be able to attempt to advance in a few days. However, since the man had already seen him and probably knew his name, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find Jiang Hao's house. It was likely that he might attack soon. Since he hasn't taken any action yet, he probably wants to leave this place alive, Jiang Hao thought to himself. But if the man found him and killed him in the dead of night, he would have enough time to leave the Heavenly Notes sect undetected and return to Sunset Sect. The Heavenly Notes sect would have no way to deal with him then. After getting the name list, Jiang Hao left the Cliff of Broken Hearts and headed to the law enforcement hall. He was there to look for Lu Xingqian. Although they were all spies, not everyone was looking to kill him outright. He knew Lu Xingqian didn't want him dead, so he wanted to ask for his help. Junior brother, is something the matter? Lu Xingqian was a little surprised to see him. Jiang Hao was famous for not leaving the Cliff of Broken Hearts unless he badly needed to. He had ventured out even less after he offended the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Everybody also thought him weak. His function was to guard the Spirit Herb Garden. He didn't dare leave the sect. Killing within the sect was based on merit. Killing outside the sect was based on one's mood. He didn't want to die on somebody's whim. There's something I want to tell senior brother. Jiang Hao took out the name list and handed it to Lu Xingqian. I think one of these 5 people might be a traitor. Junior brother, are you sure? Lu Xingqian took the name list and looked at it. I'm not really sure, but where did junior brother see them? Asked Lu Xingqian. The Spirit Herb Garden of the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Jiang Hao answered truthfully. Lu Xingqian thought for a moment. I'll check it. Junior brother, you'd better be careful. Jiang Hao nodded and thanked him. Lu Xingqian would definitely be able to find out about the traitor. Jiang Hao returned to his house and began to read about the moon-slaying saber technique. It had been a month, and he had almost mastered the move. It was just that he wasn't skilled enough to use it efficiently. In the middle of the night, he took out his saber and waved it. The blade's light lit up like the moon, leaving a deep trench in the ground. If I use a little bit of force, it is even stronger than the demonic sound slash. If I use all my strength, I wonder how destructive it would be, thought Jiang Hao. Looking at the saber in his hand, Jiang Hao suddenly had the thought of using this technique on that Golden Core realm assassin who had come to kill him. He brushed the thought away. It was too dangerous. My strength is dazzling. Jiang Hao was shocked. During this period, he had advanced too quickly and obtained such a saber technique. He almost swelled up with pride. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. The man in the Golden Core realm was right in front of him. Chapter 38. The man in the Golden Core realm was right in front of him. After discovering Jinzhou, Jiang Hao didn't go to the Spirit Herb Garden anymore. He stayed at his courtyard and gathered bubbles there instead, waiting for his cultivation and lifeblood to reach 100. Lu Xingqian also didn't arrive to update him on the situation. Jiang Hao didn't know if he had found anything. This worried him even more. The early stage of the Golden Core realm wasn't something that someone in the Foundation establishment stage could compete with. He was worried that the man might not be able to restrain his hatred and would attack suddenly. As for hiding somewhere else, he had thought about that, but there were too many spies who hated him and wanted him dead, so his house was the safest for him at the moment. If the man chose to attack, Jiang Hao would leave straight for his Cliff Master's place for help. There was some hope that the Master might help him, and the only thing he could depend on completely was his advancement to the next stage. Just a few more days will be enough. 7 days passed in a flash. He consolidated his cultivation and lifeblood every day so that he could advance. This time, though, it was different. He didn't know if 100 cultivation and 100 lifebloods was enough for him to advance. It was a big step into the Golden Core realm. If they were not enough, then everything would go to waste. He could only collect another 100 in 3 months. But Jianzhou Hung had already discovered him. Would he wait another 3 months to attack? It was unlikely. Perhaps he had already scouted Jianghao's surroundings and was waiting to attack in a few days' time. Jianghao looked at the interface. Lifeblood, 99/100 can be cultivated. Cultivation, 100/100 can be cultivated. One more day will be enough. Jianghao took his saber and raised it. He felt someone staring at him again. It was so direct that Jianghao balked. He wasn't prepared. He waited for the man to make his move, then he would try to escape. He didn't want to provoke him. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower crossed his mind. There were still too many people who coveted it. Maybe Elder Baiji or that woman would make a move if someone tried to steal it. Jianghao waited, but the gaze suddenly withdrew. He was puzzled. "Junior brother Jiang, are you there?" said Lu Xingqian's voice from outside. "Yes," Jianghao immediately replied. No wonder the traitor had retreated. But it was still daylight right now. The man might make a move at night. Jianghao invited Lu Xingqian in and poured him a cup of tea. "Junior brother is right. It is indeed possible that he is a spy from another sect. He should be arrested by tonight." Lu Xingqian took a sip of the tea. "Be careful. The person is most likely after you. Since he dared to enter the sect, he plans on not returning alive. However, everyone wants to live, so he might now back off easily. But if we make a move, he will become even more aggressive." Jianghao nodded to show that he understood. He didn't request for the law enforcement hall to protect him, nor did he ask Lu Xingqian to arrest him quickly. Jianghao already had so many people who disliked him. He didn't want more enemies. Lu Xingqian had already done a lot by informing him personally about the matter. Jianghao became curious as he looked at the empty courtyard. What if Lu Xingqian betrayed him? Should he look for Elder Baiji instead? Or should he tell the woman in red? Jianghao shook his head, unable to think of a solution. He didn't want to encounter the person. He walked out of the courtyard, intending to visit the spirit herb garden. He was still lacking lifeblood. If the spirit herb garden had some bubbles, maybe he could try to advance right now. If he could advance fast, he might be able to face the danger that lurked around him. At the least, he would have a chance of escape. Jianghao noticed that Han Ming was getting people to organize the spirit herbs. "Senior brother Jiang, I haven't seen you for a few days," Han Ming said in respect. He was unwilling to lose to Jianghao, but he understood that he wasn't a match for him, at least not yet. "Junior brother Han is going on a long trip." Jianghao pointed at the spirit herbs. Usually, Han Ming did not prepare so much spirit herbs in an instant. Even if he was refining pills, didn't need so many. So, the possibility was that he was going on a long trip. Azure Mountain is holding a Dao conference, and everyone seems to be reluctant to leave since they have a conflicting relationship with our sect, said Han Ming. "I want to go out to train. A confrontation between the righteous and the devil?" Jiang, how didn't want to experience something like that? "Then junior brother must be very careful," Jiang Hao kindly warned him. He also saw a blue air bubble in the garden, but he didn't know if they contained lifeblood. "Will do, senior brother," said Han Ming. "When I come back after training, I will look for you to spar with." Jiang Hao nodded. Next time, he would lose to him deliberately so that he can be left alone. After bidding farewell to Han Ming, he went to the spirit herb garden. He looked at the people who had come to help. None of them looked as formidable as Jianzhou Hung. After a while, the bubbles began to pour in. He was happy to feel the slight changes in his body. He had lost a lot of progress in these past few days because of the traitor. Soon the blue bubble also merged into his body. "It's done." Jiang Hao left the spirit herb garden. He wanted to advance to the Golden Core realm as fast as possible. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Facing the Man in the Golden Core Realm. Chapter 39. Facing the Man in the Golden Core Realm. At night, in the Thunderfire Peak, a spell lit up the forest. Boom! The man in the golden core realm merged into the darkness and left reluctantly. After coming to the Heavenly Notes sect, he had finally found that person and even knew his strength. Tonight was perfect to make a move, but he was discovered by the people of the law enforcement hall. He was going to be arrested. If it wasn't for the spy who notified him, he would be gravely injured. If he was caught, the Heavenly Notes sect would definitely throw him in the lawless tower and suck out all his cultivation. He didn't care about dying. He only had one fear, that he would not be able to finish what he came here for. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have hesitated. I should have attacked the first time I saw him, thought Jianzhou Hung regretfully. He had stalled for time in vain. He had made every preparation. In fact, at a glance, he was only an outer disciple in the lifeblood refinement stage. The possibility of him being targeted had been zero. So, how did they discover me? 11 Zen. Boom. The spells kept on bombarding him. He did not try to escape. Instead, he went to find Jiang Hao. He would kill him first and think about escaping later. Late at night, Jiang Hao sat on the floor with his eyebrows furrowed. He grimaced. The purple energy kept churning, and his strength surged in his meridians. The powers gathered in his energy center as though squeezing into one another. When the powers merged, it would create a change. However, even after a while, the powers were unable to merge into one. This was the bottleneck. Jiang Hao was not anxious about this. Instead, he circulated the Hongmeng Heart Sutra and sorted out the powers in an orderly manner, allowing them to merge quickly. In the dead and silent night, Jiang Hao's entire body was surrounded by purple energy. When the spiritual energy and lifeblood were completely exhausted, a cracking sound came from within his body. It was the sound of the bottleneck breaking. A tiny golden core gathered in his energy center and began to absorb all the surrounding energy. After a short, while a complete golden core floated in his energy center, a powerful aura overflowed and spread throughout his entire body. Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes. He clenched his fist, feeling the new power that was emerging. He heaved a sigh of relief. The golden core realm. It's unbelievable. Jiang Hao was surprised. In the past, it had taken a long time to accumulate cultivation bases. After encountering Yun Ruo, he was in constant danger, even now after her death. But his advancement was becoming easier and faster. Maybe I should be thankful to her for putting me on this path, thought Jiang Hao. He shook his head. The source of all this wasn't senior sister Yun Ruo. It was that woman in red. Her appearance must have caused some changes in the Heavenly Notes sect. They began to search for spies and traitors very diligently. It was then that senior sister Yun Ruo had targeted him. Most likely, it was then that the heavenly fragrance Tao flower was handed over to him to fish out more traitors. So, he had to thank that woman instead. But it was also because of that woman that Jiang Hao was in danger all the time. He should be blaming her instead. He shook his head and put his thoughts aside. He then went to the courtyard and raised his saber. Whether something would happen to him tonight or not was something he had to find out by waiting patiently. He sat there for the whole night. The first ray of sunlight emerged from the horizon. When Jiang Hao was sure that nothing was going to happen, he saw a figure approach. He's here. Jiang Hao picked up his saber and walked out of the courtyard. He walked to the stream. The person was now across from him. Both looked at each other. Under the rising sun, Jiang Hao could see him clearly. The man was muscular. His aura was weak. His clothes were torn. Fresh blood flowed out of the cuts and bruises on his arm and his waist, as though he had just arrived from a terrible fight. Judging from his aura, he could be considered quite powerful. Was he intentionally letting him go? Jiang Hao immediately thought of the heavenly fragrance Tao flower. Many people wanted to see what would happen if they touched it. That was why Lu Xingchen hung around him. He wanted a good show. You can't escape. Jianzhou Hung stared at Jiang Hao in malice. I'm not running, Jiang Hao replied. Are you waiting for someone to save you? Don't even think about it. The person who captured me is currently trapped by my supernatural power. He won't be able to make it here before daybreak. Jianzhou Hang's face only showed resentment. Why did you kill junior sister Yinruo? She was a traitor, Jiang Hao replied calmly. Do you know how important junior sister Yinruo was to me? She was my hope to survive. When I was weak, she was the only one who stayed by me. She was like a ray of light that lit up my dark world. She gave me a goal and motivation. She allowed me to surpass everyone around me. But you killed her. Jianzhou Hong became even more agitated as she spoke. His eyes were filled with intense hatred for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at him and said, I know now. Jianzhou Hong scowled. Then you also know I have come to kill you. Jiang Hao remained indifferent. Do you still remember how good senior sister Yinruo was to you? I can never forget. Not in this lifetime, at least, Jianzhou Hong said angrily. Remember it for a while more, Jiang Hao said kindly. Recall that beautiful memory and then come kill me. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. The quickest way to earn spirit stones. Chapter 40. The quickest way to earn spirit stones. Jianzhou Hong stared at Jiang Hao, not saying a word. Instead, he sank into his memory. It was impossible for him to leave this place alive. Perhaps he wouldn't have the chance to remember junior sister Yinruo anymore. The image of her accompanying and encouraging him flashed through his mind. Senior brother Jean, if you defeat this demonic beast, I'll cook for you. How can no one like senior brother Jean? I like senior brother Jean very much. Senior brother, do you think my sex clothing is good? He couldn't help but smile at the memories he had of her. However, a saber glowing with light flashed at that time. Whoosh! The saber glowing like the moonlight cut everything. His life force drained, and everything returned to silence. Even Yun Ro's image faded. He saw Jiang Hao was slowly putting away his blade. If he couldn't say anything for a moment because his life force was rapidly draining. Jiang Hao put away his saber and looked at the man in front of him calmly. Jianzhou Heng's vision began to blur, and he fell backwards. With a thud, he fell on the ground. His thoughts faded. That was it. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't know if Yinruo had been kind to him or if she had only used her magical charm, but it didn't matter anymore. Truth and falsehood didn't matter. Jiang Hao wasn't a heartless person, but he also wanted to live. He did not put his saber down. He used a few of the 10,000 sword talisman to make sure the man was really dead. He stood there for a long time. Advancing to the Golden Core realm had felt unreal. In less than a year, he had gone from early foundation establishment stage to early stage of the Golden Core realm. It felt so dreamlike. Jiang Hao calmed himself and went to find the Cliff Master. This time, he had used the strength of the middle foundation establishment stage. The knife technique was the first form of the heavenly blade, moon slaying. If it hadn't been a sneak attack, it would have been difficult to deal with. Hey! After a while, Cliff Master Ku Wuchang arrived. He looked at the dead man and was silent for a long time. He looked at the saber and then at Jiang Hao. You killed him? Asked the Cliff Master. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. You are in the middle foundation establishment stage. Ku Wuchang asked. The cultivation Jiang Hao had revealed was that of the middle stage of foundation establishment. Yes, it was a fortuitous encounter in the Devil's Denver. What about the saber technique? Ku Wuchang asked again. A nameless saber technique I obtained in the Devil's Den, Jiang Hao answered. If his master wanted to see proof, he could probably write it down somewhere and give it to him. However, Jiang Hao realized that he shouldn't use fortuitous encounters as an excuse any longer. The master might start having doubts. Fortunately, his master did not ask any more questions. He only asked him to tell him in detail about the incident. Jiang Hao told him everything truthfully, except the matter of his cultivation level. You were not confident, so you still chose to launch a sneak attack. Ku Wuchang stared at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded yes. Master Ku Wuchang took away the corpse with him and told Jiang how to be more careful. He also said that the people from Law Enforcement Hall might come looking for him again. Seeing his master leave, Jiang Hao sighed in relief. He felt a little regretful. If the master could accept him as a true disciple, he would be so much safer. The people of Heavenly Joy Pavilion would think 100 times before bullying him, but he could only rely on himself. He returned to the courtyard and looked at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Jiang Hao frowned. There were no bubbles. He had thought that would give him bubbles once the sun came out. It was daylight now, and still there were no bubbles. What is going on? He was curious now. Does Master know I planted the heavenly fragrance Dao flower in my courtyard? He gave up thinking about it. There was no other way to find out unless he asked his master directly. The next day, Jiang Hao looked at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower in his courtyard, but he still didn't see any bubbles. On the third day, a bubble appeared. So, it only bubbles every 3 days now. Another 3 days passed, and the bubbles appeared. That proved the fact that it would give bubbles only once every 3 days. Even the snow lotus took longer to give him bubbles these days. Only green and white bubbles appeared on the third day. It wasn't until the 9th day that there were a few blue bubbles. Jiang Hao was stunned. 1 month after advancing to the Golden Core realm, Jiang Hao looked at his cultivation and lifeblood that had already exceeded 10 points and began to extract and cultivate. He wanted to see if the current 10 points were any different from the previous 10 points. After extracting his cultivation, a huge amount of spiritual energy surged into his body, much denser and more majestic than the previous 10 points. Not daring to think too much about it, Jiang Hao began to consolidate his cultivation. He circulated the Hong Meng Heart Sutra and absorbed the spiritual energy and lifeblood. After a long while, Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes. He had completely consolidated his cultivation. He also understood that the decrease in air bubbles was related to his realm. The speed had suddenly become slower. If he had accumulated it 4 times, he would be able to attempt an advancement to the next level. The speed had decreased, but the amount of accumulation had increased drastically. With knives hanging over his head, he felt it was dangerous for him to not advance as soon as possible. He walked to the courtyard and looked at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and thought that it would be great if it could grow 3 stalks. If not, he could always buy other spirit herbs to replace it. But he was short of spirit stones. He had earned about 500 from selling talismans. Including the previous ones, he had earned a total of 1,000 spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones sounded a lot until he went to look at the Golden Core realm magical treasures. Even a small and simple saber costs 8,000. He would have to earn around 10,000 to 20,000 spirit stones if he wanted to buy anything. How long would that take me? Wondered Jiang Hao. How do the others in the Golden Core realm manage it? When he went to the Spirit Herb Garden, he asked Chun Shou if he knew how. Rob someone was the only thing he had said. Oh, senior brother, we need your help, said Chun Shou. He pointed in a direction in the spirit field. There seems to be a spirit beast running loose around the field. We can't catch it. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. There's a possibility of purple gold bubble. A spirit beast. Jiang Hao was surprised. This month had been unusually peaceful for him. Lu Xingchen hadn't come to find him, and his master hadn't asked him anything. Jianzhou Heng's death didn't seem to cause any commotion. It was unusual. However, unless the law enforcement hall arrived here themselves, there was nothing he could do. He could only work hard to improve his cultivation and then get stronger. The spirit beasts were within his scope of things, though. Jiang Hao made his way to the field and looked around. The beast hadn't destroyed anything so far. It meant that the danger wasn't very high. However, those disciples still in the lifeblood refinement realm were weaker, and the spirit beast might prove to be far stronger for them. Something rustled nearby. Jiang Hao slowly approached. The spirit herbs began to shake. The spirit beast had sensed his presence. A white figure leaped and attacked. Jiang Hao dodged. The spirit beast disappeared toward the spirit herb garden. It's not very big, but is extremely fast, muttered Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao had a rough understanding of the situation. Those in the early Foundation establishment realm might not be able to keep up with the speed of the beast, let alone those in the lifeblood refinement realm. The spirit herbs rustled, and the beast attacked again. Jiang Hao blocked it with his saber. Clang! The powerful force forced Jiang Hao a few steps back. The spirit beast went flying backward. It isn't weak, either. Is the spirit beast at the early Foundation establishment stage? Whose beast is this? The Heavenly Notes sect did not have a place to raise spirit beasts. However, most spirit beasts had owners. If it suddenly appeared in the Cliff of Broken Hearts, it was most likely owned by a disciple or a master. Jiang Hao couldn't brutalize or kill the beast for fear of offending them. Rustle! Jiang Hao waved his saber. He used the demonic sound slash. Boom! The demonic sound rumbled out like a wave. The spirit herbs stopped rustling. The others looked at the commotion. They were alarmed. If there was a fight, they would have to run for their lives, as they didn't have the ability to participate. It's all right. You all can continue with your work. Jiang Hao walked toward the spirit beast. The others heaved a sigh of relief and continued with what they were doing. However, they secretly observed Jiang Hao out of the corner of their eyes. They were all curious. Jiang Hao pushed aside the spirit herbs and found a white spirit beast foaming at the mouth. It had fainted. It had long, floppy ears. At first glance, it looked like a huge rabbit. Jiang Hao grabbed its ear and lifted it up. It didn't really look similar to a rabbit at close inspection. It almost looked like a human. The beast was quite adorable. I wonder who it belongs to. Out of curiosity, he activated the daily appraisal ability. He wanted to find out who it belonged to so he could return it. The beast would hinder others if it remained at the spirit herb garden. Jiang Hao was speechless. He had thought that this spirit beast belonged to a senior. He hadn't expected it to be a spy sent by Azure Mountain. Azure Mountain was the orthodox sect closest to the Heavenly Notes sect. They were both powerful but did not interfere with each other's business. They had lived in peace this way for many years. However, there had been some kind of conflict with them recently. Han Ming had gone out to train there. It was surprising that Azure Mountain had sent a spy to find the Heavenly Fragrance Tao flower. The Clear Skies sect, Heavenly Saints sect, and Sunset Immortal sect did not dare to act rashly. Even if Azure Mountain sent its entire force, it would be useless. Jiang Hao looked at the beast. The treasure it held was not so simple. He didn't know how to take it out of the beast without hurting it. The most important thing right now was to deal with the spirit beast. He should have just killed it, but Jiang Hao hesitated. It had a rare bloodline, too. However, taking it back with him will be dangerous. He wondered if he could raise it like he was raising the Heavenly Fragrance Tao flower. Perhaps he could do it in secret. It might yield a purple gold bubble in 7 days. If I take it back with me, I will be monitored. Jiang Hao decided to buy a magic collar that could trap a spirit beast and raise it in the forest behind his house, at least for 7 days. Jiang Hao left the spirit herb garden. He had trapped the spirit beast in his attic. It was inconvenient to take it along with him to the market. Nobody came to his house that much, so the beast would be fine. Jiang Hao felt a little sad and frustrated. He knew that spies were everywhere. However, he realized that they would be constantly targeting him from now on. Everyone coveted the Heavenly Fragrance Tao flower. He was in a daze. He had unknowingly gotten involved in something major that affected the sect. He still had no reliable ability to protect himself. If only he had refused to plant and raise the flower, he would not have been in this mess. Unfortunately, he had no choice in the matter. He went to the market and bought a magic collar to restrain the spirit beast. He also bought some talisman-making materials. It cost him a total of 600 spirit stones. It was unbelievable. In the past, he couldn't even think of spending so much. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. The Demoness Visits Often. Jiang Hao looked at the beast collar in his hands. Raising pets was indeed expensive. A collar for a beast at the lifeblood refinement realm cost around 100 spirit stones. For a beast at early foundation establishment realm, it had cost him 500 spirit stones. When a pet spirit beast broke through to a higher stage of cultivation, it was important to replace the collar. Otherwise, the beast might easily break. Realm cost more than 1,000 spirit stones. The more Jiang Hao thought about it, the more surprised he was at the amount of spirit stones his fellow disciples had. Fortunately, the talisman-making materials were reasonably priced. He had bought 6 fine-grade talisman-making materials. They were suitable for those in the Foundation Establishment realm and Golden Core realm. It had cost him 100 spirit stones. It had cost him lower than the pill formulas, anyway. Among the armament masters, alchemists, and talisman craftsmen seemed to be the cheaper, yet more lucrative option. After spending 600 spirit stones, Jiang Hao wanted to earn some spirit stones to compensate for spending so much. So, he thought of putting up a stall to sell talismans. However, when he thought about the spirit beast at his house, he gave up on the idea. Right now, the spirit beast was more important. Talismans could be sold any day, but he had to deal with the beast immediately. 100 Flowers Lake. Hong Ye sat in the pavilion with a black saber on the table. It was Jiang Hao's shadow blade. She picked up the saber and looked at it for a long time. Then, she flung it, and it impaled on the flowers beside the pavilion. "Go on, tell me," she said. Baiji stood respectfully with her head lowered. She nodded. She found it difficult to breathe in such a powerful presence. After Azure Mountain's Tao Conference, they suddenly decided to attack us. I think it's because of the reappearance of the heavenly fragrance Tao flower. "Looks like we have traitors in our midst," said Hong Yuya calmly. "I apologize for my incompetence," said Baiji as he knelt in apology. Hong Yuya didn't look at Baiji. He looked up at the clouds and the sky. "It's still early to tell. We must wait and watch. As for Azure Mountain, that's your problem. You handle it." "I understand." Baiji nodded. There have been no changes in the Cliff of Broken Hearts. However, Jiang Hao's cultivation level has increased again. He may have some people who support him in secret. Devil Den might just be an excuse. He is still unable to clear his name completely. The undercover from the Sunset Immortal Sect did die at his hands once again. A man at an early stage of the Golden Core realm. Then continued to observe him. Hong Ye looked at the flowers. "Since we're in a conflict with Azure Mountain, let's get our hands on some of their cultivation techniques and books." Baiji nodded. The breeze blew over the flowers, and Hong Ye looked at them, entranced. Baiji lowered her head and remained quiet. Hong Ye broke the silence. "Baiji, why do you think Azure Mountain dared to attack us so suddenly? Is it because the Heavenly Note sect is not as strong as it used to be, or is it because the Azure Mountain is growing stronger by the day?" "Neither," said Baiji. She looked terrified. In the past few decades, Azure Mountain has become stronger. However, in terms of strength, they are still inferior to the Heavenly Note sect. As the acting sect master, it was Baiji's responsibility to ensure the sect remained strong while monitoring the growth of other sects too. If other sects got stronger, then Baiji should ensure that her sect became even more powerful. Failing to do that would be slacking off at her job. Baiji was terrified the sect master would think she had shirked her responsibilities. "If it is because of the heavenly fragrance Tao flower, there must be someone in the Azure Mountain who covets it for something important," said Baiji. "Otherwise, with where the Azure Mountain is at this point, they wouldn't dare to act so rashly." Hong Yuye's gaze focused on Baiji. "Find out." "Understood." Baiji then left the pavilion. On the way back, she thought about her next move. She wanted to put a female disciple up to test Jiang Hao. However, she had a feeling that the sect master didn't really think Jiang Hao was a traitor. "The sect master might have other plans, but I'm not sure if Jiang Hao is entirely innocent," muttered Baiji. She was the one who had submitted the list. "We need to delay the matter of the traitor for a while for now. I need to investigate Azure Mountain to find out who the mastermind is." In the afternoon, Jiang Hao hid the spirit beast. He went to the spirit herb garden and told the people there to inform whoever came looking for the spirit beast to find him so that they could get it back. Jiang Hao wondered if he could lure out another spy in this way. As for the spirit beast, he needed to wait for 7 days to decide what to do with it. He had taken the spirit beast to the forest behind his house. He put the collar around its neck. By this time, the spirit beast had woken up and struggled to break free from the collar. It seemed to dislike the collar vehemently. Jiang Hao looked at its helpless struggle for a while. He finally threw a spirit stone at it. The beast sniffed the stone and then ate it. Now, I only need to set up a range. That was another function of the collar. It could be used to mark a certain area beyond which the spirit beast couldn't venture. The money for the collar was indeed worth it. Jiang Hao wasn't good at making trap formations to keep the spirit beast from escaping. The collar did the job for him. Just as he was about to mark the area, someone spoke from behind. The voice was calm, but didn't hold any emotion. He knew that voice. "What are you doing?" Jiang Hao turned around. She was there again, dressed in red. It was her. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.